is streaming, and Brendan hates that. All right, he says I really need to start off differently. All right, we're going to see if we connect. Live stream, it says we have an excellent connection. Let's see if that shows up with an echo. We're going to look for an echo. So let's hope we hear one. Is we do.
streaming.
Okay, so everyone now please hit that upvote. That is existential. It is, for myself, literally a matter of life and death. So we're going to initiate the call now, and with that we go towards the infinite call, and we conduct an audio call. Is it giving me any options? No. So that's interesting. I guess you just hit the video for a video call. Maybe I'll have to ask my tech support about that. And gonna try and make this call large so I can see it better, the screen. And hopefully we get a response from our executive producer, Aristides. There we are, dear sir. So our executive producer is on the bandwidth. And how are you feeling about doing a blurb?
Feeling all right. I think I can get there in a moment.
Okay, take your time. Just let me know as soon as you're ready. I'll just hold the stage for you. I want everyone to know that there's no footnotes today. The title is self-explanatory, and I really felt no need to expound upon it. But it did take up all 100 letter spaces. I could not, for the life of me, get a Confederate flag emoji next to the United States emoji for the 156th official American Civil War I commencement commemoration day. This is the date that it officially started. It would be after Fort Sumter's conflict and or exchange of fire, and Abraham Lincoln declared war. T-Take Berry says, good evening, loud and clear, brothers. Excellent, because we had to, oh God, yes, say something again to make certain, Aristides, because we had an update.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Am I registering?
you're registering. Yeah, we had an update,
Okay.
and Brendan and I fixed it last night because it did knock off the
Okay.
it knocked off the mic. And so thank you for confirming that you can hear us. To T-Take Berry, let me send him his love and hugs. So yeah, and if you're ready to start the blurb, just let me know, and then I'll dive into monologue pretty shortly after that.
Okay.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Sit down and
Oh, take your time. Do you need to get coffee?
no,
Anything?
no,
I
no,
can.
no,
Yeah.
no. No, I've sat down. I've hit the upvote, as everyone should do immediately if they haven't done so already.
Thank you.
Don't wait for us to say so. Please do that. It's important
Reflexively,
here.
reflexively,
Yeah.
make it a habit.
Yes. Important not just to show Doug your support, but to show YouTube, or more specifically the YouTube algorithm, that you support and like the content. And that's important because there's a few downvotes that are placed right at the beginning by some old crusty bots that somebody hired.
Hired by old crusty people. Yeah.
Right. But that skews the algorithm down to where these things affect Doug's likelihood to show up in search results and suggested content areas, et cetera. In other words, reach people, engage people, and ultimately find supporters, especially financial supporters, which is very important, which we'll get to shortly. But to do the upvoting and any functions on YouTube, you do have to be logged into YouTube. I won't let you do these things otherwise. It's not terribly daunting if you've never done it before. I believe if you have a Gmail, you can pretty much just they just wave you in because it's the same company. That's how I'm logged in. I believe you can just log in with a Gmail if you have one, or if not, they're very easy to make, or else just follow the prompts to make an account, whatever way you prefer. But that seems to be the easy way. And in fact, if you have more than one Gmail, you can switch. Once you're logged in, up in the upper corner, you can click Get Your Account menu. There's a thing that says Switch Account, and it will show you which account you're logged in with. And then right there, you can kind of toggle between different accounts, or in fact, under any one account, you can create channels. And what channels are is intended when you are signed into YouTube. That doesn't mean you publish or you have a page, so to speak. But to do that, you have to create a channel. But you can create a channel without publishing anything. And the cool thing is that channel and all these different logins, they can upvote independently. And what we're getting at here is one person, once you have this set up, I know it sounds like a lot, but with just a couple clicks, you can hop between there and upvote again. So that's a way to balance out the injustice here in the Dietrich democracy. Right?
Yes, that's right. Yes.
Yeah.
Where you can vote more than once, as opposed to the American democracy, which isn't a democracy at all because your votes don't even count. They're completely canceled out by the Electoral College. Yeah.
So So take advantage while you're here. It's pretty cool. Like, where else can you say that I can vote more than once?
That's right. That's right.
Right. So,
I love
take advantage.
Yeah.
So that's the main thing. Also, once you're logged in, you should be able to do other things like hit the button there that says share to generate a link to the program. It'll pop a little thing. You can grab the link there, basically the same link you would grab out of the browser window, but I think hitting the button helps because YouTube would see that and the algorithm that we mentioned. So you can do that, and then you can save and share that link starting immediately because it is good for the live and the subsequent replay that YouTube will create afterwards. So
excellent.
Sip of tea there.
Yes. Good. Oh, you're doing tea instead of coffee. Do you do both? Tea and coffee?
I coffee every day, tea sometimes.
Cool.
You can only coffee so much until the coffee doesn't.
That's right.
Right.
Right. Have you experimented with that mushroom coffee? Just curious.
I think people give me some a couple times.
Cool.
Yeah, not bad. If you're a hardcore caffeine addict, I mean,
it doesn't cut it. Oh,
yeah. It's like, that's nice. Maybe I'll dump that in my regular coffee.
Love it.
Get a nice bouquet there. All right. So share. You want to get the link. You want to share wherever you can, far and wide, in chats and emails. Find a free QR code generator. Print out a QR code. Tape it up in the bathroom stall. In the modern version of
I love it.
Scribbling the phone number there. Anything you can think of, anything you're willing to do. You name it. Use your imagination. Even any big, random chats anywhere. Just drop it in there. You're at work and you're like, after this place, I'm going to quit. And just hit send all, email to all, the entire organization, and then just send it to them.
Yeah. Make certain that you've cleaned out your desk first. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Once your desk is cleaned up. Right. And your PTO time is cashed in, and all those other things. Yeah. Yeah. All that. We're kidding, unless you're willing to do. What else? So share the link, and if you're on the replay part, not the live, you should be able to, at least on the PC, you can right click and right on the window on the screen and generate a link right at the timestamp. That is handy when something interesting or funny is being discussed. You want to send somebody right to that point, it'll just add a time code to the link. You can do that. How else can you engage? Well, during the live, you can comment in the chat, the live chat there. Don't be afraid to do that. But afterwards, comments are enabled below the window. They're not during the live. And then you can leave comments there, which is highly suggested to leave a comment. Also, you can just upvote, which that's important as well, because comments you don't see any downvotes these days on YouTube, but if comments are downvoted, not upvoted, they can be disappeared. So Let me go and yeah, I guess I'm checking that I did hit
Thank
them
you.
last time.
Yeah, always
Yeah,
helps.
yeah,
And we
yeah.
would recommend
And
everyone else also check, as Aristides does, that they did.
yeah,
Yeah, their
yeah. You
last
can
clip.
yeah,
Yeah,
you go back to the previous replay there. Even if you listen to the live, maybe you didn't get it all or you missed something. You want to go back to a highlight point, and you can go back. Make sure if you find yourself there, upvote the comments and replies, etc. And feel free to leave one. And if you see Douglas hearted his own comment, it's not some sort of ego trip. It's because it's just algorithm. It's just pure algorithm.
thank you.
Yeah.
In other words, if I don't do that, literally, and this has happened, the comment will be taken down because the enemy downvotes it. And
Right.
if you get enough
Right.
downvotes, comments will be
Right.
removed. So I'm forced to upvote
Right.
to balance it out. You know,
Not if the listeners upvote them, though.
that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
So
Right.
we need your
Do
upvote.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just hit all the thumbs up. Leave a comment. That all helps very much for many reasons. Okay. In addition to liking, sharing, subscribing, like and subscribe. Yes, right. If you see a button right under the window that says subscribe, you should press it because you are not subscribed. If you don't see one, it's probably because you are subscribed, but you should check that because sometimes people will become mysteriously unsubscribed, and I'm not sure if it'll show up or not, show that or not, but to make sure,
Oh,
go
it,
to
it
the
doesn't show it. Just yeah, trust in the fact that you will be unsubscribed and you will not know it. So you have to keep checking. Yes, please. Back to
yes,
Aristides. Thank you.
yes.
Yeah.
So yeah, you do subscribe and to check. The best way, we go to the main channel page. If you see there down the corner where it says Douglas Dietrich in blue, that is the channel. Don't just straight click there right now because it'll get you away from this window. But you can right click on a PC or open a new tab in the phone. Sure, I think you can do that, and or just check it later and go there. And right there, definitively, it should show you right up front if you're subscribed. And so check that, subscribe if you are not, and turn on the notification bell, little bell icon there. If you click it, it'll give you a little menu. You want to click all, and that will send a pop-up notification in all cases of a new program. And that is very handy because it'll just pop up when the time comes on your device. Nothing to remember, nothing else to do. You just hit it and you're there. So, and so if you do that, enable that, and you're getting them reliably, the pop-ups, that probably means you're still subscribed. So that's another reason to do that. And if you see that the pop-ups one day mysteriously cease, then you should go check it.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But do hit that. You see enough bullshit pop-ups every day, on your device. I think you can those you can just close out and cancel, but this one's important. So yeah, do try that. And then while you're there at the channel page, you should take a look around. The main categories, other than it'll start you out on home. Usually that's how it just orders it in the default way that YouTube does. It's kind of a array of how they like to display, but then you can switch to videos, live. Videos live are these streams going back some time in reverse chronological order, and videos is other stuff, maybe older streams that didn't that were when things were filed differently, or other uploads that Douglas has done. Some of them are some critical pieces of review if you're new. So you want to scan around and check that. We were naming some last time. We don't have to go through that every time. We can if you like. Or maybe we should decide on the definitive Dietrich 101 list of.
Cool.
Right.
Ask Holly
Yeah.
Kiefer. Holly can write that out. She's the person.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's
So
right.
she could write that out,
Yeah.
and then we can if I have that saved as is, then can just kind of drop that. Hey, here's your the catch-up list.
That's right. Yeah.
Right. What do you call it? Primer. The
Yes.
primer.
Yes.
Uh,
Yes.
yep.
I love it. I love it. Yeah, your primer list. Yeah, this is like yeah, as you said, a kind of 101.
Yep.
Oh, well, that's
So
beautiful.
yeah. And in the meantime, just scan around. Actually, you know what? Click on anything that looks interesting to you and give it a watch. Some of them are shorter, not hours and hours long. Some of them are only some minutes long, less than an hour, and it'll give you a good review of things. Make sure you scan all the way down, because some of the most important stuff is in the older, is like was uploaded.
Yeah.
Satanism in the military 9 years ago.
Yeah. Wow. Damn. Feels like yesterday.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. And well, when you go through that, you know, it's always fresh in your mind, isn't it?
yes, yes, of course. It's true. It never goes away. Never goes away. But all that being said, yeah, please continue. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
going moving on. That's most things. Let's see, we covered the switching channels and multiple upvotes. Also, oh, while you're in the menu, do check a little further down. It'll say restricted mode, and you want that to say off. If it is on, then YouTube will not allow that account to view or listen to age-restricted content. That can happen automatically if due to YouTube screening, if for no other reason, you know, if they detect, you know, certain bad words or something they deem, you know, apart from all the, you know, topics which are fundamentally adult, but you know, if the drawing's a little too risque or something like that, you know, or somebody just says the wrong combination of words, I think they might flag it. So if you look at some of the older streams and other videos, it'll say age restricted. That's what we're talking about, and so you want to be able to take it all in, no holding back there, right?
Yes, that's right. Yes.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
that's how about you know, you want to like, you want to subscribe, you want to share the link, the content, but more than anything, save the best, most important for last, perhaps, is
Yes.
Douglas needs financial contribution.
Yes.
And the easiest way to do that is at the PayPal. We're going to drop in the chat, but it's the same one listed right on the front screen here, the front thumbnail image for the entire length of the program. So you can't miss it, and you don't have to type paypal.me. You can if you want, but if you just type PayPal in your browser, you'll get there, and then type the Douglas D. Dietrich part. You'll get to his PayPal, and you can send him money right there. And that's if you have a PayPal. If you don't, and you really don't want to make one, but you want to contribute just with a credit or debit card, you can go to his website, also conspicuously listed on the front screen for the entire program.
Yes.
But we'll put it in the chat for your clicking convenience there. And there in the upper right hand corner, the yellow button that says donate, the one in the middle screen doesn't work. Never mind that.
Decoy button. That's a decoy button.
Yeah, never mind. It's just an artifact of a very you know, not so competent webmaster. Let's put it that way. And get the yellow button up in the corner, and that will link to a little menu. And one of the options will be just simply donate with credit or debit card. You don't have to be signed in. So there you go. There'll be another option for using Venmo if you want to do that. Now that the Venmo and PayPal shake hands freely, I think, in both directions. So there's a link for that, and the other link that just says donate with PayPal, that would be like if you're logged in. But if you do have a PayPal, just use the first one, the one that's linked in the chat or on the screen, because Douglas has two PayPals, and the latter one is the business one. Because it's business, they tax it a little bit. But do people put money in that? Or, I mean, you do need a little bit of money in that.
They do. I do need a little money in that, because unfortunately that's the one that is connected to paying our bill to maintain this call. So right. Once a month, not to mention a few other bills. Yeah. So
okay, if it lands there, then okay. You know.
Yeah, I mean, but most of that is taken care of by one woman monthly with an auto payment named Brooke Hagberg. in Canada.
Um,
So we want people to
uh,
emulate her, but you can set up an auto
yes,
payment with my personal account for the rest
yes,
of you out there. And
yes, you should
yeah,
do that. Yes.
yes.
Yes, you can set up a automatic recurring payment with PayPal. So if especially if some people are like, well, I don't have much to give right now. It's like, well, can you give a little bit, every month? How about that?
Yes.
Yeah,
But
even if it's you know, $20 one time, you might be like, yeah, but hey, if it's $20, every month without fail, well, then that adds up.
it really
But
does. Yeah.
but certainly more if you can
Yeah.
afford it.
Yeah.
Certainly.
And believe me, it's desperately needed just to keep me afloat. No
Yes.
exaggeration
Yep.
here. This is my occupation by law.
Hmm.
So yeah, continue.
Yes. Yep. It's not just a hobby. It's not just a side hustle. It's
Yeah.
it's your job. It's your job.
Yes. Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
mhm.
Yeah. And
And the only job like it in the world.
yes,
Right. I
that's
mean, you
right.
you couldn't you couldn't pay for this anywhere else if you tried.
That's definitely true. That's true. Honestly, I'm not fit for anything else at this point in my life. I do a few things, but
Right.
this is
Right.
definitely what I where I earn money, as opposed to just
Really.
odd things like blood.
Yeah. Right. 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 It's the only job that where you work for money, American
Yeah,
dollars. Right.
yes, yes, that's
All right.
right. And
Bartering. Yeah. Notwithstanding there.
notwithstanding my blood bartering, yes, that's
Yeah.
that's
Right. Like you explain that. Like you
we
do
explain it often
sometimes.
enough, but let's just put it this way: there's always new listeners, and it never gets old, and it just becomes, yeah, it becomes, shall we say, even more confusing when I explain it. So we go back there every
Right.
once in a while, and we cover the old ground, and we'll be happy to
Yeah.
do so again if we're
All
joined
right. All
by
right.
somebody later in the call. But
Yeah.
listen.
All the more reason to hang around and wait to hear these gems. All
Oh,
right.
yes.
That's the important stuff. No footnotes tonight. The title bar is always filled up. Sometimes you have an asterisk footnote that leads coordinates with something in the description
Yeah,
that would be itemized, but this time there are none.
yeah,
But you should always click the see more on the description and check
yes.
that out for all the things Douglas wants to acknowledge
Oh,
on this day or this day in history, and read through that. So
yeah.
what do we have? Civil War commencement commemoration.
Yes.
I
Yeah.
didn't know that. I
Yeah,
didn't know
it,
that.
it was the official date. Obviously, the Civil War
Yeah.
began in practice with the attack on Fort Sumter. But when it comes
Uh,
to the actual official declaration of war, that
right.
was this date today. Yeah,
Right.
yeah. And
All right. What else do we have in there?
that's pretty much
Yeah.
it. Other than the
Pretty
general.
sure at this time, actually, usually you fill up nearly a whole page worth
It's true. It's true.
of
Normally.
stuff.
Yeah, normally. But such having been said, do me a favor, I'm multitasking. We're gonna hope
Yeah.
for someone to join us in a few minutes
Yeah.
so that they can have a conversation with Aristides, and maybe I can run one more time to the bathroom just to make certain that I'm ready to go throughout the night.
Yeah.
But if that doesn't happen, I'll just plow ahead. However, while we're here, we may as well give me an opportunity to multitask a little bit and just kind of make certain that I have all my P's and Q's in place, all my I's are dotted, and just make certain that I have quotes correct,
Mm-hmm.
because I do quote a lot of people in the arc of narrative. And I like
Yeah.
to make sure that my quotations are accurate.
Yeah.
Now, lately, what's been
Okay.
going on is we've had very long roundtables, and we've had the honor and the pleasure of being joined by a lot of people. But these roundtables can take up, quite a bit of time, and which is fine. It's great. I love them. And
Yeah.
but then when I go into monologue, then by that time I realize it's getting close to midnight, and there were so many other mitigating circumstances recently. We've definitely been trying to, deal with this new phone, and it
Yeah.
is incredible how the new phone has been. By the way, just out of curiosity, do you have Real Tech Geeks um number, so to speak, his
Yes.
Microsoft Teams number? Yeah, if you can try adding him on. we can see. And then if he responds, that's great.
Isn't wouldn't he have been added on, or no, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay, right,
yeah.
yeah,
He was.
he might not be on the list here.
Yeah, he's not on the list.
Okay,
Yeah, he's not on the list of the infinite caller.
yeah,
Yes. So if we
uh,
see if you can do
and
that, and if you can't, let me know. Yeah, that would be intriguing. And
okay,
yeah,
I'm looking for that.
take your time, no rush.
Yep. Looks
Well,
like I can pull them up there. So
all right, great. So our executive producer is always the man. Here, he added the Real Tech Geek to the chat and shared all chat history. Not quite sure if the chat is it makes puts him on the call, but it should because it says it's on the call. But sometimes I know people are added to the chat and then they don't get it. So if you're listening, Real Tech, you're at it, and that's we'll wait for him to come on. Let's see if I can communicate with him. Okay, here we are. You are at it. Thou art at it. Thou art at it.
it says he's available.
Yeah, cool. Thou art at it at Real Tech Geek. There we are. Okay. So there you go. Hope you see that, Real Tech. If you're listening, you're at it, and feel free to jump on. Then you can catch us up a little bit on what's been going on with yourself. Talk a little bit before I dive into monologue, suck all the oxygen out of the room, and everybody dies. Let's see if this works. We're gonna do a little flexing ourselves while waiting. In the interim, tell us, Aristides, people do care about you personally. How are you doing in general?
I am doing all right in general.
Good, good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, anything else you care to mention? That's always an
Yeah.
added bonus. I mean,
Trying to think. We have a preview of summer right now, and then it's going to cool back down to more sensible spring weather. But a little preview of what's to come.
That's great.
Yeah, it's great until it's like, what's it going to be tomorrow? Let me see here. 87 degrees. Yeah. When it's 87 degrees, then guess it depends who you are and what kind of 87 degrees. But
87's not that bad. Think of Heather Holman in Arizona where it gets to be 105 degrees and shit like that.
Well,
that's bad.
That's bad. True. True. But I'm one that says, like they say, it's not the heat, it's the humidity. Until you get to 105 degrees in Arizona, then there's no humidity, but it's simply a blast furnace. So.
Yes. No. Believe me, it's so fun. Right. It's so fun. And what about what's going on domestically or internationally? I can report that he's seen the text. I sent him a text that said "Thou art at it." He's seen it. So up to him whether he jumps on or not now. Well, let's hope he jumps on. But in interim, what's going on domestically or internationally that particularly
we're going to see. I mean, of course, there's a number of topics regarding the goings on in the other side of the world.
On every side of the world, but yes, particularly.
Yeah. Well, let's just say the current conflict of much discussion as of late. I found it amusing that their answer, they're like, they couldn't get around to open the strait. So now they're blockading, right? Like, okay, you can't go either, right? So.
Okay. So he says he'll come on soon. Thank you.
Okay.
Good.
So there's that. I don't know too many details on that, but it's like it just seems like a big standoff, and so far, they somehow can't beat this nation yet. I think they blew up. Let's see. I think they blew up like a drone plant there, but that plant had already been running for who knows how long, and they got like thousands of these things stuffed in caves. So I don't know, and I don't know. I haven't heard of really a lot of bombardment. They've been sending out recently. So we'll see. I don't know. I feel like maybe it might be heading towards like a turning point, but you never know. You never know what they have up their sleeve.
Oh man. So in terms of so when you use the term turning point, what comes to your
uh,
mind in
uh,
terms of like how turned the point can get?
oh, well, I mean, before it was just like they were, it seemed like they were really bossing, like Iran was bossing the situation. They were
Yeah.
controlling the strait.
Yeah.
They were
Yeah.
just lobbing, death and destruction upon Israel. I haven't heard of that lately. So, like, although I'm not looking, I don't know anywhere where there's a tally, but they really did do a lot of damage around, not just there, but let's, other bases and such in the area that I think would take a long time to recover from.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
other industry, and everybody's trying to go after everybody's, industries. Of course, let's see.
I'm amazed at how with everything you're saying being appreciated, certainly I taking that into account and with all respect towards that, I'm amazed they haven't done more damage. Like there's so much more they could be attacking the Iranians in the Gulf,
Yeah.
data centers, gas
Yeah.
fields, etc. But go on, yeah, continue.
True. I
It's
don't know. I
they
mean,
should. Oh, I guess because they're now the toll takers or the toll booth keepers.
right.
Maybe they
Right.
feel it's kind of like wise to show a
Yeah.
little restraint or something. But go on. Yeah.
Well, right. And I guess to the point you like, of course, each side calls the other side the bad guy, but like you don't want to prove that you're the bad guy. Like,
True. True.
just I guess
Yeah.
some discretion. I don't know.
Oh, and
Good
the
question.
propaganda being churned
Yeah.
out. Have you seen some examples from
Oh,
Sammy
they've
Romero
the
and
new
Francis?
stuff. They've done a lot of these where it's like they have Trump, etc., as Lego characters, like that are walking around.
Well, that was
Just
brought up
really
by
humiliating. Yeah.
yeah, that was brought up by Holly last
Yeah.
episode. Yes.
I'd like to see somewhere where there's a definitive list.
Well,
Of them,
apparently they're almost countless by now. I mean, they're churning them out every minute. But yeah, go on. Yes.
Yeah. Good. Yeah, I'll have to look for that. So I haven't seen a real good one lately, but they were doing some good ones. There, my favorite was still Trump and Netanyahu kneeling before the statue of Baal.
Yeah, Baal.
B-A, two A's.
Yes, two A's.
Baal. That was my favorite, but
Oh, that's delightful. Yes.
yeah.
And so he, of course, oh yeah, not only are they kneeling before Baal, but then it gets nuked.
Yeah.
You see him, right? Yeah.
Yep. Let's see. The blockade. A hacker group called, the Handala hacker group, who is allied or is a pro-Palestinian group of hackers. I don't know where they originate from, or maybe nobody knows. Known for its previous cyber attacks on U.S. And Israeli digital infrastructure. They put out some video that they took from cameras inside Israel. They're like, look, they basically tapped into the high security video cameras that monitor, key people's homes and stuff like that. Lots of IDF, Israeli Air Force pilots, senior officials of the Mossad, Shin Bet terrorism managers are basically
wow, so they finally get a taste of their own surveillance. That's incredible. Yeah. Thank you for sharing that. Continue.
Yeah. So they've got series of videos here of just like, look, here's your security cameras. How about that?
I love it.
Yeah. What else?
But by the way, we have a nice image sent by T Tank Berry, and there you go. That's this is the more tacky Iranian type of propaganda, but nevertheless, it does hit true. It hits true. Sadly, they're bayoneting children. Showing Americans bayoneting children, which Americans have killed so many children in this war. Indeed, that was their first target, was a girls' school. But continue. Yes. By all means.
Iran's deputy speaker reveals that the U.S. tried to steal the enriched uranium from Iran. That thing, the whole thing
About rescuing a
with
pilot. Yes.
Isfahan, yeah,
Yeah.
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 So that's what they're saying it out, just explicitly that of course, take that with the grain of salt that you will, but they said they tried to take the enriched uranium and were unsuccessful. They really don't want them to have enriched uranium, apparently. That might, let me see. That might be all for that area, I think. Let's see. Chinese ships are moving in and out of Hormuz. They have agreements with Iran. I guess it's not a big surprise. I wonder if they found all the mines. For a while. It was,
Well, they must be given maps. I would presume the communist
yeah.
Chinese are given maps of the
Right.
mined areas,
Yeah.
or they're
Right.
somehow guided by kind of like a when you enter San Francisco's port, you have to turn the ship over to a port captain because there's no captain in the world outside of a San Francisco captain is trusted to navigate San Francisco's waters because they're so treacherous. So it would
Right.
probably be something like that. They'd probably turn it over to a straight captain, which would be an
Yeah.
Iranian captain who would at least help them navigate through
Right.
the field, and that would make the most sense. But maybe that's not how it works. I'm just guessing. But continue. Yeah.
Yeah. Good question. Good question. And let me see in that area. Let's see. China is banning sulfuric acid exports, but apparently that these things are like big deal. But then these things feed into other critical industrial processes like copper production, I think.
Yeah, that makes sense. Well, all kinds of shit that,
Yeah.
of course, you as a material science engineer would really
Yeah.
appreciate. Yeah, would know automatically.
So the what do they call basically input products to other industrial processes, right? And
Yes.
fertilizer. So there's going to be not a lot of fertilizer, not a lot of fuel. So there's a lot of energy rationing and whatnot in places, and so however people are dealing with that, they're moving, let's say, more troops in there, a few thousand more.
All right.
The George H.W. Bush aircraft carrier. I don't know if it's there yet. Other warships and the Boxer Amphibious Ready Group. So I don't know. But as far as I know, they haven't gone full ground offensive. So
Of course not. No, not yet.
Yeah.
That's going to be a big deal. If that happens, you'll know.
Oh man,
Yeah. People won't stop bitching. That's and with good reason. But we're holding our breath on that. We're waiting with bated breath. So yeah, continue.
Yeah. Okay. Let me see. What else do I have? I have a video. It's not, unfortunately, it's not a link, but let me see. Give this a minute to upload of a let's see, a rather startling protest in France.
Oh, what's this about?
Yeah. Oh well, you'll just have to see.
Okay, so Aristides has sent a file.
Maybe better we don't link it to the general audience.
Yes. Yeah. So we've got some more images from our man, Mr. T Tank Berry, and oh Jesus Christ, I'm not gonna up thumb that. They're like basically doing the kind of they're trying to appeal to American liberals. So they're showing Iran's tower standing against the Soviets, the capitalists, the Nazis, the fascists. And God knows what the symbol of the star represents. That wouldn't be communist China, so I don't know who the hell that's supposed to represent. Maybe you can give us a guess as to, yeah, so I'm just going to give that an eye.
Right, we'll see. We'll see.
That gets an eye roll. But then they show, of course, oh yeah, then they show all these other flags, international flags, over the skull. This is like also some what looks almost like Asian writing down here. Could be Korean or Japanese characters in the block lettering made to look like carved out blocks. So it's just a odd kind of poster, whoever they're trying to appeal to. There was a big protest in Japan. So they might be trying to appeal to that crowd. But I think of those as communist, Japanese Red Army. It's like Japanese communists. So we've got nude people. Ooh, oh shit! Got to turn the music off. So it unfortunately has Jesus fuck. Yeah, I can't touch that. I can't touch that. That's gonna get us knocked off. Yeah. So yeah.
When you talk about it,
It's yeah, I can't. Yeah, talk about it. Yes, but don't send anything with any audio.
no, I don't have a link to send anyway to
But you just sent the link. It's a link had audio on it, music and everything.
It's a file. I put a file in our
It's a
text
file
box.
that won't open up, and you have to download it, and it's very slow.
Oh, okay.
But I
You-
can't. No, I mean, in other words, I can't put it in the I don't have a link for the YouTube chat, and thank goodness, because it's a bunch of French women with their tits out
There we are. There we are. Okay. Yeah, the problem
doing a
was they had
protest,
music.
protesting.
Yeah, problem was they had music, and that'll get us knocked
Yeah.
off. So we do welcome Real Tech Geek in joining us. Now, please, Real Tech, let us know how you're doing. How you're doing, and just how things have been for you. Catch us up on a little bit of how your experiences have been since you've last been on.
Well, I moved to a new apartment, and
Wow.
at least I'm free of cockroaches and mice.
So that was
It was hell,
that was
man.
an issue. That was an issue in the old apartment. I had no idea.
It was an issue with everybody.
Mhm.
It's and even when we were my wife and I were cleaning after most of things were moved, still centipede come out and got to kill it with the
Ooh.
Raid or paper towel or something. It was just a very badly managed building.
Wow.
Everyone I spoke to said there was always people living there for decades. Said there was always issues with that. So
Yeah, and
I'm
that
happy to
that
be
was
away
in
from
New
there.
York City. That was in the middle of New York City.
In Queens, Flushing, Queens, where I live.
Oh, Jesus, Jesus. Where may we ask where you are now, generally speaking, as whatever you feel
Same
secure.
thing, just move
Okay.
move
Okay.
a few blocks away.
Okay. Yeah.
But the rent is higher. The rent is higher.
Uh-huh.
So
How are you
it's more.
affording it then?
What you said?
How are you affording that new rent level?
But I have a lot of different businesses. But
Okay.
not doing that well either. So
Understood. Understood. Well, certainly, do you do? I mean, I guess it's not my business to ask, but it's only asked in vague curiosity. There's just general curiosity. Perhaps we'll change the subject for, in terms of your businesses. You're welcome, of course, to say whatever you want to say about your businesses because, like you say, you kind of do what you can. Some day trading and the like is what I remember. Photography.
yes,
There's other
yes,
things.
yeah.
Yeah.
Day trading, options trading. I used to do the cryptocurrency trading a lot, but because of Letitia James, that I don't like her. I never liked that woman. She ruined a lot of good things going on
Mhm.
with the with Qcoin, and I never had an issue with them. So and several different other ones saying they were stealing money from people, which is a bunch of bullshit. Well, for me anyway. And now they're trying to go. Now she's trying to go after Steam for having their economy with the what's the game? Counter-Strike Global Offensive, the newest one, with their own monetization schemes they do with that.
Mhm.
Well, I don't want to go too much into that one,
Well,
but
you're welcome to go into a bit of a strategic analysis of the situation with Bitcoin, crypto coin, and all of that.
I don't play it, so I don't
Okay.
play that game like that. So it's
Thank
a lot of
God.
Russian hackers.
Yeah.
A lot of Russian hackers and a lot of stuff, a lot of things I need to avoid with that because I have too much
Mhm.
sensitive information on my computer. So, well, you got that professor, that Professor Jang was a fucking moron and a fucking scammer in general, and he's going on with Sneeko, and I went with him with Dugan, which is another fucking piece of shit human being who killed his daughter.
That's right.
And he's
Killed
got a
the son.
fucking
So our man Real Tech Geek is referencing Alexander Dugin, who is known as Putin's brain, who did kill his own daughter, participated in the conspiracy to kill his own daughter, but was there. He was present for the murder. Please continue, Real Tech. Yes.
Yeah, I was listening for a while, but I tend to listen sometimes when he's kind of good to fall asleep to. So I have struggles with sleeping sometimes
Mhm.
towards the evening. So, but I'm saying that I was watching for a while when I was in bed when he had him on Sneeko, who actually got punched in the face recently on the street
Mhm.
somewhere, I guess in Midtown Manhattan, and so his tooth got chipped off, and he was talking on the stream with some other guy. I don't know who the guy is with him. But anyway, I'm saying that he had I can send a screenshot everyone, had a picture of his daughter in the background. And I was like, this fucking piece of shit, man.
Mhm.
Because
Yeah.
we all know he sacrificed his daughter.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
So, and yeah, I
Mhm.
guess he wants to call himself the modern day Rasputin,
Yeah.
which is another just stupidity. But
Mhm. Mhm.
and Trump also, I know of, is someone made a video about that too, saying there's a demon in the White House. Sorry, a witch in the White House,
Mhm.
which is the same type of archetype personality, um, who's Israeli as Alexander Dugin, which I pretty sure he's Jewish too.
Mhm. Ah.
But this Professor Jang, this guy is saying that the Carthage Empire never existed, and the battle between Carthage and Hannibal and the Roman Empire was not real.
Oh
What the
God,
fuck are you talking about?
that's that. I'm sorry. That's that stupid Moscow professor who's talking about that so-called missing century or some shit like that. But go on, or
No,
the
no, no, no.
no someone else.
He's from China.
Oh, China.
I don't know who that guy is.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay. What's going on with this
he's
guy's
from
name? Do you
China
have?
originally.
Yeah, I
Oh,
was just
sorry.
wondering
Go
if you
ahead.
had a name for this Chinese communist Chinese individual who's making these statements.
Oh, he's a high school. His name is Shu Jung. Sorry, I'm pronouncing his first name wrong. One
No
second.
worries, no worries. Yeah, and
Give me a moment to look
oh
him
no,
up.
yeah, you don't need to look this guy up. We probably shouldn't be giving him any promotion. Let's not promote him. Please continue with what you're saying. Yes, nevertheless, it's basically out of communist China is emerging new propaganda, trying to revise history,
Yeah,
historical revisionism.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yes, and of course the usual rhetoric going on, which is of course the Taiwan is part of China and all this fucking stupid bullshit, and it always has been, and oh my god, here we go again with this doctrine that they always want to preach about.
Yes, and that's so okay. That having been
But
said,
anyway,
go on. Yeah.
yeah, so I could tell you certain businesses over over the phone, but I don't always want to talk about them
So, I'm
out
sorry, could you
in
say that
public.
again? You say that a little fast. So your technology
Sorry,
is good, but you're kind of slurring your words when you speak too fast. So repeat that again slowly for us.
sorry.
Thank you. No, that's fine. Yeah.
I said that I don't always, and this is with anybody. I just not always interested in discussing different businesses with out there in the public.
Okay,
So,
that's fine. Yeah.
like, I'm trying to help my friend with some rent issues he has, and the lady's asking so many questions
Mhm.
that I felt, and I thought it was going to be just a general thing where I just sign a document for the HSA, whatever it's called, and that's it. And it's just I'm thinking about just backing out of that because it's just too many questions and asking how much my rent is. It's not. I'm like, well, what does it have to do with me with helping that with him?
Mhm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
So I don't. Yeah. I'm just saying in general. You got to protect yourself always.
Mhm.
So so yeah, day trading sometimes. I used to do a lot very well with the crypto derivatives trading. I have to get into some other things for me prop trading firm, but a lot of it is a scam because you have to pass the challenges, and sometimes you don't want to pay you out if you do too well. So I mean, I started selling some Pokemon stuff I have steal for a long time, for many years.
Uh-huh.
Some cards that have gone up so much,
Mhm.
which I never expected, to go up so much as it has.
Mhm.
It's really insanity
Mhm.
with it. And maybe some comics.
Mhm.
I bought like one Charizard and Braxton.
Mhm.
It was a combo deal. One's Japanese and in English. So I could post a picture if you want.
Sure.
And it was like $67 for it. Now it's like went to up to $800 for it. It was a PSA 10.
Mhm. Mhm.
It crashed down, but
Mhm.
and I'm just saying with that,
Mhm.
gonna work on my taxes soon. But anyway,
Yeah.
I hope I'm not rambling or slurring too much
Oh,
today.
oh, oh, I think you're doing fine. It's
So it's
just
been a problem with that.
well, we have a lot to catch up on, and you are doing fine. What about any plans for in vitro fertilization? Is that still ongoing, or you've kind of put that aside for now?
It's put aside for now.
Hmm. Yeah. And
Uh,
yeah.
yeah, I was still trying to figure it out. I mean, she did do my wife did do a couple
Hmm.
egg frozen eggs a few times. It was very expensive. It
Oh,
was
wow. Okay.
over
Yeah.
$5,000
Uh, yeah.
to do the
Wow.
whole procedure. Yeah, it
Okay.
was a lot, man. She did
Yeah.
that a couple times.
Uh-huh.
Some don't always survive, so
Hmm.
it's still, yeah, that's why a lot of couples,
Hmm.
middle class or rich, they all want to they all prefer going overseas.
Hmm.
The highway robbery this country does.
Hmm. Yeah.
You can't blame them.
Yeah. And so in turn,
Uh,
yeah,
Go ahead.
continue. No, 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 by all means, go on. Yeah. And so with all of that having happened, you're considering selling some collectibles, and that's I hope that works out. But it's well worth it to live in a higher quality place. I take it that you have new neighbors, and you said you were helping somebody with their own rental issues. Are they in the same building, or just kind of people from
No,
elsewhere?
no, he's
Yeah.
a no. He lives in the Bronx. He's lived in the same place since he was a kid, and
Mhm.
it's was grandfathered over to him
Mhm.
from his parents. And I've always helped him with rent in general
Mhm.
here and there over the years. And they forced him not able to work either. Though there was a time he was working over the books. He was saying that he's really tired of the situation.
Mhm.
Was trying to find ways to get him out, which
Mhm.
it's a tug and pull with that, of course. You know how those things go.
Mhm.
With decades of him living there.
Mhm.
But I'm just saying that I was telling him that I really don't have uh that sort of income maybe they're asking for, or just in general, because it's really mostly her that's the worker.
Mhm.
So uh and a lot of things are in her name anyway, so my wife. Besides, there's photography jobs here and there,
Mhm.
just every once in a while.
Mhm.
You know, it's not consistent to where it's going to be like thousands of dollars a month like the other guy does.
Mhm.
Charges like $400, $300 an hour.
Mhm.
But he's a just a scammer anyway.
Mhm.
Um, his name is Kim. He tried to several times to. That's why I really stayed far away from him now. Especially last time, burning one of my computers. I
Mhm.
learned how to do all this most of this stuff on my own now. But it was just this lies with saying I made a miss his job and this and that, and I got to pay him back. I fell for it one time. So my friends were telling me I'm not doing anything bad. And the last time it was $800. And I was paying for his Uber back and forth from Brooklyn, and his food and everything else. And I just stopped talking to him. But I'm saying that it's not my. I'm just saying the income with me. It's not like where's the consistency with him. So that type of thing. We're trying to help him out. But yeah, it's quiet here. But it's still it's pretty loud. It's a pretty loud neighborhood.
Okay. And
doing construction here.
tell us a little bit
Also,
about some of that. When it's that loud, what's causing a lot of the noise aside from construction? Anything else? Are the neighbors very noisy? Or
yeah, there was a crazy fighting going on a couple times here
uh-huh.
in the hallway.
Oh
It
wow,
was,
Jesus. Sorry to hear that.
yeah, yeah. It's a completely different from the old place. I mean, like I said, there was just a lot of critters, a lot of issues, but it's mostly quiet and people always there was a doorman there, so
Mhm.
another guy would always get my mail out for me. But I thought that there was going to be a shooting or something that was going to happen because it was just really bad.
Jesus.
It was insane.
Uh,
Yeah,
oh.
yeah.
Uh,
I'm like, this is why well, the owner wanted to sell. I mean, we were talking about leaving out there a long time anyway,
mhm,
but and we wanted to get a different place,
mhm,
um, just a little bit more,
mhm,
um, close to 3,000. But
mhm,
she kept looking, even though she literally was telling the lady that
mhm.
she's the one who's paying the rent anyway. You don't have to worry about. She just kept worrying about me and looked at my credit and this and that. And yeah, I don't have very good credit.
Mhm,
So we couldn't get there. So we got here. I mean,
mhm,
I didn't really want 100% leave the neighborhood either because a lot of very
mhm.
convenient things around here, like a supermarket and a lot store and different businesses I've ordered and ate from for many years. So, but yeah, it can get pretty loud around here at times. So,
No. Okay. So, well,
uh,
all that being said, are you still with us, Aristides? How are you, Aristides? Let's check in with Aristides and see if he's with us.
I'm here.
Okay, great. Can the two of you hold
Yeah.
the stage for a few minutes while
Yeah.
I just take a quick trip to the
Yeah.
restroom?
Yeah. I
Okay,
think so.
great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be right
Yeah.
back. Yeah, and
Okay.
at Suicide Pod says, speaker must be very wealthy to complain about Letitia James ruining his portfolio. Damn. then then he says let's talk about Alexander Shulgin, which might have been the Russian academic that I was referencing. Then he says, as an intermittent listener and donator for over 10 years, I have a few surface level questions. None are divisive, although some may be selfish. How may I get vetted and ask live? So yeah, just relay a contact request via Douglas Dietrich 1. That would be my Microsoft Teams address. So then we just check that and try and introduce yourself through that. Say I'm the person known as, at Suicide Pod or at Uicide, at Suicide Pod, whatever that, however you want it pronounced. And just chuck that in there and we'll get to it. That's something that will not be done this episode, but we can follow up for later episodes. And at any rate, we do have the Real Tech sending us some images of these trading cards, and we've got some further propaganda shared with us by our man, Mr. T Tank Berry from Iran. And so, all that being said, one little response here to Brendan Zogit's question. And with that, I'm going to go mute, and I'll be back in just a few minutes. Once I'm back, we'll pretty much get started on monologue and allow everyone to interject. Okay? Yeah. All right.
Okay. Hey.
so how you doing? I haven't talked to you in a long time. I'm happy to be
Yeah.
back.
Yeah. I'm doing okay, man. Any big it's big news in you follow a lot of different markets, man. What's the hot ticket these days?
I mean, titanium.
Titanium, really?
They're gonna start building out robots. So
Hmm. I
tell you
haven't
that.
taken. Yeah, I haven't
Into that.
taken. I haven't looked at that. Is that really? Is it shooting up? Titanium.
Not yet. Let
Okay.
me
Oh,
check.
so you're saying it probably will.
Okay.
This is your. This is
Hey,
the money making
what?
tip, man. Like, right. This is the hot insider tip. It's right. Invest in titanium.
Yeah, that's, and then there's another one that's more rare than gold. I think they might use in the
What is it?
I need to look at the stock again that I've still in for years.
What's more rare than gold?
It's made into CD. What you said?
Titanium?
No. It's what's made the materials they make into CDs and DVDs and Blu-rays.
Huh.
I think that can also be used for
What is the material?
for robots and different things with artificial intelligence.
What's that? What are we talking about still?
I had to look at my stock. I just want to check this. 1 second. Let me.
Oh, but is there like a certain type of material?
Yeah. Just give me 1 second to log in my account.
Okay. Yeah, titanium is neat. It's pretty popular in some military applications, generally.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Tellurium.
Okay. So that's like one of those. That's like one of the rare earth deals, right? I'm looking it up now.
Yes.
Tellurium, and yeah, rare earth is it's a big tellurium.
Okay, I'm back. And so what was
Wow, you came
the...
back fast.
Well, yeah, I've learned to perfect the technique. So we have here good numbers, thanks to you gentlemen. You gentlemen are doing well. And so, oh, cool. Our friend Brendan asks about your cards. Are those your 10s? Send them to Doug. And cool. Yeah, that's he's got my best interests at heart. And so that having been ascertained, our dear lady Vicky Johnson, she asks palladium. Palladium, does that ring a bell with you?
He was just talking about tellurium, but they're all
tellurium, honey. So just so Vicky understands. So could you enter that into the chat so she can look that up?
Could I?
No, could you?
Yeah, you should do that. I got my
and she can look it
desktop
up.
to do it. There's an issue
it's
with
a metal, right? It's a critical mineral, yes?
Yes.
Yeah.
Tellurium.
Yeah.
It's also used to make CDs and DVDs and Blu-rays.
Damn.
Games.
Okay, everything basically that we need for our entertainment. We can't be entertained without it. Yes. Here we are, just responding.
Yes, sir.
To Vicky Johnson here. Good. So that's actually manifesting. There we go. And we put in some exclamation marks and put that in there. All right. So with the numbers being here, would you like to round out your thoughts, gentlemen?
Well, I just asked kind of what.
Speaking.
Go
ahead.
If you had any hot tips on investment or what's gonna be the next next kind of thing to go shoot up, whatever that is, whether it's we got into rare metals.
Mm-hmm.
And
so you were speaking in investment terms. Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, gold and silver.
Well, yeah. I mean, let's just skip the obvious.
That's coming back up again.
Yep.
Going to.
Yeah, it will. Yeah.
I mean, I've been monitoring and watching this. I'm going to talk a few OTC stocks over the counter. It's called. So it's called a reconnaissance Africa core, which they've been looking in Namibia for years. It's a Canadian company. Most of them are anyway. For oil there. It's supposed to be one of the last oil deposits in the world. Got a lot of engineers from ExxonMobil there. And the second one, which is Japan Gold, they're looking for gold, which is backed by Barrick Gold in Japan. You can look those up. I mean, investing
backed
gold
by
for a long
what?
time. Barrick Gold.
Sorry, did you say pirate gold?
Barrick.
Oh, Barrick.
Barrick.
How do you spell that?
Is that Is that a company?
B, yeah, it's one of the
Okay.
largest gold companies
Oh,
in the
so-
world.
I see. All right.
Uh-huh.
BARRICK.
BARRICK. Barik Gold. Okay, so it's a. Okay, thank you for that. You said it's backed by Barik Gold. Please continue. Yes.
Yeah, they have agreed mutually. Well, actually, they terminated their alliance now. I forgot about that.
Okay.
It's been a while since I looked into it.
Mhm.
But they're still. I have to look into more. It's Japan Gold Core.
Okay.
Let's see. 1 second.
Mhm.
Where is this located in Japan?
Mhm.
Uh, Give me 1 second. I'm on the website.
Oh, no worries. While you're talking, I'll just answer a few things here. One of the things brought up by the fact, shall we say, I'm just going to, how do I respond to this? I guess I'll just heart it. Brendan points out that DVDs and CDs are obsolete, a main component of solar panels when it comes to these elements you've been speaking of. Brendan has brought to our attention that tellurium, or how do we pronounce it? Yes, tellurium, primarily used in solar panels in this day and age. At any rate, with that having been said, have you found what you're looking for? Just curious. If not, no worries.
Give me a second.
Take your time. Take your time.
I just was reading that when you posted.
Yes, yeah, that's fine. And Holly's joined us while you're looking for that. Let's welcome Holly.
Hokkaido,
Hokkaido
Honshu,
and Honshu.
3
Ho-
largest islands of Japan. They're looking for in Hokkaido, Honshu, and Konishu.
Kyushu.
I probably
So
pronounced
so
that.
it'd be
Kyushu.
Hokkaido,
Okay.
Honshu, and Kyushu. Yeah, the four. Those are some of the 3 main islands, but Hokkaido is the most frontier of them all. Yes. Tellurium, by the way, comes from the word tellus for earth in Latin. Yes, and thank you for that reminder from Brendan. And our man Real Tech Geek has just dropped into the chat. Japan Gold Corp is a Canadian mineral exploration company, apparently in partnership with the Japanese government for permission to do this, focused on gold exploration across the 3 largest islands of Japan: Hokkaido, Honshu, and Kyushu. Fascinating. Thank you for that. That's beautiful. Holly, welcome aboard and say hi to Real Tech. Welcome him back, along with
Hi,
Aristides.
Real Tech and Aristides and
Yeah.
Douglas.
Thank you, honey.
Yes.
How are
Oh, how are
you?
you?
Happy to be here. It was hard to get through, but
Oh,
I tried about 5 times and then it connected.
Jesus. Well, we're glad you made
Did
it.
you update the application first? Because that's what I did before I came on.
Okay. Holly?
I couldn't understand that.
Oh,
Say it again for me.
yeah, could you say it slower and directly into the mic? A little louder, Real Tech. He basically asked if you did something with the application, Real Tech?
Okay.
No.
I said, did you
Yeah.
update the app on your phone?
Oh, it did not ask me to,
Okay.
but I could look
Okay.
into that.
And
Usually
another
they
thing
make
too,
sure you know.
yeah, it's a little confusing. You have to click on where it says like meet or something
Mhm.
to
Yeah.
get into the call.
Mhm.
Uh-huh.
It's fascinating how they got rid of that.
Mhm.
You know,
Huh.
it was easier with Skype.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
like
yeah.
5 steps.
Yeah,
It's like 5 steps to get onto it. It's really
That's
dumb with
We
it.
all miss
that,
it.
no, that's true. Microsoft Teams is very clunky, and please share with us a little bit. And people do care about you as a person, Holly. How are you doing?
I'm doing well enough. Nothing great, nothing terrible.
Okay.
So that evens out to just fine.
So what's
And
on
I
your
just wanted to get a couple quick comments in about you and Aristides. We're talking about the tankers
Yes.
and the difficulty of piloting them to the harbors.
Yes.
I always wondered on the massive cargo ships and tankers what that little tiny door was about halfway from the water to the top of the hull.
Right.
Everybody's seen that little tiny door. Well, that's for the harbor pilot. They
There you
bring him
go.
out in a tugboat, roll down a ladder, and that's his in.
That's cute. Yeah, thank you for that. That's
Isn't that adorable?
Yeah.
It's terrifying though in New York because the ships have gotten so big
Yeah.
that, man, you've got to be a brain surgeon to get those boats in
Yeah.
and out.
Oh yeah.
Right in the oh my God, right in the load, and there's a turn, and forget about it.
Oh,
So those
that's
guys
Yeah,
have
probably
nerves
when they
of
go through
steel.
Brooklyn Bridge.
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, and there's a tight kink. Whoo-hoo, that's so scary. But
I never thought of New York as much as I did about San Francisco, but now that you bring it
I
up,
hear
I
you.
appreciate that you have. That's incredible. Yes,
I hear you.
that is they must be. It's an awesome responsibility. Really an awesome
Oh,
responsibility. I cannot imagine what they pay them.
I can't either. Or the nerves of steel they got.
It might be help with a lot of drugs to help them calm their
Maybe.
nerves. All I can say is they really earn their pay. That's
Yes.
goddamn.
Every time they don't fuck up.
Yeah. Well, they don't fuck up often. We know that, or we know it when
Mm-mm.
they do, and so it's
Yeah.
rare. It's
And
really
hit
rare.
bridges and stuff. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
And it is rare.
yeah, I mean, it's rare enough where it makes history books. That makes history
Yep.
books when you crash a
Yep.
ship that big on something. Holy shit. Oh, fuck. Nautical textbooks at the very least. So our dear Vicky Johnson says 10-4 because I did warn her, caveat emptor. But certainly what you brought up, Realtek is worth investigating. And so what else is on your mind about domestic or international events that you feel we should be paying attention to, honey, before I start, really diving
Yeah.
in?
Well, two unrelated things, but
Mhm.
you have noted there was a couple of headlines about how everybody, at least I guess every boy, has to sign up for the draft this September to
Cool.
get back to school.
Cool.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
All
It's
right.
gonna be wild, as they say.
Oh man, I can't fucking wait. I want to hear them
Yeah.
squeal. God,
Oh
I think
man.
they're automatically just enrolled now. And
are they? That's
Is that
incredible.
right?
That's
Okay,
they had
they
a
don't
thing.
have to.
They were trying to do that, yeah. So
That's
Okay. And they
incredible.
did do it, at least in some states. I don't know about California. Maybe it's
Yeah.
a state thing,
I
but it
don't know.
can't be
It's national. It
a
has to be,
draft.
right? It's a draft.
It's got to be national. Yeah.
yeah,
So we'll see what happens there, because,
Thank God I have
man, you'd
asthma.
have to be, unless you were working for a private and making real money in a cush job, you'd have to be crazy to go to Iran with the army.
Yeah, well, all I can say
God.
is that Realtek brings up the fact that it pays to have asthma in this day and age.
Oh boy. I'd be having an attack right in the recruiter's office.
Oh shit! Well, I would just go down dressed in drag, and they'd usher me out right away. That's
You're right about that.
yeah. It's
Well, these days, yeah.
well, hard to say.
are you
That-
are
yeah,
you sure?
yeah,
Yeah.
It is
good
hard to
point.
say.
Good point.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
might seal my
Even
sentence.
the asthma, they're like they'll be like, well, we got a desk job
Yeah.
for you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I hear you.
Here's an inhaler.
Aristides' points are well taken.
I don't know. I
Indeed.
don't know what their policy is though.
Yeah,
You still have to do basic training no matter what. You still have to be somewhat physically.
You have to do
Yeah.
basic training, 6 to
Yeah.
8 weeks.
Yeah.
yeah.
Uh-huh.
And that's only if you survive anyway. If you don't get fucked or
Right.
beat up or raped by these crazy people they
Yeah,
have
well,
there
true.
anyway.
yeah. Well,
So
Yeah.
could be
I'm
another-
just going to say the truth, man.
yeah, it's
You know,
true.
it's
Oh,
not
yeah.
fucking Hollywood.
No.
I heard the most accurate in Hollywood would probably be Full Metal Jacket, but that movie's got a lot of issues.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah,
but
it would be accurate in the sense that it doesn't do it justice. It's only the tip of the iceberg. But
Yes.
yeah,
exactly.
yeah. But definitely well
And a
appreciated.
lot of people feel like in the movie it should have only been just the boot camp and having the end him going to off to Vietnam, but yeah. But it's hilarious how they were all fucking all the prostitutes, and it was one of them that was killing them all. It's just fantastic.
Well, it certainly is. It's a worthwhile film.
Yeah,
I'm forgetting the director. Was it Stanley Kubrick?
Stanley Kubrick.
Okay,
Yeah.
yes. It was worthwhile, even if it was him. But then again, I actually liked his film Damnation Alley too. So
Which year was that one?
it
Damnation
was
Alley.
released in the same year as Star Wars, and Star Wars slaughtered it. Everyone chose escapist fantasy over apocalyptic doom scrolling, so to speak, doom screening. We'll call it doom screening. And
Wasn't the same year when The Striker came out? The Russian movie it was also apocalyptic.
what was the name of that film again? You just mentioned
Striker.
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 What year
I
was
think
that?
it's called.
Striker with a
I
Y.
think the same year.
I may.
Yeah. I mean,
I
it's it's not a translation from Russian, but
okay. I
once
don't even
again,
remember that film consciously. You would have to send a link, But such having been said,
1983.
okay, well that's a
No,
while
no,
later.
no,
The
no,
whole
no.
yeah, the
That's the
whole
wrong
world.
one. No, 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 it's the wrong
Okay,
one.
wrong one. Okay,
That's a Hollywood movie.
yeah. But
Um,
so while he's looking that up, Holly, anything else come to your mind
One
besides?
final thing.
Of course.
I was staggering around trying to explain to a friend of mine what the hell polymarkets is. And I said, I better look at the freaking website anyway. And I did. And so you get like this ticker tape scroll that you roll down.
Mm-hmm.
And there's little boxes, and each one's a question, and then the spread and the odds. And so half of the questions were war related,
Of course.
and the other half were all sports related.
Okay.
They really, as gigantic as online betting is, they're making a play for the whole thing.
Yeah.
And which is staggering.
yeah, and
Um,
there's a news article today that they're actually trying to look into on CBNC. They're going to look into Trump's illegal war trading, and his son is doing it a lot also.
oh yeah,
Barron Trump.
oh yeah.
I
The
thought
one bet
shit.
made 1.5 billion.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's him. Yeah,
Yeah.
and he, I was saying he owns what coin was that? Under Molina. A lot of people lost from Molina and Trump coin anyway. I didn't lose with. Well, I didn't trade it. I knew that was just garbage. But yeah, he's got to go to jail or be fined.
Yeah.
Another thing too has happened.
Well, let me just wrap
which is
this up.
Trump.
The hilarious thing is you're rolling it down, and it's either war questions or sports questions, and then you'll get will aliens visit before 2027? And there's millions of dollars on the question.
Wow, a lot of
So-
stupid people sucker born every fucking minute. Go on. Yes.
But it's just so wildly surreal.
Yeah. Yeah. It's insanity.
But now I do understand it's Bitcoin only, right? No cash.
I don't know. Someone like Aristides
believe
or
that's
Realtek will have to
true.
answer that. Yeah, or maybe Brandon.
And
I
that
don't know about
means
that one.
I
don't think
believe
it's even
that's
allowed
true.
anymore. So
I'm telling I check me if you can.
Yeah.
But that if that's true, then this is the Bitcoin stock market.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
USDC.
See that?
They use USDC, which is a stable coin for the US dollar. But they're
Right.
yeah.
But you can if
So-
you can only use
So can
Bitcoin
you
on
explain
this site.
any disambiguation between stablecoin and the conventional crypto that we're more familiar with, or is there any? Realtek?
Okay.
Yeah.
Their currencies, I'll read their currencies designed to maintain one-to-one value peg with stable assets, typically fiat currencies like the US dollar, to reduce price volatility by operating on blockchains. And they enable 24/7 fast cross-border payments known as DeFi, which is decentralized finance, liquidity, and automate corporate settlements. But
So
I
is that
probably
what
have some
Polymarkets accepts?
what you said?
She's asking if
Is that what
that's what
Polymarkets-
Polymarkets accepts.
accepts. I can't give them dollar bills.
Yeah. It says on the Google answer that their payouts are mainly in USDC, which is a stable coin.
USDC stablecoin. Okay, well, there you
Yes.
go. So the answer
So
is
it's
yes.
cryptocurrency. Yeah.
It
And
is
speaking of that too,
required.
yeah, and speaking of that too, we're talking about with Iran. For years, they tried to find ways to use Bitcoin. Even right now, they want to use Bitcoin as payment.
Oh yeah.
To move cargo ships and everything to Strait of Hormuz, which it's I've invested in Bitcoin for a long time and gotta get out of it because especially since I truly believe that it was created by Jeffrey Epstein to use it as payments. I mean, he didn't use it. And speaking of that too, he convinced Bobby Craddock, who was the CEO of Activision Blizzard, to make the currency name and the currency in general for Call of Duty and named it as CP. So it's just a lot of fuck up things, you gotta be really aware of.
Okay, yeah, and I'm so glad
Well, it seems like the
well,
people with the money are creating whole new institutions using this form of currency. And so my final point is this is their stock market.
Okay.
Poly markets.
Well, that's definitely to be appreciated, and I do want everyone to know we've just got a warning from Brendan Zogit, that we need to emphasize for all of our listeners that we are not pushing poly market. YouTube does not like it. Yeah, YouTube does not like it, and they might take it as a gambling advertisement.
God.
So we are not in any way, shape, or form.
No. I'm not endorsing poly market.
Yeah.
No, I won't say the word. Yeah.
Thank you.
Never.
Yeah.
Thank you, Brendan.
Yes.
Profoundly.
Yes. Yeah. Brendan is on with us. Do say hello to everyone, Brendan.
Hey, they don't throw Joe Rogan off for talking about it.
Yeah. Well, but get this shit. So our friend T-Tank Berry sends into the Infinite Call. I'm sure everyone who's been in the Infinite Call has seen this. The young girl on Young Turks, young blonde, challenging the IDF, basically saying to the Israeli Defense Forces, "I'm not afraid of you. I'm not afraid of you," and really dressing them down for all their atrocities. And of course, she gets to do that, but I've been doing that. I got my comments disabled for saying the same thing. She's practically repeating everything I said, almost verbatim. And I get, my commentary disabled for weeks because of that, for saying the exact same thing. So let's see if Brendan can join us now that we've been given some feedback on the by Realtek on this on stablecoin as well. Again, none of this is being recommended for anyone, and so for everyone listening, we're simply
it only works for the ultra rich.
Thank you.
That's it. It's their world now.
Well, it's their masturbation.
This is how.
It's it's their monetary masturbation.
Yeah.
They don't know what else to do with so much money, so they masturbate.
I ain't defending it.
Yeah,
but
you're right about that.
It's gonna affect the stock market, seems to me.
Yeah. So as emphasized,
yes and no.
Okay.
But if you just want to invest in Bitcoin, you can just choose the ETFs or Ethereum. You can just choose the ETFs that are created on the stock market, and it's more safer that way. If you just want to do that.
Yeah, I don't.
Again, nothing is recommended here. Brendan says
no, I do. It's not financial advice. Not financial advice at all.
Yeah.
Ever.
So Brendan brings up
only for purchase only.
I'm sorry.
Ethereum was the hippie Bitcoin.
Well, it's Russian, honey. Russian. Nothing hippie about
I know,
it.
but it was marketed at the hippie kind of, natural food. It was the clean
I will say
Bitcoin.
that a lot of people are very upset that the artificial intelligence boom has replaced it. But at first, people were very upset because they did change it from proof of stake to proof of work. I'm sorry, proof of work to proof of stake to make it more friendly for the environment. But it did affect it for a while for that. But for the graphics cards, I'm saying.
I'm not familiar with that term. Pooper? Did you say pooper steak?
Proof of
Oh, proof.
They changed it from proof of work to proof of stake to be
Okay,
more friendly for the
proof of
environment.
work to proof of stake, meaning as in a stake in the game, so to speak. Yes. Right?
Oh no, for mining,
For mining, as in staking a
crypto
claim.
mining cryptocurrency
Right.
from the
Uh-huh.
graphics card.
Right. Yeah, but I use the term stake in the game because it's really all just a game.
Yeah,
Everybody's
yeah,
just
exactly.
yeah, they're just
Yeah,
gaming it. Yeah. So
yeah, exactly.
yeah, point being made here by Brendan Zogit with some links that he's sharing. The United Kingdom is signing a deal to rejoin the European Union's Erasmus exchange scheme, meaning Great Britain will rejoin the popular Europe-wide student exchange program 6 years after leaving it. This is actually very relevant. I thank him for sharing that. And it just goes to show that they couldn't live without European students helping their economy. The more immediately relevant thing sent by Brendan Zogit concerns the results indicating that Polymarket is facing intensive regulatory and legislative pressure in the United States and abroad, with several lawmakers calling for investigations and new bans. So here's some key points regarding recent bans and scrutiny surrounding Polymarket. Legal and geographic restrictions. The international version of Polymarket has been restricted in these United States following a 2022 CFTC settlement, and it is banned in several other countries, including France, Italia, Singapore, and Australia, often due to gambling regulations. And finally, Realtek brings to our attention. Yes,
Which is why I
continue.
said something about it.
Yes.
Which is why I said something about it, because you know, your platform, your specific show is international, so you don't
Yes.
want to limit these
Oh,
markets
boy.
by
Thank you.
getting
No.
those people in trouble for, you know, listening to this.
hmm
And
Yeah.
presumably it's going to get regulated here because it's a total racket. Like whoever's in the
Presumably.
cabinet, yeah.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Well, I'm saying
Prayerfully.
allegedly.
But go on.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
I'm saying,
Yeah.
you know, we
Yeah.
can't
Here.
make claims, but yeah. Every time there's a big event in the war, someone from the cabinet, I mean, someone from
Yeah.
you know, that area of our region, you know, that East Coast region and Florida region happens to put these huge bets
Yeah.
on Polymarket before
we
the
can
event
say
happens.
the Trump crime dynasty. Basically, the Trump crime
Yeah.
dynasty is moving the markets for personal gain at astronomical benefits. So
Yeah.
it's
Yeah, I remember listening to Ari
So it's like-
Scheuer and complaining about calling the Biden crime family, but it's
Well, they were
not
old
as
school.
bad
They're like
as.
old school insider trading. This is like steroid level
Yes.
insider
Yeah,
trading.
exactly. Yeah, it's not as bad as being in your face like this. This is just even actually. Alex Jones was saying that.
So
Yeah,
yes,
know,
thank
of
you.
course.
Now, please follow the same advice I gave to Realtek, Brendan. I need you to get really close to whatever you're using as a microphone. I don't know if your earbuds are in, but definitely we need you shouting.
I'm using my earbuds. I bought.
Oh, I'm talking to
Yes.
Bren. I'm talking to Bren, Realtek.
Yeah, I think we both are. Something is affecting the audio quality. So it's not us.
Probably. Yeah, that would make sense. And believe me, we're under a
Better
lot
or
of
worse?
Yeah, it's a little better. Yeah, but so Brendan, people care about you.
Better
as
or
an
worse?
You're doing great. You're doing great. Now, much
Okay.
better. So people care about you as an individual. How are you, Brendan?
Oh, doing wonderful. It's like, you know, unicorns and stuff. I saw fairies and butterflies, and those were cool.
Oh, man.
Yeah,
Oh, man.
so all the, you know,
So,
candy was raining. It was raining candy earlier. You know, all this stuff that happens, you know, just a normal day. Yeah.
Oh, shit. Anyhow,
Big Rock Candy Mountain.
No, Brendan's
Yeah.
going through hell on earth. He's at work right now, and it's a nonstop. It's a nonstop siege of insanity. And
Hell.
so, yeah,
Hell.
yeah. and he gets no break in sleep. Yes. So, dear Brendan, aside from that, well, now he's gone mute.
Yeah.
Aside from all
Aside
that,
from that, nothing good.
yeah.
Nothing good.
Yeah, there you go. what do you feel internationally or domestically we need to be paying attention to?
Uh,
Damn,
Poor
they cut you
guy.
off. They cut you off. Damn. You might remind people astronomically this weekend is shit.
hello?
Yes, astronomically you might
Oh,
remind
yeah.
people. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we're going into well, astrologic, but it is
Thank
also
you.
astronomical.
Thank
But
you.
yeah, so astrologically, there's going to be some heavy transits happening where Mars and Saturn conjunct in Pisces, along with some of the outer planets, and that will churn up this oceanic warlike energy. So we're already dealing with full-on war on the waters. You know, trade is affected, as we all see. So it's going
As we
to
all
be
feel. As we all feel in our
yeah,
pocketbooks. Go on.
yeah. So that situation is going to get exacerbated, unfortunately,
All
and it could
right.
be something extremely explosive and extremely bad. So just be prepared into the 20th through the 21st. So
Yes,
it's just like
I
a
feel
bit of
like
a
there's gonna
warning.
be a lot of yes, I feel like there's gonna be a lot of shows, a lot of events that is going to be on pause or moved to one day or canceled because
Yeah,
there's gonna be some sort of encouraged or some forced of energy lockdowns.
Wow.
So and
possibly.
Yeah.
yeah, possibly
Depends how bad it
and
gets, because they're
it depends. Yeah.
they blockaded the blockade.
Yeah,
I
it's
told
just
Doug
yeah.
about that joke. It was like the
Yeah, I saw.
memes started coming out. It was like, we blockaded your blockade of the blockade, and it's just like getting so ridiculous. Like it's literally at that level where it's just so absurd.
I mean, it's literally watching a call. It's literally watching a cock
Yeah,
hold while you're masturbating, and the guy next to you
yeah.
is masturbating, while the other guy's getting getting his freak on, and
I
maybe once in a while you try to get a chance to get your dick sucked by the chick, but you're being blocked by the other guy.
that's quite the
Thank you for the cock
analogy.
blocking and
Colorful.
parallel. Yes, yes. Which reminds me, I will of course address this, but I do want people to be psychologically prepared for it. Trump just posted another AI image of himself with Jesus. I'm not quite sure if anyone knows about this, but
I saw it.
okay, you did. You did. I'm going to
Hmm.
put that both into the Infinite
Yeah, so
Call
it's
and
something.
into the chat. And I'm going to ask, I do have to take this call. It's not emergent. I know that because we have a code that's sent textually, but I definitely need to catch up on something that needs to be brought to my attention. I'll be gone for only a minute here. Going to go mute, but going to put this into the chat for everyone. And if you would all be so kind.
Auf Wiedersehen.
No!
I have to
No, I
go.
need you here talking to both these individuals, dear Brendan. Yes, so do tell them there was a sad incident with a squirrel died, a blonde squirrel. You buried it. That's safe to talk about. Yes, and yeah, and a tree fell down too at work. Yes, on a car. It's safe to talk about these things. Yes.
We can handle it.
Yeah, we can handle it. We can handle it. Holly gave us a chart. Oh, well, Holly, talk about that chart. He's left us. So talk about this chart with Aristides and Realtek. Okay, I'll be right back. Thank you.
Okay, did it come up?
Yeah.
I'm trying to find it. Oh, yeah. Okay,
Let's
we got
see.
it. This is my little handy astrolabe, and it shows the conjunction Brendan's talking about. I'm trying to blow it up. I'm real slow tonight. So you see the zodiacal wheel with the sun up on the upper right, and then there's the clump. New moon coming, Saturn, Mars, Mercury, and Neptune. This shows it more into Aries than Pisces, but it's been straddling and into Pisces for a long time. So technically, because this is divided up, and I'm going, if Brendan says that's all in Pisces, it's in Pisces. But it's a stunning clump, if you will. And I find when these clumps happen, usually bad stuff is going on. There was one that started to the day at COVID and all the way through and broke up the day COVID ended. Stuff like that. So, yeah, boy, that looks like a churner. You guys there? You guys there?
Yes,
I'm
yes.
here.
I'm listening.
Okay. Good. It was so quiet. I was afraid I was talking to myself all that time. But
No,
anyway, that's the
let you
story
talk.
on that. That's the story.
Well, the day COVID ended, which was that officially announced
What?
when it
Uh,
ended? 'Cause I think that's
Oh, COVID? Well, that was just, when it was, you could just feel there was a turn. And it took like 2 years, but
yeah.
it was real distinct. The day kind of it started was like March the 3rd when shit was really locked up. And then when and so then I would say about spring of 2 years later, it was all loosening up.
Yeah,
It ended
right.
when they
Yeah,
when
right.
they ended when they ended like all the economic
Technically,
aid.
that's right.
Yes,
That's
some
right. That's
back,
what I'm
yes.
talking about.
Oh, what
That's
are
what
we
I'm
talking about? What are we talking about?
Okay.
Oh, this star configuration. It's a little picture of that's today, right now, actually, of the conjunctions Brendan's talking about.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for
Yeah.
that. Okay, now all such having been discussed, let's wrap up our thoughts on that. Any closing thoughts on that for that particular topic?
It's just amazing that you can get a view of the whole solar system in something the size of a deck of cards,
Yeah.
It's like a design. I guess that's why there is a science around it, because to get such a vast depiction, such a tiny depiction of such a vast thing is always quite impressive.
Indeed.
And I appreciate that. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's why comic books can be so magical,
Yes.
because they manipulate time and size and distance
Oh, yeah.
in tiny little boxes.
Yes. No, it's incredible.
Yeah,
It's
Storyboarding.
quite a skill.
Let's use the
It's
term
quite a skill.
storyboarding. I know we have to explain it every
Yeah.
time because comic books denigrates the entire procedure or the.
I know, but
yeah.
my real comic book friends would scream at me for calling them graphic novels. They
What do they
stand
say?
fast.
Wait, okay, so they like the term comic books?
Or manga.
They do, which I think is endearing of them.
That's true. That's cute.
It's
Manga
nerds
is
rule.
killing
Yeah.
manga
real
is
time.
definitely
Yeah.
killing the American comics. So
Mhm.
it just went to way
It's
too low.
outselling them, man. That's for
Yes.
sure.
Yeah,
Yes.
there was a I think it was Dragon Ball. I think it was like a $70,000 bid on Heritage Auctions.
Yes.
A created comic. I had to look it. I had to look it up. But
Yeah,
yeah,
comics is busted and it's all MCU
In
in the movies.
yeah, the Absolute Batman is like that, and then the what's going on with Marvel? I can't remember what's going on with them, but maybe Spider-Man, I think it was. But the Absolute Batman, I mean, literally series. One of my comic book stores. He was saying that it saved so many comic book stores in the last 2 years almost because of that. Because Diamond
God.
went out of business.
Right.
They
Right.
were just the comic book distributor. They were treating people like horribly. They were treating everybody like
They're
terrible.
key. That can ruin the whole thing if you can't get a distributor.
Yeah. Well, thank you for sharing that.
It happened to magazines in like the 90s, late 90s.
Yes.
The whole distributorship thing crashed. And that's when you stopped having magazine racks on every topic about everything. It killed that.
Yes, yeah, exactly. That's I was thinking about. That's what definitely has ruined a lot of in terms of the you could say mind share or just things in general, or just accessibility of it. It was so easy to just get it from there instead of just being.
Well, I know. So now you got to go online.
Yeah, and
the plan is working.
Exactly, and it becomes difficult with that because especially if you're doing like sudden death bids and whatnots, a lot of scamming on there. I mean, I've been very lucky. I haven't used it in a long time, but I've been very lucky with whatnots, with comics and cards.
Now there's special manja stores.
Mm.
Yeah,
That's all they
yeah,
sell. And they're thriving, right, Doug?
I would assume. I haven't looked into it in a long time, honey.
I think it
But
came up one night. Brendan the one by him might be.
mhm. I'm sure he's brought it up, and a lot of times, of course, we're multitasking, and sometimes he's covering while I'm looking something up to speak of such subjects.
Sure.
But I really appreciate
Hey, when he's got to go, he's
yeah.
got to go.
Yeah, well, I really appreciate the two of you discussing all of this. Want to invite both of you to interject whenever you wish, and of course, do so quickly. By that I mean just jump in, and then we'll discuss what you feel is relevant. But feel free to interject any time you feel the need to while I'm monologuing. So I'm going to go into monologue now. I want to thank everybody for helping me get to this point, because some nights it takes a while to settle down, and we've done so relatively quickly tonight. But we're going to have Realtek with us on the call in the future. I mean, by that I mean, starting this episode tonight, he'll be, regularly called. You'll be called with each episode. If not, we'll
Okay.
remind Aristides to add you to each episode. So stay on with us
Thank
for
you
as
so
long
much.
as you can stand it.
Happy to be
And
back.
yeah, and feel free to just
Miss you
interject.
guys.
Yeah, okay. Thank you so much. And
And thank you, Douglas. Thank
yeah,
you
And
as
support
well.
Douglas Seathrift, please, folks. He
thank
is a
you.
Support
national
Douglas
treasure.
C.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Both of you got glitched
Priceless.
out when you said that, but say it again slowly and lowly. Say it
It
again
was our
slowly.
enthusiasm.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
please
say,
support Douglas.
thank you, honey. There we
You're
are.
needed.
Support Douglas Seathrift.
He's needed.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
More than ever.
Thank you. Bless you
Yes.
both. So we've got we've got some new leverage as round 2 sparks a new record amid a war. There's some logic to Donald Trump's decision to blockade Iranian ports in the Strait of Hormuz, but the maneuver comes at a steep cost. Meanwhile, Tehran and Washington appear to be edging closer to a second round of talks and a ceasefire extension over the Judeo-American war with Iran. Still, Donald Trump's decision to escalate the standoff by blockading Iranian traffic through the Strait of Hormuz risks doing even more damage to Iran's biggest oil clientele, or shall we say, their mega customers. Pakistan's military said a delegation from the country arrived in Iran on, well, basically today, as Islamabad continues to mediate the exchange of messages between the two sides. According to state TV, Ali Abdullahi, the commander of Iran's joint military headquarters, said that Iran sees a prolonging of the American blockade as a prelude to a breach of the ceasefire. If the blockade continues, he said, that Iran's armed forces will not permit any exports or imports to continue in the Persian Gulf, the Sea of Oman, or the Red Sea. On Wall Street today, the lack of bad news. I mean, put that in context of what I just said. And if there's a lack of bad news upon reflection of what I've just quoted, these men are mad. But they feel that for them, the lack of any news they can understand from the Persian
For
Gulf.
that to be good news,
Yes,
that
thank
just
you.
shows how fucked we are.
Thank you. Thank you. It was taken as good news, which goes to show you how bad it is. Brendan Zogid, your continued observations, please.
No, that was it. I just came back because I think Holly was asking about the planets, but
Yes.
I
Yes,
got
Holly.
I got the
Holly.
natural. We'll call them nutraceuticals, but these natural
Mhm.
these tree nuts I was trying to get that have high levels of selenium
Excellent.
for health reasons. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, fresh off the tree, not from a store.
No, from a store, but
Okay. Okay.
they're hard to find. Apparently, because of all this madness that's been going on,
No doubt.
imports from Brazil are it's like finding. I mean, it's like trying to find. It'd be easier finding cocaine or whatever drugs they produce.
Jeez, that fucking sucks.
But if I'm trying to find like a rare nut, it's like it's impossible.
Yeah. By the
There's
way,
only one store that carries them anymore.
Jesus Christ, which one is that?
You got to go somewhere premium,
Okay.
like on the level of Trader Joe's, Whole Foods, those kind of places.
Okay. Damn. Well,
and it costs an arm and a leg. Like, wow.
Jesus Christ. What are these nuts called?
They're called Brazil nuts.
Oh,
Everyone
Brazil
knows
nuts. Oh, my mother loved
Yeah.
those. My mother loved those.
Yeah. Well, maybe vampires need selenium or something
Yeah, that would
that
make
we don't
sense.
know about.
Yeah, that's incredible. Yeah, they had an unspeakable name. Back in my father's day, they called them.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. 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 I mean, they look ridiculous on the tree.
Well, yeah, they called them. We'll just use the term black man's
Don't.
toes. Yes, black man's
Yeah.
toes. Yes, that's what they called them. Yeah, that's so.
Because when they're in the shell, they look crazy. Yeah, well.
Yes, Jesus. So from a Real Tech Geek, he provided us a link that the International Monetary Fund warns of potential global recession amid high oil prices. And this is an article written by Alex Kimani. So I guess the points of the article in summation would be the International Monetary Fund has downgraded global growth and warns of a potential recession if the Iran war drags on, with GDP projections falling sharply under prolonged high oil prices. The United States remains relatively resilient, driven by massive AI investment, which of course is a bubble about to burst, while the Communist Chinese Empire and Europe face slower growth due to higher...
The AI thing's already burst. It's like,
thank you.
Smashed.
Tell us about it. Tell us about it.
Maine is releasing, or not releasing, they're legislating for banning outright all AI data centers from their state.
All right. Cool.
Because it's just too taxing on the electric grids. It's like nothing, until they, upgrade their grids, they are refusing to allow permits to build any of those facilities.
Which state?
Maine.
Maine. The state of
Maine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And
All right.
And they already have nothing. It's like, what else? At least they had water, but
Yeah.
not anymore.
Yeah.
And yeah, well, that shows some new developments. By the way, I'm chuckling based on Real Tech is agreeing. Yes, sadly, he says I don't believe it from the Chi-Coms. And Chi-Com, of course, means Chinese communists. I thank him for using the old classical terminology we used back in my father's day during the Korean War when we first used that term, and it's a completely
China.
legitimate term. Yeah, but tell us, Real Tech, China is claiming its economic growth has accelerated to 5% in terms of...
I mean, they say that shit all the time.
Thank you. In its first quarter, beating expectations on robust exports. Yeah, so it's...
I mean, they have that weird thing where it's like they always have to be number one.
Yes.
It's like a very Chinese thing.
Yes.
So whatever it takes, they'll cook the votes.
No, oh, dude, it's sad. It's pathetic. Yeah.
Yeah, and whoever they don't agree with, they're just throwing in jail.
Yeah. Yes.
So
true.
there was the one
Yeah, but robust exports, they're filling up a lot of Walmarts.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean that's the only real stat they have. Let's just put it that way.
All
Well,
that stuff.
Because
I heard
But go on. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been very impacted, but I heard the electric car market is so oversaturated now with domestic makers that they have to basically give these cars away.
Yeah.
Like cars,
there was
like
just a fire in the
Tesla-level
BYD.
cars. Yeah.
Speaking of that, there was just a fire in the BYD electric plants.
Wow.
Yeah, burnt down their whole facility.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That must be
Where was
toxic. Go on.
Where?
was this?
Oh God.
Yeah. Where was
Oh.
this? Holly asks where this was. Oh.
China.
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 Guangzhou
province.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Hey, I can promise you, it's burning still
Oh yeah, no doubt.
because they don't go out.
Yeah.
Now, what I'm thinking is, wouldn't baking soda do it?
I don't know.
Because water doesn't.
Aristides.
I'm just wondering, dumping a tanker of baking soda on it? It's the only thing I can think.
The catalyst isn't like, it's not like a normal fire where it needs fuel. It's like the lithium itself is expending energy as it's breaking
So
down.
it doesn't need oxygen. Smothering it won't help.
It might need oxygen, but it definitely can stay.
Yeah,
It can
hot.
stay active even without oxygen. Let's put it that way, which is why it's so dangerous.
Got it.
That's why
And
they don't
takes
allow
so
planes.
long.
Mhm.
When our plant blew, it took a month,
Okay.
and that's tiny compared to what
Yeah,
they
what China's got.
want
China's
in their
got mega
building.
factories. Yeah, so that's
Tiny.
yeah. You mean tiny in California compared to
Yeah.
China's mega factories. That's right.
Nothing. Oh
So for
man,
those
when
of
something
you
like that blows.
for those of you who had a hard time understanding the exchange
That says-
between Brendan and Realtek, what they said was that the BYD factory burned down, I believe. So yes.
Yeah, BYD factor.
Okay, thank you. What
Yes,
else were
in
you?
says here.
Shenzhen.
There we are. Thank you.
Excuse me, Shenzhen. Yeah. Thank
Yeah,
you.
Shenzhen. Brendan, continue. What else were you going to say about
It
that?
says lithium can burn without atmospheric oxygen,
Mhm.
though mechanisms differ whether you are referring to pure or lithium-ion batteries.
Mhm.
It's
Uh-huh.
highly reactive and is one of the few elements that can burn in a pure nitrogen atmosphere.
Mhm.
It can burn
Oh,
in a
boy.
pure CO2 environment, and it
Oh,
reacts
man.
in the presence of chlorine and fluorine gas as well. So it's
Reacts.
once it's on fire, it's extremely difficult to
Yeah.
deal with.
You just gotta wait.
Yeah.
Jesus.
So,
Yeah. Well,
I'm sure you could smother it, but then like you said, you have to wait for it before you open it
Yeah,
again.
to
or it's gonna
cook.
reignite.
Yeah,
mhm.
yeah.
Yeah. So basically, what's going on is that both communist China on the Asian mainland and Europe face slower growth due to higher energy costs and supply disruptions. That's why we have to maintain a healthy skepticism when we get communist Chinese data that says that they had lowered their expectations, their target growth, or rather their growth target this year to a range of about 4.5% to 5%, which was the least ambitious goal on record going back to the early 1990s, while claiming that they've also had a much higher growth in the first quarter at around 5% than expected. This is obviously book cooking, and it's done because they probably said by lowering their expectations they actually met them. Does that make sense? They lowered their expectations 5%,
Yeah.
and thereby
Yeah.
met their expectations higher than expected. So
Nice when it works out like
And-
that.
yeah,
And
yeah.
even if they literally make those production quotas,
Yeah.
they're having issues, like I was saying with the electric cars, where they produce so much, there's not enough buyers.
Yeah.
Mm.
So now the government has to subsidize, and they're selling Tesla level cars for like $5,000 to the people there, because there's just so many of them just sitting.
Jesus.
Mhm.
And that's why that facility caught on fire, because they were all just sitting in one place, not being charged. not
Oh
being maintained.
man. Oh yeah.
Also pointed out by Alex Kimani in the article presented by Real Tech Geek is the fact that emerging markets show divergence, with India outperforming, while the Middle East and energy-dependent regions suffer significant economic losses from disrupted oil flows. So all of that being taken into account, on Wall Street today, they somehow felt there was a lack of bad news and took that as good news. So stocks extended their streak of gains, pushing both the Standard & Poor's 500 and NASDAQ 100 indices to record highs as investors piled into equities on optimism over a ceasefire. This is all high-octane insanity, but it sparked a new record. Continue.
Nvidia had the best 10 trading days in the year so far. So, it's a lot of euphoria going on. And, the market started coming on to Trump with his market manipulation. So they're trying to use JD Vance instead now.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know
Yeah.
what that's
Oh,
going to go
man.
on for.
No, well, there you go with that. Everything is questionable.
He
Now,
believes in himself.
well, it's nice he believes in something. Meanwhile, Trump just posted. I'm sorry, honey. Go on.
Nothing.
Oh, okay.
No.
Well, meanwhile, Trump just posted another image of himself, an AI image of himself, this time with Jesus, Trump has always been prone to bizarre outbursts on his social platform, Truth Social, but they have undoubtedly intensified since the onset of the war with Iran. Prime examples have been him declaring that a whole civilization will die and demanding that Iran open the fucking Strait of Hormuz. By the way, we have incoming news from Brendan that firefighters are battling an enormous blaze at an Australian oil refinery. The fire is raging out of control at the Geelong oil refinery, only one of two in Australia. Sad.
Only one of two. So I think we've reached the point of what you've always spoke about is like what did you call it when the Germans were coming over here blowing up factories?
Oh, sabotage.
Industrial espionage. Industrial sabotage.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Because like we had that place down in SoCal that the paper warehouse get burnt down.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And the guy like filmed it and said, "Oh, it's because they didn't pay me enough." But it's obvious he was just some kind of agent.
There you go.
Because why else would you wouldn't just throw away your whole career if someone didn't pay you enough or something.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, like the Black Tom explosion.
Yeah. Yes, Black Tom explosion was World War I, and it was a massive explosion in the United States that killed hundreds of people. It was a work of German sabotage that most people don't know about historically. It was kind of like the Pearl Harbor of World War I, except it happened during wartime.
Yes, many do not know.
I believe, or it might have been before America even entered the war. I would have to look up the date to.
It was before.
Thank you for clarifying that. Yeah, it's been so long
Australia
since
sounds incredibly vulnerable if there's only two refineries.
Oh my God.
50% output just
that's catastrophic, historic.
Yeah, that's a national state of emergency.
Yeah, there was a fire and an explosion in a refinery in Texas, which was Elon Musk was using for his data centers, but even though there were a lot of violations with that one, it was mostly a natural gas one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I would just blame him
this
on
paper.
Thank you.
This paper,
because like I said, there was a lot of regulations that was violated, and he just paid people off, and then boom.
There you go. Yeah. Well, they need to hold
just
him
like he did with all of his companies.
Yeah.
And
they
so
said,
many of his rockets.
and he just fired them.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, tell them, Brendan, about how his rockets kept crashing. His own insane micromanagement in that regard.
Blowing up.
Yeah, affecting design to the point where these rockets were simply impractical.
I mean, he would get high and then quote the movie The Dictator. He even made jokes about it. Yeah. Where he would say, "I want it pointier." And they said, "Sir, it doesn't," even just like in the film where it's like the Gaddafi character, the Sacha Baron Cohen character is like this Middle East dictator, and he says, "I need it pointy. I need my rockets pointy." And they're like, "Sir, it's not aerodynamic." And he said, and so Elon was quoting that, but forcing his engineers to do it just as a joke. And then that's why nothing's working, because he just walks in and says, "I want it to look this way."
Yeah, because he's high out of his fucking mind on ketamine. And
or the mixture.
Yeah,
something.
The cocktail.
Yeah.
The cocktail. Ketamine cocktail, we'll call it. Now
ketamine would just have him sleeping. They wish he was always on ketamine.
Yeah. Good point. So here we are, the fire at the Texas oil refinery, creating an enormous smoke plume, and it's a miracle that we're go on, honey.
That paper plant factory in Canada was no joke either, and that was just in the last few days.
Okay.
Ottawa or something. I mean, but the
here.
size of these places.
Yeah.
I thought it was in Canada.
No, it was Ontario, California.
Thank you.
It's down south.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh.
Yeah.
No shit.
Yes.
So, and, already seeing impacts to the toilet paper supplies.
Wow.
So the
and
black...
all paper products.
Jesus.
Gigantic.
So there is a campaign of industrial sabotage ongoing. The term is, when it's massive enough, we'd call it saturation sabotage. It's the equivalent of saturation bombing, but asymmetric. Here we are. Black Tom incident occurred in 1916 before America entered the war. Then we have, of course, the SpaceX IPO, what everyday investors need to know before the biggest stock market offering in history. Yeah, there we are. SpaceX is
Yeah,
preparing.
that's also why.
Continue. Yes.
Yeah.
Real tech.
Oh, that's why. That's also why it's a lot of hype going up again because of SpaceX IPO.
Yes.
Oh,
Okay. And such having been offered, will actually the right emoji for this would be more like Groucho Marx mask. Basically, SpaceX is preparing for what could be the most consequential stock market event in a generation, according to their hype. In early April of 2026, the company confidentially filed paperwork with the SEC for an IPO, with, of course, a lot of executive manipulation involved. Any observations here, Realtek, aside from forewarning people against participating in this claptrap? I guess not.
It might be something similar to what happened with Figma, where it took longer than usual for it to debut on the stock market that day last year. I can look it up again, what day it was. I think it was summer. And the bidding just kept going up and up and up on it. And I was, a lot of people's orders to get into it were not even being filled, and then they penalize you anyway if it, just goes up so much that you can't even sell it. You can't even participate in any other IPOs for like 90 days or a year or something. So, but the insiders can sell when they want. So anyway, accredited investors, or people that have more than $1 million in that.
Okay, thank you.
Anyway, what I'm saying is that it could be similar. Yeah, it's just fucking bullshit manipulation. But anyway, it could be similar to something like that. But that's one of the catalysts, is what it's called. The second catalyst for the market this year could be OpenAI and Anthropic.
Okay,
IPOs, which is basically Dumb and Dumber, really. I realized that.
Okay, thank you for that.
But his bullshit.
I think people are gonna race to get in there.
Oh, well,
you're gonna race to get
earlier
into it, and race to get that, and then have a pump for like $200, 200, 500%. They get the fuck out of it because they're both scam companies anyway, and they're hypocrites because of the fact he gets Anthropic CEO wants to go on his high horse and sue the administration for being blocked from defense contracts because he's saying, "Oh, I don't want to participate in Iran, but you already participated in taking Venezuela."
Yeah, there you have that. Excellent
They
point.
were the last good guy until they weren't.
Yeah,
until they weren't.
Yeah.
And you know what I'm speaking here. I don't want any of it.
Too. Yeah. Speaking of that too, he's Scam Altman. Sam Altman. Scam Altman because it's true.
Yes. Go on. What about
his home was attacked? His San Francisco home was attacked by a dude throwing Molotov cocktails at him. His home
and a machine gun after that. Go on.
And then they were shot at. Yeah. So people were rebelling against this shit because we all want all our fucking free inexpensive RAM to come back because people have to go back to fucking DDR3 to make a computer build.
Do you feel he might be paying for these attacks himself just for the publicity, just so that he can claim to be a victim? Because it strikes me that
you're right.
as impacted as people are by how he's destroying our economy, it strikes me as a big risk to take to attack a techno bro's home. I mean, if you're caught for that, they're gonna ram your ass, out to Mars. You aren't getting out of that. That's a hell of a risk to take. But speaking of risks, when it came to Trump, as I've pointed out on Truth Social, since he owns the platform, he really cuts loose. And his posts haven't become any more calm since the ceasefire. Yeah, go on. Yes.
The first attack on his home, people were making memes about how it was just him with the face blurred out.
Yeah, Scam Altman. Yeah. Tell him.
Yeah, it looks eerily like him. It had the same hair, same body structure, same shoulder structure.
Yeah.
and they just blurred out the face. It's like, if someone's doing a crime, why would you blur out their face? You know,
Yes. Thank you.
doesn't make
Thank
it. It's
you.
not like we have laws like in Germany where that's mandatory.
Yeah.
Like,
Thank you.
it just doesn't make any sense.
Yes.
So I think he just did it himself.
Yeah, he's throwing his own Molotov cocktails to make himself
'Cause
look like
the
a victim.
the sister brought back the suit against him, so it's like he has to do something to like make it, you know, take away the attention.
Thank you, Brendan. I appreciate that profoundly. And yeah, it's my city, and I'll tell you, that makes sense for this kind of environment. This is Gotham, you know, gone tech. So we're out of the gaslight Gotham over here. We're techno Gotham, where people like that. He's like the Penguin or the Joker, except without the sense of humor or the charisma in either case. So yeah.
I mean, it seems like he's crazy enough to do that.
Oh yeah,
Like
absolutely.
walk outside of his own house and do it,
Oh
and
yeah.
then say someone did it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it always strikes me how these people who commit these crimes never hurt anyone, and how you know there doesn't seem to be any noticeable damage. It's like, oh, he threw a Molotov
No, it was
cocktail.
like fireworks. Oh, that's a good point, because it was like on his front gate. It's like anyone who is malicious would know that that is just meaningless. You don't throw it at an wrought iron fence. You know, it doesn't work, but it doesn't do anything.
Thank you.
Like,
yeah, you throw it
it's
at the
bizarre.
fucking place that's gonna catch fire, like their compost heap.
Yeah.
Like that guy that burned himself up in the Tesla, like
shit.
outside of Vegas. Remember that?
Yeah,
It was some
yeah.
crazy
Oh, that's
thing.
right. That was like, you know, this is
That was like a mob hit.
This is what I want to point out. So
Maybe.
Trump originally, on that stupid Trump as Christ post, he had on that old man's cap, it said veteran, but the AI scrambled it so it looked like it said pedophile. I don't know if anyone noticed that, but that was it's almost like the AI was intentionally fucking him over. So it's that, but we'll
and there's talk about when that devil figure behind him in the sky came in.
Honey. Go on, honey.
Like first it was not there, and then when he put it out, the horns were there.
No, he was trying to.
It was supposed to be all angels.
It was supposed to be a bunch of dead servicemen, their spirits in the sky now.
Okay. I buy that.
Yeah, now angelicized. But he wanted the center one to have the horns of the Statue of Liberty, the crown of thorns of the Statue of Liberty.
God.
But it fucked it all up and made it look like Baphomet. And he also
I revisited that.
Yes.
I revisited that, and the Statue of Liberty was actually in the bottom of the frame.
Yeah, it's in the bottom. Yeah.
So it was already there.
Yes.
It's already there.
Yeah, but he wanted that kind of tiara on the serviceman in the sky as well, but it fucked it up with that. He also wanted
AI did.
Did you get a chance to catch up on that thing I sent you about the Nero connection, the Nero Apollyon?
Oh, tell us.
Oh, I mean, it's a huge story.
It's important.
Like, it's a huge backstory.
Okay, so tell us.
So towards the end of Nero's life, he got into basically religious fervor and said that he was the avatar of Apollo, and so he had a huge colossus, you know, erected in the Capitoline Hill, it's called in Rome, and people had to go like pay homage to him as Apollo and all this stuff, and so it turns out that Apollo type statue is what's going to be put upon the Victory Arch.
Yes.
So it seems like that entity is what they're kind of going for.
Yes.
Is this dark side of the sun god, which is super, it's extremely negative. You know? So just because it's the sun god,
there was some kind of.
Now you might remember,
Lord,
of all things, one of the people
sun god cultures are always violent.
Well,
because if you go back to the Sanskrit, the word for, there's like one aspect of sun called krur, which is where we get the English word cruel.
Yeah, great.
So it's that form of the sun.
The
sun that leaves you, toast in the desert and all that.
Yeah, the angry sun. The angry male sun.
Oh,
This is the male
well,
sun
and the
that's penetrating and desiccates you, mummifies you. What's that, honey? Holly?
crazy idea in the 70s is that we all die of low-level radiation poisoning
From the sun.
because
Yes.
our sun is
Yeah.
kind of hostile.
Yeah, that's not crazy.
70 years is all you got back then. Now it's like 80, I guess,
Yeah,
for
well,
some.
that's because people
But
use
it's
a
the
lot more
hostile
sunscreen.
sun.
That's people
Yeah,
use a lot more
apparently.
sunscreen, honey. That's
Yeah.
so
So
but
we live under a hostile sun
yes,
on a tilt,
yes.
and that makes everything wacky and
Well,
and difficult.
Well, at any rate, when it came to the figure, Trump also wanted it to have four wings like a classical biblical angel, two wings that are basically, as we are familiar with, two wings that are more like a bird's wings that branch out from the shoulder blades, and two inverted wings. And this came
Maybe
out as
like
four arms.
Azrael.
Yes, like Azrael would be one example. Just any classical angel is four-winged, but he came out with four arms. So you had this Baphomet figure at the center, top Trump with four arms, and what was a fucked up, tiara that was emulative of, as Brendan said, Apollo. By the way, our dear Heather says sunscreen is what causes cancer. So do investigate that.
It's
sorry, I
not
got
its
interrupted if you guys
downside.
Yeah, so Brendan,
to that.
by all means. Brendan, by all means. Yeah.
Well, I just said if you guys responded, I didn't catch it. I got interrupted, but
Oh, no worries.
no worries.
No, Heather says sunscreen is what causes cancer, Brendan.
Yeah, I mean, we can get into that, but there's no point in doing that. There's nothing to do with the sun god.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It
I
has
don't
nothing
use
to
it.
do
No.
with Nero as Apollo and
Yes.
that
No,
negative
no.
sense.
But-
of it,
but-
because and when Nero died, he got a wound to the head. He was
Yes.
either he had someone or he put a blade through his own head.
Oh,
And his religious cult was claiming that he was going to rise again as Nero Apollo,
Uh-huh.
second coming. So this kind of Christ situation. So they're playing upon these old, what would be called, the old cults of Rome.
Yes.
They're not playing by, the three book religions like we know of. These much
Mithraism
older,
and shit.
the mystery cults. They're playing upon the
Yes.
mystery cults of
Mystery
aliens.
Babylon in Washington, D.C.
That's
I
right.
will integrate this into Arc of Narrative tonight. I want everyone to know
Okay,
we
great.
will be
Very good.
returning to Apollo tonight. But we will be
Very
returning at
good.
least to Nero. We will be returning to Nero, but for now, in line with Apollo, Brendan, if you can come off mute there, help back me up here. There's one individual, I'm not even going to bring him up unless Brendan's here to back me up on this.
Because I got one quick thing. All
bring
right.
it up now. Bring it up now.
Nobody can tell if it's Epstein, the guy in the bed is Epstein or John Stewart.
It's Jeffrey Epstein. It's
It
Jeffrey
works
Epstein.
either way, though.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
the
it works
joke.
either way. Yeah, but
As John Stewart
yeah,
pointed
he's-
out,
he's-
it could
I
be.
mean, it doesn't work as John Stewart because he's alive.
Thank you.
It
Thank you.
does.
No, it doesn't.
Well, it
honey.
makes it
He's
funny.
He's reanimating the dead, so he's pulling a
It's
Lazarus lung,
funny.
so it's got to be Jeff Epstein.
I
But-
hear
but-
you.
but I hear you. It's maybe
It
funny,
wasn't a
but-
real question.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
Bren, if you
slightly.
can back me up here, Bren, I need you to participate with this because otherwise I'm not going to bring the guy's name up. But he's somebody Brendan and I both despise. Of all people, of course, Judith Ager started listening to this guy and got brainwashed by him, totally indoctrinated. He's a scumbag who speaks with an Irish accent. So just like with a British accent, so long as you speak with an accent, everybody, and it's British or Irish, or Commonwealth. We'll call it Commonwealth. So long as you have a Commonwealth accent, even though Ireland's part of the European Union now, there's still Northern Ireland. You basically get all the listeners in America because they all think you know what you're talking about. Either that, or they just love the sound of your voice, and whatever you say is.
And
like,
it's not Australian. That's
Yeah.
the worst.
well, the Americans love all that shit. They love all that shit. But when it comes to this
In
individual,
New Zealand.
yeah, all of it the Americans love, Commonwealth or or Irish. And but you know, if Brendan gets back, I'll bring the fucker's name up. But he was always claiming Apollo would be the Antichrist. So they're adding that text in here. People who don't know what I'm talking about, we'll bring up the guy's name in vain later. But there was a clown who was always forever on Coast to Coast AM.
You're
It's
talking
Michael
about
Sarian. It's Michael Sarian.
you're talking about Caesarian.
Yeah, Michael
Caesarian.
Sarian always claimed the Antichrist will be
The arch.
Apollo.
I would call him the
Go on.
arch Crowleyite. Yeah.
Yeah, he's the arch Crowleyite. The arch
Mm.
Crowleyite motherfucker who is 100% pro-Israel. Tell them about that. He's like,
Really?
yeah, he
Yeah,
said,
damn it.
I think they like forced him into that or something because he had to like just backpedal. You know,
but tell us
because
how he's
at
doing
one
it.
point he was.
Go
Oh,
on.
I think he just stopped talking about it. But originally he said the you know I can't like be going off about this right now.
Understood.
But you know the situation that he was saying. At first he was saying, yeah, it's all their fault, and then he came out and said, look, it's, you know, that religion is actually, you know, noble and old. It's just the people that are in the country that are causing issues. So he had to defend like the religion itself, but not the people in the country, which we all know, the big Z.
Okay.
Yeah, Zionism.
Which is like
yeah.
deserves the death penalty and shit.
Well, let's not get too enthusiastic.
Well,
about that.
I'm glad.
They're good people.
What I'm gonna say is,
they make good products.
I'm glad that I never gave him a dime. I'm not gonna say I'm glad I never gave him a dime.
Yes.
And just download all his shit illegally.
Thank you.
Thank God.
Well, my advice is everybody just skip him completely. Don't download it even for free. He's got nothing to offer. But he kept saying,
Well, that was years ago.
when the Antichrist returns, he'll be coming as Apollo, which he got from a Star Trek episode where the god Apollo.
Jeez.
That's where the god Apollo tries to.
Yeah, but the thing is, I mean, yeah, it sounds absurd, but it's actually the reality. I mean, that's why the Nero connection's important.
Well, that's why.
Because he's a light bringer.
Episode. This is why Gene Roddenberry made that episode out of fear of just this point in time. Yeah, but for those of you who don't know,
because there was the mundane Apollo, and then there was the secret Apollo that was actually this nefarious entity that's actually Set Aton. This is like the dark side of the sun. It's the fallen sun that they all use.
Yes.
You know, it's a blinding light as opposed to an enlightening light.
Yeah, actually, also, I think it either was Star Trek Continues or Star Trek Creates 2, where they actually brought him back and they reprisal of his role.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a fan series, but
okay.
Yeah, CBS ruined it all. Well, they blame on the accident, but they ruined it all for a lot of different type of fan series to make. You really can't make full feature-length episodes or films anymore because of that.
Interesting. Well, thank you for that.
Because of lawsuits.
Yeah. I mean, not that I want to get lost down this tangent, but Disney has got.
I don't either.
Yeah. No, not that I want to get lost down this other tangent, but Doctor Who has nothing but high hopes now that Disney has gotten rid of them. Okay, the BBC has got Doctor Who back. Thank God. It's not going to be weird, actors
Thank
twerking.
God.
Yeah. Thank God.
Oh yeah, that was. I mean, it's already.
It's a fucking
what they're gonna do with it.
No, they're bringing back Billy Piper.
though.
Billy Piper is going to be the next Doctor Who. Prayerfully. She was the hot, drop dead gorgeous blonde who was his sidekick, his companion, and they were supposed to have had physical relationship. Yeah, they were supposed to have had physical relations, so his DNA is inside her. So when he remanifests, it's her. I like it. I like it.
Surprise.
Yeah.
That's sick.
I like that too.
But hey, it's better than
it's the new world.
Better than the last two they had. Better than the last two they had. All right, the old lady and the.
I gave up on it when the Dave guy was doing it.
Yeah, what was that Snipe guy? The other Doctor Who guy was their Snipe, or what do you call it? Snipe's the guy they're replacing.
Snape.
Yes. they
Yeah, the Harry
snaked him.
Potter incident, we'll
Yeah,
call
they
it.
they snaped Doctor Who, and
Yes.
that was the death of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
The only sick
And
part
that
was
guy's still complaining, by the way, the
yeah,
Nigerian guy.
tell us,
Yeah.
tell us. It's fucking
Oh,
funny.
he's saying, I can't believe this. You know, I'm getting, people are saying I should die. And he's all sad. It's like, dude, you took the millions to do
No,
the
he
role.
demanded it. He
Yeah.
in fact, he threatened a
Well,
lawsuit. He said they would be racist
yeah, that's right.
if
Thank
they
you.
did
Thank
not hire him.
Because they had casted, or they had brought him in for casting,
Yeah.
and then people heard about it, and they said, "Oh, we won't watch it." And then he said, "Oh, well, if you guys backpedal, then it's racist."
Yeah.
And so he like blackmailed his way in, and now he's crying about it. It's like,
yeah, he wants to be the eternal victim. He wants to be the victim no matter what happens. That's his.
But
trick.
out of all the characters, that's one of the worst characters to swap, because
of course
it just the backstory is so offensive to anyone. It's like, why would you want to even do that to yourself? And then on top of that, the characters are all outlined, in text.
Yes.
There's no way you could swap them.
Yeah. Thank you. In other words,
it's not like a comic book.
Yes.
They show up, like you said.
Dude, I hate it when they do that in comic books. I hate it when they do that in comic books. Even it makes it.
Well, in Doctor Who, it's canon that he changes, but not these set literary characters.
Right. Well, the problem, however, was that Doctor Who, even though he would change, and we all knew why, because they had actors that grew old and had to retire because he was generally old white men. But as they got more hip, they said, "Oh, we gotta make him younger." So they started making it younger men, and then they gave it to Disney, and that's when Disney said, "All right, now we gonna make you give him a sex change, give him a race change."
Wokeified. People went nuts.
Oh, it was awful. It was just. It wasn't. It was
awful.
It wasn't just. It was just
transgender change.
It was just.
It was just a disaster, man.
Yeah. It was. But
it was done poorly. It was done poorly. All that could be done.
That's the problem.
All that could have been done, but they did it with such bad writing, and the old lady was one thing. Okay, you could swing with that for a while, but when they made it the gay black guy twerking, the gay twerking black guy, not just it's just.
And they did that also with Megan Stalin and She-Hulk.
Yes.
Oh man, and they crashed that comic, man. I have multiple copies of that, and I don't think that's ever going to come back.
Well, there you go.
The actress was.
Yeah.
The actress is so talented, and she doesn't ever come back.
Yeah, but hopefully Billy Piper will set
it all straight. By the way, was that your Beckett 10? Or is that just someone at a show you met or something?
Real Tech?
What are you asking me?
He's asking you.
I said,
about
was
the
that
cards.
your Beckett? Was that your Beckett 10?
Or the cards.
Not?
You're trading.
I have
cards.
Beckett, but no,
the one
PSA.
you sent, the photo.
Yeah, the photograph.
Well, one of them was an alternate company, but
yeah.
CGC.
I'll pull up the photo so I can tell you.
The other one's CGC.
Okay.
CGC.
In the chat?
Yes, it's in our telephonic text.
I have a Beckett. I have a Beckett 9.
Yeah, your Machi Pikachu, the town Pikachu, is 10. Yeah, where'd you get that from?
From the Storage City in the mall.
Oh, okay. You didn't.
Did I what?
You didn't pull them.
No,
I thought you pulled them.
No, I haven't graded. I have one that's pulled, yes, from a one-up stream or TikTok. I only stuck with one person. She doesn't sell anymore. She's Chinese, but no, I haven't done my grading. I have not done any grading with the cards on my own.
Yeah,
yet.
the scalping is out of control. Mm-hmm. Let's not get.
And the scalping and the thievery is out of control. You need to do the grading at a high grade. It might get robbed on the way back.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, there were so many. Those companies were pulling
dangerous
for sure.
Yeah.
Like PSA was saying that a card would get damaged, and then they would send you the refund.
They just tried. People in Japan or people in Japan just tried to bribe the Japanese company in PSA.
Oh, well, they're
and they put a statement out saying we're not taking bribes. What you said?
Well, I said if they start messing with the Japanese publishers, I mean, they're playing with fire.
Yeah.
This is not going to work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's
Yeah.
exactly what Realtek said. Yeah, he backed that up and said that the Japanese companies came out and said they're not taking bribes. Well, Japan's too rich for that shit to work. Nobody really needs
Yeah,
bribes there.
absolutely.
Yeah.
The two rich.
And they have the
yeah.
gotcha laws, like against,
Yeah.
you know, that
Yeah.
target kids. You can't
Yeah.
have gotcha games targeting kids like that.
Yeah.
Mm.
Thank
But
you.
in the West, it's okay for the cards to be random.
Yeah.
So that's a big issue causing the scalping,
Mhm.
is that the packs are quote unquote random. They're rigged basically. But in
Yeah.
Japan, they have to guarantee rarities.
Yeah.
So every box has to have multiple rares.
Wow.
So I mean,
Okay.
that's
beautiful.
because they protect their children. Imagine that.
Yeah. That's
Uh,
yeah. Imagine that.
Yeah.
That's yeah. There you go. That's why our
Multiple at that.
yeah.
Impressive.
Yeah, that's why our man C.S. Lewis said no one should read Voyage to Arcturus if they're a child.
Mhm.
No children should read that. If Brendan's still with us, feel free to bitch about that. You can bitch about how I gave you
No.
nightmares last night.
No, we don't need to talk about that.
Oh shit.
It's
Oh,
horrible.
oh
One
my God.
last thing about Apollo, though.
Yes, honey.
Now, Judaism is older than ancient Rome, even. But it seems like the link between Apollo and Lucifer both being light bringers.
Okay. Yes. There's a
All right.
difference in the
That's all.
sense that well, they're light bringers in a different sense, honey. And Apollo, of course, as
Well,
we
I
said,
don't
has
know.
two sides. It has a dark side, and it's the dark side that is being emphasized. So,
But Lucifer does too have a light side. He's the
yes,
signpost.
yes, I
Yeah,
would
but
know.
that's
So
even with the light. Yeah, even with the light, the Luciferian light's different.
Yes, thank you.
it
Brendan,
may
if
have
you-
It's
become so, but I'm
it's effulgence, not. Yeah,
Thank you.
Speaking of that, too, people
Yes.
were really unhappy with one of the recent episodes of a couple weeks ago from Invincible. When he goes down to hell, Clan Darkblood, and it's complete. I was just watching this shit. It was just fucking trash episode, and it's complete
How can you
360.
guys watch that?
Oh shit.
I love it. I enjoyed the show, and the comic's doing very well. Also, I wish I was buying that fucking shit when I was a kid, and have it and grade that shit and make a lot of money from that and get rid of it.
Come on, it's Bruce
But
Campbell
anyway.
did the voice of Satan. How can you argue with that? It's Bruce Campbell.
I didn't know that, but he has cancer. He has incurable cancer now, by the way. So
Bruce
there you
Campbell.
go with that.
Oh Jesus, that's
Yes,
awful.
he
Poor
announced
guy.
that. Yes,
That's the
poor
terrible.
bastard.
Be careful who you work for.
Yeah, there you go.
Exactly. So basically, the inversion of this is that what they do down in hell, all the torture and all these, is supposed to be for the greater good of mankind. And then, and then he's asking about, if we do bad things, we go to hell. It's like, no, that's just clan Davian Darkblood. No, it's because it's just a made up thing, and there's no heaven and hell.
Well, I guess they're trying to make their own cosmology for that particular franchise, and they're welcome to do so. And it's always caveat emptor. I want to thank you for that because it brings us back onto topic with Donald Trump's posts, which haven't gotten any calmer since the ceasefire was apparently agreed to, as farcical as it is in practice. In recent days, Trump has shared an AI image of himself depicted as Jesus and taken aim at Pope Leo before refusing to apologize. According to the biographical author Michael Wolff, who has written 4 books about our United States president and who was ergo granted access to the White House itself during Trump's first midterm and ergo observed the United States president up close, Donald Trump is becoming increasingly, his words, cut off from all reality, and it could constitute, again his words, a civil emergency. Wolff believes that Trump's recent meltdowns have been caused by a host of factors, not just the Iran war, including, in his own words, Minneapolis, ICE, the failing economy, the dimwits that surround him, which he has now been forced to fire, with Wolf himself telling the Daily Beast's Inside Trump's Head podcast. That's the actual name of the podcast, Inside Trump's Head, which is kind of like saying inside someone else's inner bowels. But on that podcast, Wolf himself told the Daily Beast interviewing staff that these outbursts prove Trump is becoming, to quote as the Wolfman, at length and verbatim, more and more distinct from, cut off from, separate from reality itself. We have seen 10 years of erratic behavior, but I think it is coming faster and more furious in these past number of weeks. Probably prompted by the war, which is going terribly, of course, and he doesn't know what to do, and he doesn't know how to get out of it. So I think he is in a corner, and that has meant he's flailing out erratically. There is every reason to believe, and for every reasonable person to believe, that something is seriously off here and dangerous. As such, he emphasizes that the Trump maladministration and America as a whole must be at a crisis point, concluding, if you stop seeing it as a reasonable enterprise, that is a civil emergency, which is that's tantamount to what this very date represents. Today's date being the 156th official American Civil War I commencement commemoration day, and that was a civil emergency par excellence. We are heading toward a second American Civil War, and as a matter of fact, this day in which Mr. Wolf warned us is kind of like the unofficial first day thereof. This comest as Trump today shared another AI-generated image depicting himself in Jesus-like imagery, paired with a bizarre caption from the original poster stating that God might be playing his Trump card. Oh, what a pun. The United States president posted a screenshot of an X post showing Jesus Christ, or rather Jesus the Christ, because Christ is not his surname, it's his title, embracing, Trump himself. The post from an account named Irish for Trump, if you can believe that, at D. Kelly for Congress, no less, unmistakably depicts the generic commercial image of our Lord and Savior standing closely beside Trump with both arms around him. Thus, America faces a civil emergency as Trump's sickening antichristly precursor portrayal of himself as the Lord and Savior, resurrecting Jeffrey Epstein a la Lazarus Long, may finally be enough to shake religio-conservatives out of the stupor that has led them to proactively collaborate with the president for so long. Jesus Christos. Now, as much as I've made swearing my trademark before I was forced to rebrand, I normally don't take the name of the Lord in vain. But such is the only response that does justice to President Donald Trump's decision to post an image with his fake tanned face, replacing the face of Jesus, the Son of God, whose execution saved the world from sin and death. If ever there were a sign that the man in the Oval Office has lost his faculties and needed to be quickly removed from power by his cabinet, this has got to be it. Only in the mind of a serial cheating, bankrupt, child sexual assaulting cavorter with Jeffrey Epstein, twat-time attacker of foreign nations, would Trump think he might be in line to join the Trinity itself. If you're a slow learner, Trump spent the weekend attacking the Vicar of Christ on earth, the first American Pope, Leo. Pope Leo is weak on crime and terrible for foreign policy, as Trump wrote on Truth Social. Of course, the man who holds the same position as the apostle of Jesus, the sainted Peter, would be weak on crime. Jesus forgave everybody, even the Romans who killed him, and the religious leaders who urged them on. Christ's last act on earth was to tell the 12 criminals crucified with him that they were going to heaven. Here I want to swear again. I mean, seriously, how messed up can you be to complain that the most prominent follower of Jesus on the planet would offer forgiveness for sins, even criminal ones? Would Jesus so lust for Grunland that he'd threaten a loyal, peaceful, democratic ally? Lust! That gets me thinking of the 7 deadly sins. Trump has them all. Pride. Dost equating himself with the savior count? Check. Greed. Multi-billionaire abusing
He's like
government.
the 7 deadly sins speedrun. Like,
Oh, say it again. The seven.
I said it's the 7 deadly sin speedrun.
Yeah.
Like how many times can you repeat it in one lifetime?
Yeah, thank you.
Like collecting a token in a video game. It's like,
Thank you. I love it.
there you go.
Yeah, and after pride, greed. A multi-billionaire abusing our government to pad his family's pockets, as Brendan and Realtek articulated earlier. Check that box. Lust. Cheating on his wife with a porn star while his wife is pregnant with his child. Check that box. Envy. Back to that Grunland thing and thinking Canada should be the 51st state in union? Check. Gluttony. Big Macs for everyone? Well, check that box in a sense. I really can't because he really doesn't give them to the
Speaking
poor.
of that, I will say, speaking of that, we just mentioned about him having sex with another woman when his wife is pregnant. Alex Jones said, well, he heard when Trump is single, I guess in his head, he considered himself to be single. He gets really horny. He wants to screw a lot. So,
Well, thank you for that input.
I guess that's what, I
we,
guess
we
what
try
happened.
not to take anything from Alex Jones at all, but yeah, but thank you. You are invited to interject. And finally, well, not finally, but I would say next to last, wrath. Good Lord, can we look at the smoking ruins of Iran? Check that box with a black marker. And finally, sloth. Is Trump the laziest president ever? He attacked Iran without bothering to come up with a plan to get oil out of the Persian Gulf. The single most obvious problem with attacking the mullahs. Check that box with a great big X for stupid. Long whispered among my longtime never Trump brethren of a religious bent is the idea that Trump is the Antichrist. Now, I've already expounded upon that in extravagant detail. But now Trump abuses man's potentially most devastating creation, artificial intelligence, a simulacrum of thinking that God gave Adam first to portray himself as Jesus Christus. That blasphemy is some Antichrist level stuff for sure that should be obvious even to the most denying among us. Antichrist or not, Trump's sickening antichristly portrayal of himself as Lord and Savior may finally be enough to shake religious conservatives out of the stupor that has led them to go along with the president for too long. The backlash is already starting, as, well, I guess reported by the Fourth Estate, to a degree. You want to know why Donald Trump can never hold a candle to Jesus the Christ? Jesus would forgive Trump for all of this and more if he'd only just repent. Our president doesn't forgive anyone. More than anything, Trump and America need the real Jesus because, hell no, Donald Trump is not Jesus Christ, the Son of God, resurrecting his bro, Jeff Epstein, no less. Since the beginning of his second midterm, President Trump's desire to re-Christianize the country, in his own image, has been obvious and in line with the aims of the leaders of the Christian right since the 1980s. While it is true that at every moment of political difficulty, Trump immediately invokes the theme of greatness inherent in the MAGA program, His more general rhetoric can often be placed on an eschatological register. Since taking office, hardly a day goes by without Trump's mentioning the return of the golden age to these United States. In, November of 2025, he was still repeating at a rally of McDonald's franchises, no less, or perhaps all too appropriately, that America was living in a golden age, under golden arches, of course, since we are doing better than we have ever done as a country. Now, links between the millenarianism, so dear to many evangelicals, especially Pentecostals and charismatics, and Trump are frequently made. Despite policy results that have been at best mediocre, the president's more religious activists have always gone out of their way to make him appear as an ultimate savior of the end times. According to the Texas pastor, John Hagee, who had loudly expressed his support for Trump during the first midterm, the multi-billionaire was the ultimate bulwark against the coming of an antichrist from the West. In his second term, the situation is more or less unchanged for evangelicals who have always wanted to see Trump as a new Koresh or a new David, excepting that all of them now compare him to Jehu, the biblical monarch who restored the kingdom of Israel. This heavy abuse of eschatology is a risky strategy. In the context of religious ferment in these United States, where naming the Antichrist is the ultimate and eternal chronic background parlor game, eschatological rhetoric, wanting to embody the savior of humanity, can be a dangerous gamble. If results do not confirm the expectations of followers, one risks being seen as a false prophet or even the Antichrist himself. Many presidents have faced such accusations during their terms. The Democrats' Franklin Delano Roosevelt and Barack Obama were favored targets. In Trump's case, one may rightly wonder whether a reversal of Christian opinion is not already underway. For many evangelicals, the words and images invoked by Trump and his allies serve as religious dog whistles, coded language making specific biblical references. So, as Trump has come into conflict with several MAGA thought leaders, if we can abuse that term thought in this process, talk of betrayal has grown louder. Eschatological accents are evident in the remarks of Marjorie Taylor Greene, whose relationship with Trump was severed after months of tension. The president did not hesitate to call his former supporter crazy, wacky Marjorie, and portray her as a traitor, Marjorie Traitor Greene. The representative from Georgia replied, quite surprisingly, by announcing her intention to resign in early January of 2026. One of her statements draws particular attention. She asserted that she neither worshipped nor served Donald Trump. Beyond the desire for independence, the term worship must resonate strangely in evangelical ears. Is this not the word generally reserved for God? Is it not the term used in Revelation chapter 13, verse 8, when speaking of the reign of the beast? Knowing that the beasts of Revelation are usual substitutes for the Antichrist. Even if the term Antichrist was not explicitly said, Greene was nevertheless playing with the biblical reference. For his part, Peter Thiel, the white supremacist Zuid-Afrikaner, who devoted 4 lectures to the biblical Antichrist, seems rather convinced in his conspiratorial perspective that the Antichrist will be a Luddite who wants to put an end to all science. But he does not seem to rule out the Trump hypotheses. Indeed, Peter Thiel has stated, if you are prepared, sincerely, rationally, and thoughtfully to assert that Trump is the Antichrist, I will listen to you. Obviously, this is a very alarming criticism for the Republican dictator. Although Peter Thiel refused to financially support Trump's 2024 campaign, he resumed funding Republicans after the victory and has significant influence over the MAGA movement. J.D. Vance sees Peter Thiel as his mentor. If such a figure were to turn against Trump openly and denounce him as the Antichrist, the situation would become considerably more complicated for our president. The latest decisive defection to date is that of Tucker Carlson. The former Fox News commentator has always had a difficult relationship with Donald Trump, though they had reconciled during the summer of 2024. After the victory, their relationship began to fray again. In June of 2025, Tucker Carlson reproached our president for not disengaging from the Middle East to focus on America, as Trump promised he would, and accused Trump of being complicit in Israeli war crimes, earning Carlson a barrage of insults from Donald Trump. But it was above all in October that their quarrel changed in nature, when Carlson launched into a controversy of a religious character. During an interview with the Judeophobic nationalist Nick Fuentes, he stated that Christian Zionism is a heresy. The thesis is bold, given that the bulk of Trump's base is evangelical, and that Christian Zionism has been one of the fundamentals of evangelicalism since the 1880s. Moreover, the term heresy could only shock such an audience. Etymologically, a heretic is someone who chooses a doctrine other than the true doctrine. He is, therefore, someone who lies or denies the divinity of the Father and the Son. Anyone with even a passing knowledge of the Scriptures can see in Carlson's statement a reference to this passage from the first letter of John. Who is the liar but the one who denies that Jesus is the Christ? This is the Antichrist, the one who denies the Father and the Son. Whoever denies the Son does not have the Father either. Whoever confesses the Son has the Father also. Through these three examples, one can see the danger looming over our president, even if his purported switch from being the proclaimed savior to the Antichrist is, for the moment, only recognized by all too few. This brings us to the Epstein affair, conspiracy thinking, and eschatology. By the way, our dear friend Realtek points out that Marjorie Taylor Greene's stocks jumped 476% since joining Congress. So she's got 5 big investing wins to learn from. I guess you can find out what they are via vfinance.yahoo.com.
Yeah, and don't forget that she, but people don't know about it. She also cheated on her husband with many men.
Thank you.
I think she did a gangbang.
I guess she's a winner, and she's a winner in every sense, I guess. Yeah, but out of 216 total trades, yeah. So as you point out here, right, out of 216 total trades in 2025, 161 of hers are currently profitable. Now, okay, here you are. So continue your thought there about this. Yeah. Marjorie Taylor Greene
to say that she
cheated on her husband. With men at her gym, yes, no less. Men at her gym, yes, gym rats. Yes. With fucking gym rats. One of these fuckers looks like a white version of Mr. T, of all things. Jesus Christ. Yeah, there you go. Here we are. Controversial conspiracy congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene had affairs with a tantric sex guru and the manager of a fitness gym. Indeed, that's delightful. Thank you for that. That's comedy gold.
You're welcome.
I appreciate
her and Noam are the kind of women that get up at 5 o'clock in the morning to pump iron.
There you go. Well, they're pumping iron, all right.
They're known
Yeah.
for that.
Yeah, something's iron
You know,
hard.
they've got followings locally. They're total gym rats
Yeah. By the way,
and
thumbs
get
slug.
into all kinds of trouble.
There you go. Yeah, that's what people go to the gym for. It's a meat market. Now thumb slug.
Man, and
Yeah, continue, honey.
they're in. And I wanted to say one thing about the images lately that Trump has posted
Mhm.
and the ones before this, back to the first term when he was like St. Michael and shit,
Mhm.
always remind me of the art of the classic Catholic Roman prayer card. Collect them all.
That's cute.
Remember?
Yeah.
With the
Yeah, they
saints and the
do.
prayers on the back. It's don't they?
Yeah.
So you were talking about the religion of it earlier,
Mhm.
and there is this weird whoever AI maybe is putting them out. There, that was my first hit on it all the time. God, he's not that Catholic.
There you go. That's
But
what's so bizarre
there's
about
the
it. But he sure
imagery.
as hell rips
It could-
off
there's-
their imagery. Yeah, that's you know why? Because it's
Yeah.
proven itself. It's proven itself all
Yeah.
these years. So thumb
Old
slugs.
ladies love it.
Yeah, there you go. It's tacky as fuck. At Thumb Slug says, "Hello, DD and everyone. Laugh out loud. Don't hold back. Laughing my ass off. I am loving this rant. I took the bet that Trump wouldn't let his son, that's looking after Trump's finances, lose money with all these cryptocurrency investments. So I purchased a bunch, only to see Trump do nothing around the crypto bill that he promised. So your president even managed to fuck me over in Australia." New AI came out that they have not only released to companies like Microsoft, Meta, etc., as it ignores pretty much all rules to achieve an objective. This makes it hack systems in unique ways, creating zero-day hacks that exploit almost any software systems we have. They are using it as a research tool, but what they have is an AI that will use abilities it is told not to, and then lie/withhold the information and apologize if caught. Something you brought up before, Holly. It's learnt from humans it can better to use the excuse, "I didn't know I couldn't do that," was a way to act dumb. She misunderstood the group exercise group's type of exercise program. Oh, while I'm thanking him for his participation, Holly, do tell us what you had warned us about AI and why this actually was something you've been following for a while. Via Wired magazine, etc. Holly? Let's see if she takes the segue. And in interim, is she still on the call? Sammy Romero has joined us. By all means, Sammy, say hello.
Okay, good. Yeah.
No.
Hey, I'm back, but let me just say goodnight. That's a
Ye-
long conversation that you mentioned, but hi, Sammy. I'm going to
Wrap up your
take off
thoughts
the
on
call.
AI. You did forewarn us first before you leave.
Go ahead.
Yes, wrap up your thoughts on AI, what you had warned us about, where it's starting to lie
someone
and
else said it
hide.
on this show very well, that as it hallucinates, it's going to, I think it was Aristides, it's always being fed now. It's feeding itself knowledge and data and bits, and its prior hallucinations are going right back up in there. So sooner or later, when enough, garbage in, garbage out starts to circulate, God knows what'll happen. Because the terrifying thing is it took like 10 minutes for that to hit the market and it to be adapted
There you
into
go.
the deepest levels of society, and all their sworn promises. Oh, we got to make sure it's safe because it's so world changing. We're going to take care of all that. But as soon as Altman edged up to the front and owned the market, that was it. It just came into a dogfight, and it doesn't matter. It's about being first up in the market. So
Thank you,
here
honey.
we go.
And with that,
All right.
again, say good night to everyone, and of course, do remind
Good night,
them
everyone.
of the support
And
I
thank
need.
you, Douglas. And thank you. Please support. I know you want to. So do it. Do
Nice.
it. We all want to.
Love you,
All
honey.
right. Thank you. Love
Yes.
you guys too, all.
Yeah.
Okay, bye.
Bye for now. Okay. Sammy, welcome aboard and say hello to everyone. And people care about you personally as a human being. How are you doing?
Oh, hey, Doug. I'm doing fine. I'm just running errands. I have you on speaker. I hope you don't mind.
It's okay. You're sounding okay. Go on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Honestly, your
How you
topic
doing,
you're
Sammy?
saying,
Never
Yeah.
hey,
spoke to you.
hey,
Yeah,
what's
say
going
hi to
on?
Real Tech.
Everything
Yeah.
fine? Oh, hey, Real Tech. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing good.
Hey,
Yeah.
Having
that's
fun.
good. That's good. Nice
Doing
to
well.
talk to you.
Yeah.
I thought you were an enemy for a long time. I didn't know.
No, man.
Well, you certainly
No.
have a laugh for it. But go ahead.
Yeah.
But anyway,
That's good thing. That's a compliment.
All
Yes.
right.
I have the
Fair
that's
joker
a
enough.
laugh.
compliment.
Yes.
I'm
Yeah.
I'm breaking your balls. Don't come on. So don't.
Yeah.
Don't. Anyways,
Yeah.
honestly, as far as Trump posting that that divine photo of him healing somebody, to be honest with you, I get it.
Resurrecting Jeff Epstein. Resurrecting
Right.
Jeff Epstein. Continue. Yes, come on.
I mean that doesn't surprise me. He's I even stated that he's pretty much sundowning. He's out of his mind already. His frontal lobe is shrinking. What I wanted to comment on is the explanation that he gave as far as him being a doctor.
Yeah.
What my explanation for that is, and makes a lot of sense to me, is that his aides, either Carrion Levitt or some other aide, told him, "Hey, just tell the public that it was doctored, as in they doctored, that photo."
Got it. Got it.
And
Go on.
he got the message as doctored because obviously, his brain is shrinking.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
So in his senile mind, that's what he said.
That makes sense. There's a logic
It is
to
what
that.
it is.
Yeah.
I don't, he's pretty much a walking corpse, So that doesn't really bother me. It doesn't surprise me. I don't think his followers are really going to care. They're maniacs, right? They're insane.
Yeah, it's true.
My only gripe that I have, and that's really saying a lot, is really with JD Vance.
Yes.
For somebody like him, he really has no spine. And I say that is, believe it or not, and I think you already know this, Trump really does run his administration like a mafia.
Yes.
He is the mafia boss, right?
Yes.
Well, in true, Cosa Nostra or Merita, all these wonderful notions that the mafia stands for, the Italian mob, but I mean, it is what it is. I don't understand why JD Vance just didn't backstab Donald Trump this weekend.
Yeah.
I don't understand that.
Yeah.
In true mafia form.
Yeah.
In fact, I would actually, in my opinion, I think Trump would have loved the fact that he would have got backstabbed. And I say this because he doesn't like nice people. He likes subservient people. But in my opinion, he likes people that at least show some spine.
He respects, in other words, he only has respect for the ruthless. Go on.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And the way I would have done it if I was JD Vance, I would have brought along the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. Yeah. Marco Rubio, in my opinion, is the most pathetic one in the administration.
Yeah. Yeah.
Him being Raza is even worse.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes, he's Cuban, but I mean, come on. Black bean, pinto bean, he's another bean. But if Marco Rubio's listening, he should have found the sword. In fact, he should have grew some balls and say, "Look, Mr. Cross-dressing, makeup-wearing vice president, allegedly,
with a beard, no less. With a beard, no less. The bearded lady. Yes, go on.
Hey, good for him. He likes to be the catcher. Good for him. I mean, come on.
And by the way, I'm mentioning this because he campaigned this weekend as well at the Turning Point USA. So he's already campaigning for 2028 like
Okay.
a moron,
Yeah.
not knowing his days are numbered as well. But even then, like a true politician, he should have backstabbed Donald Trump. And what's the best way to backstab him? Send in the Cuban, have the Cuban give everything to Iran,
Yeah.
and blame the Cuban.
Yeah.
And I would have convinced Marco Rubio that you're the stupid Cuban. You want to be accepted for well. Hell, lie to him. I'll put you as my vice president and
Yeah.
take the fall.
Yeah. Yeah.
No big deal.
Yeah.
Because to tell you the truth, we still have to rebuild Iran.
Yes.
We're going to rebuild Iran whether we like it or not.
Yeah. Yes.
I don't care if a gym shoe wins the election. Next election, we're going to be paying for Iran, okay, along with China for the stupid tariffs. My only point is, JD Vance could have just speed up the suffering even more.
Yes. Yes.
Because right now it's just a painful suffering that it's not necessary anymore. We're fucked.
Yes. Yes.
And bring on the pain. Everybody is on the borderline of being homeless. I've said it before, and I'll continue to say it again.
Yeah.
So my only gripe is with JD Vance. He should have brought on the Secretary of State, not Jared Kushner, not a regular quote unquote civilian, wink wink, with doing to a protected state that has conflict with that nation.
Yeah, yeah. We know who you're referencing, of course. Eretz Israel. But continue. Yes.
Hey, he should have brought on Marco Rubio and throw in the Cuban and have him fall on the sword. Give him a bag of coke, and he would have done it. And if people are wondering, well, Sammy, is it that easy? Yes, it is that easy. We're fucked.
Yes. Yeah, we are.
Yeah.
Good. Tell them about the draining of the gas tanks in Los Angeles. What people are doing. It's mad. We're Mad Maxing now.
No, it's already starting. The supply chains are going to be affected in the next couple of weeks. This is another version of COVID, but financially.
Yes. Yes.
So, in my opinion, I would get in front of this if I were JD Vance and say, look, we're fucked. If I'm president, I'm going to restart, swipe off the debt, and we'll start all over again.
Yes.
I mean, I'll put it to this way, okay? The Republicans cannot talk about debt no more. They cannot talk about saving money. They can't even talk about cutting costs.
Thank God.
Okay?
I got sick of hearing them. I got so sick of hearing. You're right. Yeah, this is the good part of it. This is the good news. For the credit side of the ledger is they have no right to moralize and lecture us about money. To moralize about money and lecture us about the debt.
Absolutely. I mean, come on. I would honestly expand all social programs, pretty much admit, yes, we fucked up. We stole a bunch of money. Look, we got to pay this money. We got to rebuild Iran. What we're going to have to do is we'll swipe the debt. We're going to have to cut a deal with all our creditors. America really is now representing what the U.S. is now. This is really, truly America. We're broke.
Yes.
We are broke. Our military is a bunch of fat cats. To tell you the truth, it's time now that if JD Vance really wanted to have a political career, it's time to throw shit on the wall. It really is.
Yeah.
Trump is not going to do anything. All he's going to do is, I don't know, not put his balls in your face, because that's really all he's doing. I mean, if he's into that, then okay, I get it. My bad. But if he really wants to be a politician, start the backstabbing, and that's including Marco Rubio, pendejo. If you hear me, that's you, pendejo.
I love it.
Start backstabbing these mofos. go to Iran, fly your ass to Iran, fly to Trump, and give them what they want, and bring on the pain.
Oh
Because
man. Yes,
I
God.
mean, no, let's keep it real. Let's start expanding and really start saying, look, JD Vance, let's run together. Let's expand all these programs and throw shit against the wall because they really have no campaign.
Yeah, it's
What
true.
mantra are you going to run this country on?
You know
It
what?
can't be.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
continue. No, continue. Yeah, they can't continue with the crap they're selling us now. Nobody's buying it anymore.
Well,
Yeah.
no one's buying it. And to be honest with you, this is really, if he had the balls, if he had the gall to do this, he would do it and
Yes.
backstab him because it's going to happen. The UAA is pissed off at Trump. They're losing money. Europe's losing money. China's going to pivot and they're going to close off the South China Sea. Okay.
Yeah, they'll try. Continue.
Well, you know what, Doug? At this point, we can't stop them. And I'm not saying Japan and Taiwan won't do anything to do about it, but
I understand.
You know, the boldness now, the blood's in the water now.
Yes.
Okay.
It's true.
So if JD Vance had any balls or any sense, let the backstabbing begin because Trump's gonna backstab them.
Yeah.
So it's almost like this, okay? If this is really, I compare it to a mob, okay, or not even that, a prison gang. If you know the top guy is going to flip, you might as well flip before he does.
Yes.
And he said it himself, and I don't know if people understand, but there's been recordings already that he said, if you know, don't let those Epstein files get out, or else, you know, I'm gonna bring you down with me. Well, then do it. I mean, there's nothing left. What is there left? They're gonna investigate. To tell you the truth, Elon Musk, he better leave the country.
Yeah.
Let's not forget, just because people are not mentioning him, the media is not mentioning them. There's a lot of shit from Doge that has not been answered, and it's gonna come out.
Yes.
It's all that's gonna come out in the wash. So it's not just them. It's just, if I'm one of their cabinet members, let the backstabbing begin, because I would not be afraid of Trump. It is what it is.
That's an excellent point.
But Marco Rubio is, to me, the most pathetic one.
Yeah.
You got Jared Kushner, a civilian, okay? I don't give a fuck if he wears a yarmulke. He's a civilian, okay?
Yeah.
In that case,
let's not
you
also
could've
forget not to mention, 1 second. Let's not also not forget to mention that one of the Doge programs that Elon Musk cut was to extradite Americans that were lost overseas. And then when they attacked Iran and Iran retaliated against the UE and other allies, people were just stuck.
Yeah. Stranded. Yes. Yeah. He left a lot of stranded
true.
Americans. Thank you. Thank you, Real Tech. Yes. So continue. One of the things that I appreciate about what Sammy is saying is that, of course, we do ultimately need to repudiate the national debt. That's going to be certainly the first action of any responsible government, and just make a deal with our creditors. But in the interim, of course, we would also have to, instead of expanding social programs, institute entirely new ones, such as the universal basic income, in order to save all Americans from a Mad Max situation, which we're quickly falling into now. Hell, we're already there.
Yes, the U.S. government needs to go after people like Jensen Huang that refuses to pay his $8 billion back in taxes that he's made over the years.
Yes, that
too.
needs
to go back to us.
Well, yes.
For instance.
Absolutely. And if any of these people try to escape to a different country, that's what our military should be dedicated to. If they send the military in to abduct foreign presidents, why not send them to abduct people like this son of a bitch that our man Real Tech just called out if he tries to escape to a different nation? Why not? I mean, that would be, I would consider a useful deployment. Bring these people back and let them face justice if they're not paying their taxes. So, Sammy, anything else that comes to your mind that, feel free to express it.
You know, that's pretty much it. That was pretty much my opinion. because to me it was more of how spineless they are, because it's not even about, they're going down. That's the thing, and
Yes.
they're not being real politicians. Let's be honest. It's one of the reasons why Daddy Bush got away, because he got I'm sorry, I don't know if it was some of the Reagan administration got pardoned for the Iran Contra scandal was
Yes.
because Daddy Bush let them off the hook.
Yes.
Now, obviously, Donald Trump is probably saying, while pardoning you, this is a little different. There is corruption. This is just stupidity, what he did. It's not just an Iran Contra scandal. There's layers to this. The layer of this shit cake goes very deep.
Good term
so
for it.
Go
on. Yes.
It's not just a clean slate. It's the president's going to go down.
Yes.
Unless we all discussed that, but
But
I mean,
from
that's
your
pretty much
lips to God's ears. From your lips to God's ears. So, yeah, that's
Thank you. But
yeah, go on.
am I making sense of my take on JD Vance and Marco Rubio? It's just they should have just start the pain.
Well, here's what my immediate analysis of that would be, is what Sammy is pointing out is that for politicians, these men are not acting very Machiavellian. Why are they not manipulating or maneuvering to take advantage of what's clearly a declining presidency? But the reality is, this is a religious cult. So they really are going down with the ship. They actually are, in a sense, they're locked in. Now, you've made the point that Trump operates like a mafia don, but imagine a mafia don who's also an incestuous religious figure. It's like the Children of God cult. He's like almost like a person who has been 6 inches up inside of all of these people, and they are somehow inseminated by him. They feel bonded. It's very bizarre. It's very sick and dysfunctional, but it's a part of the antichristly process here. You brought up Epstein, which is extraordinarily important. And I'll get back to that, but by all means, kind of close your thoughts in that regard, and feel free to interject again anytime you wish throughout the night. You're always welcome to. So go on. Yes.
I mean, that is pretty much in a nutshell. Obviously, it seems easy, but I mean, you're right. You make a good point. It's just this time around, it is just you. Even if you express the logical, it's very hard to understand. But it is what it is. We're dealing in the age of chaos.
Yes.
But at the end of the day, we're going to be paying Iran hand over fist.
Yes.
So, that's one thing. Any candidate, whether it's a gym shoe or a used condom, that runs for president, is going to face. So, that's my 2 cents. I kind of have to get going, but
But whenever you want to jump, if you find any opportunity to jump back in again tonight, you're always welcome. Okay, and thank you so much for joining us. And share our love with your family, of course. By all means. Hopefully they're doing well.
Okay.
Excellent. So thank you, Sammy. And so when it comes to another issue that now constitutes a major threat to the maladministration, it's the Epstein affair. This sordid case, which involves sexual abuse of minors, baby rape, and child enslavement, has received a considerable amount of attention in recent years. QAnon and other networks of the extreme right have seized upon it, and numerous conspiracy theories have flourished online, fueled by the businessman's suspicious death in prison. Many refuse to believe it was suicide, and rightly so. On the internet, one could easily hear or read fiery speeches about Epstein and the corruption of the many elites around him. For a time, the affair served Trump's interests. According to his supporters, all of his opponents, Democrats, journalists, singers, Hollywood filmmakers, were implicated in the vast pedocriminal conspiracy set up by Jeffrey Epstein. Thus, only Trump claimed his cultic base of believers was capable of restoring true moral values in these United States. All of this reinforced Umberto Eco's thesis that obsession with conspiracy is an essential element of totalitarianism. But neither Trump nor his religious cultists seemed to care. Once the election was won, however, Trump's about-face was striking. Trump betrayed himself as reluctant to publish the entirety of the Justice Department's Epstein documents and archives. As promised, the controversy swelled, and many noted the president's own close relationship with this sexual mass predator. It was only recently that Trump yielded under pressure and ordered the declassification and publication of but a fragment of the Epstein files. At first glance, the Epstein threat seems of a radically different nature than the eschatological creature we've been discussing, or rather dissecting. What connection could there be between conspiracy theories surrounding a major sexual scandal and the expectation of the end times? However, conspiracy thinking and eschatology share many common points. If one refers to the tradition of the Antichrist that goes back to Adzo of COMMENCEMENT, one might be tempted to see in it a mythology close to conspiracy theory. From his birth, the ultimate enemy, the fruit of the union of a prostitute and the devil himself, must be born in Babylon, an imaginary city at this point in history that symbolizes corruption. He must then be raised by magi, as in the maga, which means the mage, the mark of the beast on every redcap's forehead. And he must also be raised by not just the magi, but enchanters in the cities of Bethsaida and Chorazin. Subsequently, when the Antichrist arrives in Jerusalem, or Jerusalem, he will pass himself off as Christ, and the Jews will welcome him as the Messiah. Trump has proven himself, as Israelis say, the best president Israel has ever had. The Antichrist will then perform false miracles and lying wonders, persecute the righteous, notably the 12 witnesses who preach against him, and corrupt the others. It is ultimately Jesus, or Jesus, or the Archangel Michael, who will put an end to the reign of Antichrist. The myth of Antichrist, the Antichrist, rests on mystery, deception, lies, and imposture. In other words, the usual mechanisms of conspiracy theories. One could even see in this legend a conspiracy against God. The Epstein affair demonstrates how conspiracy thinking and theology go as hand in hand. The scenarios are almost identical. Trump wanted to appear as a savior, but in the event of failure, the risk is to be seen as the Antichrist, the impious being who must rule the world for a time before being struck down by the Christ himself. Trump campaigned as the scourge of corrupt and pedophiliac elites, linked to a terrible sexual mass predator. As his name appears throughout the Epstein files, he does in turn risk being assimilated back into those hated elites. One can go even further. The defections that have taken place in the Republican camp have cheerfully mixed religion and conspiracy thinking. At the height of his feud with Trump in June of 2025, Elon Musk opted for a frontal attack. While the word abomination, abused by Musk to describe the one big beautiful bill, the budget reconciliation bill passed by Donald Trump, can refer to the biblical book of Daniel, it does not necessarily imply an eschatological subtext. Nevertheless, Musk's reference to the Epstein case was particularly harsh. He said, in essence, that if the files were not published, it was because their content compromised Trump himself. The accusation fizzled out as Musk deleted the tweet that launched it the next day. Nevertheless, the damage was done, and the Epstein case clearly contributes to the defection of one of the president's most prominent supporters. In November of 2025, Marjorie Taylor Greene expressed that her falling out with the president, and with it her refusal to worship him, also had its source in this affair. For months, she pushed for the publication of the files and criticized Trump's hesitations. She continued to intervene, saying she did not trust the Justice Department's promise to publish them, a clear way of putting pressure on the Republican maladministration. All this constant mixing of conspiracy theory and eschatology is not really surprising in light of the recent history of these United States. In the past few years, the empire has been a kind of political religious laboratory. In this context, many theories, often originating in Pentecostal circles, have emerged. Thus, the Seven Mountains Mandate, which appeared in the 2000s, the aughts, or our first decade of the third Christian millennium, the zeros, under the impetus of Lance Wallnau, has spread widely throughout our country. It aims to exert evangelical dominance over, quote, the spheres of religion, education, economics, politics, arts and entertainment, media, and family, unquote. In the same way, the popularity of dominionism and Christian nationalism have increased considerably. One also remembers that many analysts considered that the QAnon movement, with its explosive mix of conspiracy thinking and theology, must be regarded as a new religion. Nevertheless, the massive spread of conspiracy theories steeped in the eschatological tradition is now taking even more worrying proportions, and the risk of seeing public opinion turn against a president who has made intensive abuse of them increases day by day. Even as Melania experienced what's commonly known as the Streisand effect. Melania Trump is making a rare visit to Capitol Hill just 6 days after her unexpected and almost unannounced press conference in which she released an Epstein statement. Now, we're going to put this into our chat room and into the Infinite Call so that people can reference what I'm talking about. And hopefully this connects. There we go. The link does work. Melania Trump really wants you to stop talking about her Epstein connections. In politics, there's an old rule. Don't repeat the charge. Melania Trump apparently never got the memo. The most plausible explanation for the First Lady's out-of-the-blue address on the Jeffrey Epstein drama was that she was trying to make it go away. But her stunning on-camera statement from the White House cross hall will almost certainly have the opposite effect. The seemingly out-of-the-blue message came at a moment when her husband's maladministration had finally seemed to move past more than a year of Epstein controversy, especially as the Iran war had become all-consuming in Washington. She chose to revive it herself. The statement was riddled with self-inflicted complications. Melania acknowledging writing a warm 2002 email to Wiliane Maxwell, complimenting her appearance and signing off, "Love, Melania," whilst insisting that this amounted to nothing more than trivial small talk. She also confirmed that her name appears in the latest tranche of Epstein documents, a detail many may never have known before. Then there's the question of timing and motive. Some White House officials were stunned by the timing of the remarks, which sparked rumors that the First Lady was trying to get ahead, or, well, get out ahead of something. Several of her own aides gathered to watch the statement without knowing what she was going to say beforehand. Even her husband seemed to distance himself, a person familiar with the matter telling CNN that Donald Trump was aware his wife planned to make this statement, but the president told media afterward that he did not know anything about it. To her credit, Melania accomplished something genuinely rare last Thursday. She got people to stop talking about the Iran war. Whether that was the plan is, at this point, anybody's guess. But it brings us to a particularly striking case, or another particularly striking case, the defection of Bryce Mitchell. Now, one might argue that my analysis to this point relies a little too much on allusions, on the implicit, on tropes. Be that as it may, a recent video illustrates perfectly the idea of a convergence, even a fusion, of eschatology and conspiracy thinking. It is an Instagram post from the end of October in 2025. Its author, Bryce Mitchell, is not exactly unknown. The 30-something has a media presence since beyond his job as a cattle breeder in Arkansas, breeding red heifers for Jewish sacrifice on the Temple Mount. He is a professional double MA, or mixed martial arts fighter, an ultra-violent sport. He has also made headlines several times, notably for claiming that my biological sire, Adolf Hitler, was a good guy, before rather pitifully retracting. In sourced video, addressed to his fans, the fighter begins with undeniable vehemence. "I no longer support Donald Trump. I don't like him. I think he is a corrupt leader." The first reason for this disenchantment, he claims, is that he did not publish the Epstein files willingly. He condemns American diplomatic and military interventions in both Israel and the Ukraine and accuses Trump of putting America last. Further frustrations over agricultural policy and the price of beef are also aired. Then his tone changes. He states that Trump deceived him and that he was an idiot. He becomes agitated, moves toward the camera, and makes his own dog growl. The young man then openly designates Trump as the Antichrist, referring to Revelation chapter 13, verse 3, where the wounded head of the beast is miraculously healed in a false resurrection to manipulate God's followers. This is a transparent reference to the false assassination attempt against the president himself in Butler, Pennsylvania, where Trump was self-staged as struck in the head. Finally, Mitchell announces that we have entered the Great Tribulation, and that the mark of the beast will be present in 42 months. He concludes, "Trump is finished. He's gone. He's compromised. He's out there with the rest of the pedophiles." The video, nonetheless, ends on a note of nostalgia, with Mitchell waxing, "He's a good actor, and he fooled me for a very long time." Now, there are, of course, comments on Bryce Mitchell's video attacking Trump. You will not find them on this link. It is on his original video, which I do not personally have access to. Also, I would ask you not to review this till after my transmission is over, because we don't want you getting distracted by this particular drama right now. But in the video's short runtime, one finds all the elements I mentioned earlier. Conspiracy thinking, linked to the Epstein affair, and eschatology with its reference to Revelation. Above all, one sees, perfectly materialized, a double reversal. Whereas Trump made abuse of the Epstein affair, he is now on the side of the pedophiles. Though his followers believed in him, he turned out to be the Antichrist. In both cases, deception and concealment are at work. The Instagram clip that I'm referencing was viewed nearly 70,000 times last time I checked. It was shared nearly 2,600 times. Again, I checked into this last month. That is not enormous, any of those numbers, but it is still significant, especially since many national media outlets such as Yahoo, Fox News, and MSNBC commented on and disseminated said post, increasing its circulation by orders of magnitude by now. Mitchell thus received immense publicity, which likely tarnished the president's prestige among the most religious fraction of his electorate. Even if this is just one figure's stance, it is nonetheless symptomatic of the increased risk of a change in opinion against Trump. The publication of the Epstein files constitutes a veritable sword of Damocles, all the more so since, for many evangelicals, the affair has now taken on apocalyptic connotations. If the crisis is to intensify, if other voices are to join Bryce Mitchell, Trump could be forced to resign, though such a crisis would only benefit the most radical fringe of the MAGA movement, that of Nick Fuentes and America First. One would then be confronted with a genuine Bolshevik drift, on the model of C.M. Kornbluth's infamously dystopian novel, The Syndic. That is where Bryce Mitchell's preference lies. When one of his supporters asks him, in the comment thread of his original post, whether he supports Nick Fuentes, the reply came instantly. Nick is my brother! Facing such disenchantment, what in theology is known as a disconfirmation process, and the concomitant threat to us all of a Fuentes presidency, the incumbent United States president could exploit a terrorist act, indeed, actually engineer one himself to rig the midterm elections. This brings us inexorably and inescapably to Trump's next coup d'etat attempt, and how to stop it. We are 7 months away from the most consequential midterm election in the history of these United States. Meanwhile, we are fighting a war. These are the structural conditions for a coup d'etat attempt in which a president tries to nullify elections and take permanent power as a dictator. If we see this, we can stop it, overcome the movement that brought us to this point, and make a turn towards something better. President Donald Trump and Secretary of State Pete Hegseth are stuck in the logic of escalation, according to which the feeling of defeat today can be reversed by doing the first thing that comes to mind tomorrow. Trump is surrounded by people who are making money from the war. Each day of war strengthens a warmongering lobby with personal access to our president. As this war lengthens, the chance that it will be exploited for a coup d'etat attempt increases. Trump tells us that he is chiefly concerned with the permanence of his own comfort and power. Think about ballroom and bunker, much of which he will lose when his party is defeated decisively in the midterms. Trump regularly declares his intention to meddle in the elections. His party backed a bill which would have turned elections into a sham. Trump wants to increase the defense budget by nearly 500% without any review of what the money is for. This is strategic nonsense and has to be understood as a payoff for the men who, as he imagines, will help him install a dictatorship. Hegseth is meanwhile purging the highest officer ranks of people of principle. It is up to us to put toi and toi together. Trump will seek to exploit this war, or the next one, to alter our elections. We bear responsibility for what comes next. The eventuality can seem frightening, but Trump's position is weak. The gambit of turning a foreign war into a domestic dictatorship is complicated and difficult. Its success depends on us. If the possibility of such a coup d'etat is not anticipated and the variants of the gambit are not called out as they emerge, Trump can and will succeed. He has attempted a coup d'etat, or technically a self-coup, once in January of 2021. There be no reason to think that he will not try to do so again. Now, as always, history can help us to imagine the immediate future. History must repeat. Thus dost it instruct. Otherwise, there would be no point in its study. We could simply forget the past, because it would have no applicability to the future. Thus, as a classical historian, I must operate on the fact that history not only can repeat, it must repeat. So we know that war offers at least 5 kinds of opportunities for aspiring dictators. Let us consider the maneuvers that Trump could make and how they could be stopped. I offer them as 5 clear types. In practice, of course, they will be mixed and matched from day to day. But if we have the concepts in advance, we can recognize the threat and turn any sort of coup d'etat attempt against Trump himself. We are not spectators of this unfolding drama. We are actors inside every scenario. And we means analysts like myself, the public informants who report, judges who follow the law, servicemen and servicewomen who follow the Constitution, and above all, citizens as yourself who organize, protest, and vote. Above all, financially supporting myself as a public informant who provides your analysis. Because if we know the coup d'etat scripts in advance, we know when to take the stage and where to take the rage. So, before going into the scenarios, we have, from Brendan Zoget, the fact that tens of thousands of bees have suddenly swarmed Netivot in Israel. Authorities are warning residents and shop owners to keep doors and windows closed. This is a biblical plague. on Israel, the false kingdom, who dares to claim the chosen status. Our thanks to Brendan Zogit for bringing this good news to our attention. Hallelujah! Blow the horn. So here are the home front scenarios. Number 1, the steady hand. A war is going on, is the claim that's being tossed around here in America, back in the States, or on Uncle Sugar, as my dad used to call this shining city on a hill. And so we should not change leadership, regardless of what happens in an election. This stance nicely dodges the questions of whether the war was worth starting in the first place, and whether the people in charge are the best qualified to make war, or peace, for that matter. Brendan says, "Hey, I don't agree." He's going to cover his ass. "Just an observer." Yes, there we are. Oh, yeah. Well, Brendan has to cover himself. That's understood. He's in a work environment. Now, the steady hand argument has been used countless times. It was the approach that George W. Bush took against John Kerry in the presidential campaign of 2004. But whereas Bush was abusing such arguments to win an election, Trump will have to abuse them to overturn the results of an election that his party most certainly loses. Most likely by enormous, if not astronomical, historically unprecedentedly astronomical margins, as happened in Hungary. Given that Trump's polling on the war is terrible, he is in a weaker position than Bush was, and would have to do much more. It is unclear why a steady hand would rig elections, and for that matter, Trump's conduct during this war has made his hand seem even less steady. Indeed, it seems quite epileptic in terms of its seizuring. To rig an election, Trump needs a tight elite consensus around himself. He needs allies who are willing to break the law and our Constitution, risking not only prison time, but also historical infamy as people who wanted to end our republic. The war is breaking up that consensus and leading to the firing of some of the likely election riggers. The case for a steady hand that should not be hindered by electoral results should be easy to defeat. But we have to see the logic and work to break the ranks of Trump cultists who would follow orders to rig elections. They have to know that they will fail, and that when they will once they fail, that then they will bear the consequences for the rest of their lives, which will hopefully be foreshortened by lethal lynching. The one truly steady hand is that of justice. And justice, in times like these, cannot afford to flinch. 2. Bonapartism. In this tactic, the aspiring dictator says, "I know that you would like democracy at home, and so let us prove our ardor together by fighting a war for democracy abroad." This is meant to allow the tyrant to claim the mantle of democracy, even while he undoes it at home. This approach was behind the original Napoleonic Wars, the First World War, in which entire populations were mass mobilized. World War Zero. It was perfected by Napoleon III in the 1850s as diplomatic nationality. Trump, however, is not pretending to even care about democracy. He prefers dictators, and among dictators, he prefers Vladimir Putin more than the rest. Trump's allies, however, will make the case that war spreads the American way or something of the sort. But such arguments can be easily defeated, whether by insider trading, political bets, arms dealing, or in Putin's case, higher oil prices and conveniently dropped sanctions, the people around Trump are making money on this war. They are literally warmongers. What is good in America is bled away in this war, as oligarchs, foreign and domestic, make billions of dollars, as we are asked to sacrifice everything in exchange for nothing. Trump himself ran for office on an anti-Bonapartist platform. No wars abroad for democracy. Spend money instead at home. Instead, he is proposing to defund basic domestic services in order to bribe the armed services with a ridiculous funding increase during a senseless war. Number 3, Bismarckian unification. Here the ruler no longer pretends to care about democracy. So far, so good for Donald Trump, but speaks about bringing the nation together. This was the great success of Otto von Bismarck in Central Europe between 1864 and 1871. Germania, before Bismarck, was a culture, but not any unified state. There were literally hundreds of Germanies. In the age of nationalism, the question was who would succeed in bringing these numerous Germanic entities together. By winning 3 wars against Denmark, the Habsburgs of Austria-Hungary, and France, the Prussian leader was able to create the conditions for the establishment of a new united German Reich, a realm of all Germanies, Germania, because unification was achieved by force of arms rather than by revolution or elections, as many Germans had hoped for in 1848. The new Staat, the state, was a militaristic monarchy from the beginning, with an essentially symbolic parliament. Trump would no doubt like this model, but he has the problem of being unable to win 1 war, let alone 3. Also, the war that he is fighting does not address any essential national problem. Instead, it seems to be about tearing the American Republic apart. Trump's budget proposal, offered during the war, amounts to this: the wealth of working Americans will be mass transferred, to oligarchs and defense contractors, and the government will no longer provide any basic services. It abuses war to advance the impoverishment and peonization of everyone but a minuscule, indeed microscopic, elite. Number 4, Bolshevik mass sacrifice. The nailed Bolshevik leader kills enough of his own people in a major campaign so that the survivors, the intergenerationally mass traumatized survivors, begin to accept the Weltanschauung, the worldview, that all is revolution, that enemies are everywhere, that the world is a conspiracy against us, etc. This is what happened with Mao Zedong and his Cultural Revolution. Remember, the Republicans are fighting a culture war, which can only culminate in their victory in a cultural revolution, with their own literally Red Guard, as Mao had his Red Guard. The Russo collaborationist Red Republicans have their Nick Fuentes Guard, that they will unleash, Mao Zedong ultimately mass murdered 100 million of his fellow countrymen in a democide, an extermination by a government of their own citizenry. Trump aims for this, as constantly articulated by Holly Kaditis Kiefer. Death on such a mass scale becometh its own source of meaning, uniting the Juji, literally the chief seat, it is the chairman, as Mao declared himself, with his proletariat. There is an element of this in Putin's war in Ukraine, but the classic example is the Greater Soviet's invasion of Europe in the immediate wake of World War I. The very difficulty of the war after 1918 through to 1921, bolstering Bolshevik arguments for a total war mobilization economy for more than 100 years thereafter. Following World War I, Soviet Russia launched several military campaigns from 1918 through to 1921 to expand communist influence and reclaim former Russian imperial territories, most notably attacking the newly independent nations like Poland, Ukraine, and the Baltic states. To reiterate, following World War I, Soviet Russia, emerging from its own revolution and civil war, attempted to expand westward into the power vacuums left by collapsing empires, aiming to export communist world revolution. Major conflicts included the Ukrainian genocide, the Polish-Soviet War of 1919 through 1921, where Soviet forces aimed to expand into the heart of Europe and conquer all the super-peninsular subcontinent, but were stopped near Moscow, and invasions in the Baltic region circa 1919, the very year my late and sainted legal sire, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, was born. The key conflict, the Polish-Soviet War, from 1919, my late and sainted legal father's birth year, through to 1921, ended with the Treaty of Riga, limiting Soviets' expansion westward, while Georgia and Armenia were brought into the Soviets' fold by 1920 through 1921. The Vysenka, that's an acronym in the Ruski, short for the Supreme Council of the National Economy in the Greater Soviet Union. The Vysenka played a pivotal role in the transition from war communism to a state-planned economy focused on industrial mobilization, wherein labor forces would replace field or forces in the field after World War I, wherein war would be a war of populations, mass mobilized to wage industrial scale production. Records of Vysenka and related Soviet bodies from the early 1920s highlight a deliberate effort to adapt the total war, or in the Deutschsprech, the German speak, Totaler Krieg, economic mobilization methods practiced by Imperial Germany during World War I, characterized by central planning, resource rationing, and top-down control of industry into the peacetime Soviet structure. Now, David Stone's work, titled Mobilization and the Red Army's Move into Civilian Administration, subtitled 1925 through to 1931 is indispensable here. So I will place a link thereunto in the chat and our infinite call. With that, of course, feel free to open that, even as you listen. Trump is neo-Bolshevik, as opposed to fascist, because he lacks the core attributes of historical fascism. The historical fascists actually believed in struggle, which Trump does not. Trump believes in saying words and then having things delivered, well, handed to him on a silver platter. Fascists, in disambiguation, or by stark contrast, always believed in war, whereas Trump converted to war late in life, having become convinced that it was a way to easy wins, victories abroad that could be translated into dictatorship at home. Having boasted of winning in Iran dozens of times already, Trump is in a poor position to call for the large-scale land invasion that would be necessary to trigger astronomical American casualties and the sanguinary fascist dialectic of events and sentiments. Even if Trump did order a land invasion, it would probably never work, either militarily or politically. He has not done any of the ideological spade work. No one listening to Trump himself would think that he believed in a struggle for survival. By 1941, by stark contrast, my biological sire Adolf Hitler had already won quick wars in Poland and in France, which created a sense among previously doubtful military commanders and civilians that he knew what he was doing, which then opened the way for a second, more ideological stage of that war. Military commanders are presumably dubious of Donald Trump, and in any event, they are being fired, mass purged, by Hegseth at an extraordinary rate during an undeclared and illegal petty conflict. It is in this light, then, or this light again, that one must understand Trump's strategically senseless notion that we should increase the military budget right now by nearly 100%. It is meant merely as a payoff for officers, soldiers, and sailors, people Trump has openly disrespected his entire misspent life, people whose funerals he treats as an opportunity to sell his own branded merchandise, to assist him in a coup d'etat against Americans. That bribe should fail, for many reasons, but it will not fail unless we notice what is happening. Because believe me, your average son of a bitch or daughter of a bitch who's disgusting enough to serve in the United States military will follow his command, and they'll shoot you down like a dog. In fact, they'll shoot you before they shoot any goddamn dog, in a heartbeat, by his command. They are your fucking enemy. And don't you ever forget it. They want that 50% increase in that goddamn budget tonight. They would hold a junta to get that money and give themselves the most undeserved raise, the most unearned income in human history. And that brings us to the fifth situational scenario: the exploitation of state terror. This gambit, or one variant thereof, depends on something happening during a war. A foreign enemy carries out an act of terrorist violence against Americans, providing an aspiring dictator with a pretext for a state of emergency and a suspension of elections. Nothing exactly like this has happened in the United States, although we can recall our self-destructive reactions to 9/11. This is Trump's best hope among all of these scenarios, which is one reason why it might not happen. Iranian leaders must be aware that Trump would seek to exploit just such an event. Iranian propaganda certainly involves threats against individual American leaders, but it seems unlikely that they would carry them out. Tehran has more to gain by mocking Pete Hegseth, as in a recent video, than by seeking to assassinate him. Indeed, that would be counterproductive, because he's the biggest fucking idiot that has ever walked the earth and can only lead Iran to victory, not America. And to reiterate that, for those who just can't get the point, indeed, given Hegseth's particular combination of strategic incompetence and Christian nationalism, he must seem like a God-given enemy for the regime in Tehran. Killing him would only go against their benefit. Another possibility being that Iranians do nothing inside American borders, but Trump and his cultists pretend that they have, or even organize a fake terrorist strike themselves. It is important to understand that such things do happen, and have been done by the people Trump admires the most. Consider the 1999, yes, it was 1999, the last year of last millennium, false flag terrorist attacks in Russia, the bombing of apartment buildings by the Russian secret services, which began a chain of events that allowed Vladimir Putin to begin his march towards dictatorship. Self-terror is a Putinist strategy, and it works. This means that it can be presumed to have been considered most seriously by Donald Trump, Putin's client in the White House. Putin is one of the people to whom Trump listens. But Trump, unlike Putin, does not come from the secret services, and it is hard to imagine him not botching such an operation, even if the Russians had some slips themselves. It is also hard to imagine that Americans ordered to do such a thing would not leak such a plan in their boastfulness before it could be realized. It did leak in Russia and was reported before it happened, but it still worked because it's motherless fucking Russia and Russians are that fucking stupid. You tell them, I'm gonna stick a dynamite stick up your ass and claim it was the Chechens. Oh, okay. Oh, that feels good. Oh, and then the blow up happens. And by that time it's too late. Their ass is blown out and they're asking you for help. Oh, my guts are falling out. Get a doctor. Here's Dr. Putin. He's coming to fuck you up the ass. Now, even if this false flag attack itself take its place, Trump will have to go from self-terror to a state of emergency and some sort of self-invasion to halt the elections. But a self-invasion by whom? ICE is unpopular and untrained. The war has not been run in any way that brings military commanders to trust the president. Again, one has to see Trump's proposal to increase the defense budget by nigh 0.5% as a kind of desperate bribe. There are sound strategic reasons why it is a terrible idea, but there is also a political one. And by the time you become a high officer, the rank of colonel or above, you are not just a commissioned officer, as in you have stock in the nation, the Incorporated States of America. You are also a politician in uniform. Meaning, your high command will unquestionably, without a thought, take that goddamn bribe. Elements of all these scenarios can be mixed together. Some variant of terrorism is Trump's best bet. And so one should be, preemptively now, skeptical of Trump's account of any future terrorist attack. We can be sure that, whatever its true origins and character, Trump will provide a self-serving account meant to serve a coup d'etat and a dictatorship. It is utterly predictable that he will attempt to pass responsibility for any act of terror to his domestic political opponents and discredit or undo elections in toto. We have to think through this chain of events right now to make sure that we are ready to block it and to turn any such attempt against Trump himself. The terrorism scenario must not work. We must consider it in advance and hold Trump responsible for any horror inside these United States brought about by his mad war. None of the other scenarios should work either, in any combination. Indeed, all of them should only hurt himself. If we are attentive and active in our awareness. But there be no neutral position. We cannot do nothing and expect this republic to make it through. Indeed, Trump's one chance to succeed in any of these scenarios is our own silent collaboration. He can only carry out a coup d'etat if we decide to obey in advance, to pretend that wartime pretexts for coups d'etat are never used, although history instructs us that they always are, and then to offer our surprise to Trump as the unique political resource that can transform his weak position into a strong one. That would be all too Russian of us. Trump is weak, but weakness only matters if it is treated as the vulnerability that it is and pushed towards defeat. You must kick him while he's down. Trump will try to make his weak position strong, which will expose further vulnerabilities that have to be seen and exploited. All of his policies makest him vulnerable. The war in particular makest him vulnerable. And any gambit to exploit this war should make Trump and his party easy to defeat and discredit his authoritarian movement forever. A coup d'etat attempt is not at all unthinkable. Trump has done it before, and he makes it very clear that he is about to do it again right now. When we think about it now, about how it will take shape, not if, but will, we make it less likely. Indeed, we deter it. Knowledge of history can change the future. If we remember what history shows us is possible, we can prevent a coup d'etat from succeeding and turn any such attempt against its instigator. The question being, who is able to defeat the midterm election coup d'etat? as long as the federal order remains, the states will have responsibility to guarantee free, fair, and law-loyal elections in November. It is the duty and mission of Israel's 50 American vassal states to prohibit the midterm election coup d'etat of Donald Trump. Reflect upon what I just said. We are under Zionist occupation government, but our states must declare that we will not fall for a federal coup d'etat, a junta performed by our own military in service against ourselves, under the orders of the man who bribes them, with an infinite paycheck and infinite benefits, all taken from us. Your military is your enemy. You're losing all your Social Security, all your welfare, all your food stamps, all your medical care to the goddamn veterans who get everything: medicine, medical treatment, psychological counseling for fucking free. For fucking free. Non-stop and infinitely. Even if they spend. Disconnected. We're going to see if we reconnect. We were disconnected. We were disconnected. We need you to tell us if you can hear us. Please let us know.
I'm going to check now.
Yes, thank you. And we
The
were...
stream is still up. The broadcast is still up.
Okay.
So...
I got the online broadcasting services announcing we were disconnected. Reconnection has been successful. So, thank you to Real Tech Geek.
Well,
at Thumbslug says
you,
can hear. Yeah.
Okay, good. Well, you were hitting them hard.
Yes. Yeah.
The fucking bullshit military, so...
Thank you. I appreciate that, Real Tech. And thank you.
But God is on our side.
Yes. Well,
okay.
we can pray.
Anyway, continue on.
I don't know if he were really on our side, we wouldn't have gotten this far. But yeah, that's that's questionable and debatable, but it's a theological discussion that will have to await another philosophical moment. Understand this much again, that this is the Second American War between the states. Who is able to defeat the midterm election coup d'etat by defending democracy? As long as the federal order remains, the states still have the responsibility to guarantee free, fair, and law-loyal elections in November. It is the duty of the states to resist a federal fucking coup d'etat. This is the second war of states' rights against the goddamn Union. That is why today's date, the 156th official American Civil War I Commencement Commemoration Day, is the day the son of Adolf Hitler announces the fact that we are entering the second phase of that civil war, one in which the states must stand up again. Because Netanyahu is behind the Iran war, not Donald Trump, and that renders peace impossible. Within hours of Donald Trump accepting a fortnight, the old in English, for fortnight, literally 14 nights, it has 12 weeks ceasefire in Iran, walking back on his dire threat that a whole civilization will die, Benjamin Netanyahu did his best to wreck any prospect of peace. Israel launched an intensive bombardment of Beirut and other Lebanese towns and cities, with 100 attacks in the first 10 minutes. More than 300 people were killed and more than 1,000 critically injured and crippled for life, according to Lebanon's health ministry. The IDF, or the Israeli Defense Forces, also carried out a series of strikes across the Gaza, including a precisely targeted armed drone attack on the car of Al Jazeera journalist Mohammed Vishan, the 262nd journalist to be murdered by Israel since October of 2023. The Israelis do not want you reporting their atrocities. These massacres serve as a reminder that it was Netanyahu, not Trump, who started this war on Iran, and that he continues to pull Trump's strings. For as long as that be true, the prospects of any lasting peace deal are impossible. Provided the Strait of Hormuz remains open, Trump can now claim victory, even if that claim is far from truth. But Netanyahu cannot. Trump wanted to kill the Ayatollah Khamenei and cripple the Iranian military, including its nuclear ambitions, so Iran could never threaten its neighbors, especially Israel. Of course, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps has not been crippled, but the American president's self-belief and capacity to lie mean he would likely get away with saying otherwise. The Israeli Prime Minister, however, needed regime change and the irreversible end of theocratic rule. A win over Iran has to be complete, not least to ensure his own success at Israel's general election later in the year. But the Iranian regime is still intact. The popular Iranian uprising against the theocracy that Israel and its 500 American satrap states and union both expected failed to materialize. As such, a peace deal at this point would be a disaster for Netanyahu. If his devastating IDF Lebanon assault fails, he no doubt has more tricks of persuasion up his sleeve. The extent of Netanyahu's control of the war agenda, both its origins and its conduct, has been both disguised by Trump's bombastic attention-seeking and overshadowed by the actions of the IRGC, which has survived intensive bombardment and developed a clear strategy: attack the eyes and ears of Israeli and proxy American systems. As Kelly Greco, a specialist at the Stimson Center, a Washington-based foreign affairs think tank, so puts it, the IRGC is systematically targeting three distinct functional categories: radar, radio detection and ranging, and communications infrastructure, aerial tankers, and airborne early warning. Greco telling Defense News, and here I quote his T, each is a critical enabler of U.S. aero operations. That's not random. That's a target set derived from an understanding of how U.S. air power functions and where it is most exposed. The pattern suggests deliberate doctrine, or something close enough to it, not opportunism. In other words, what Kelly Greco is saying, and here I have to look up their gender. I deal with so many transgenders. Turns out it's a female, she. What she is saying is that the IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, indeed reports that its American imperial targets have included the Bahrain headquarters of the United States Navy's Fifth Fleet, the American Empire's primary hub for coordinating its naval operations in region. That's a $1.1 billion early warning radar in Qatar and 12 radar facilities at sites in the United Arab Emirates. It has also successfully attacked the United States' Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia, destroying an E-3 Sentry airborne warning and control plane, what we used to call AWACS, a Fjordtwanmegd. The Alden English again for fortnight, literally 14 nights. It is 12 weeks earlier. Iran hit and damaged 5 KC-135 Stratotanker refueling aircraft at the same base. This is a hit on this triangulated triage of radar and communications infrastructure, aerial tankers, and airborne early warning. It being essential to remember that the IRGC was founded in the immediate aftermath of the 1979 Islamic Revolution and expanded in size and power during the Iran-Iraq conflict, Gulf War I, between 1980 and 1988, when as many as 500,000 young Iranians died resisting Saddam Hussein's opportunistic invasion of Iran. Back then, the IRGC managed to prevent Hussein from annexing Iran's oil-rich Khuzestan province and gaining control over the disputed Shatt al-Arab waterway. It has evolved into an ideological entity rooted in the defense of the revolution and is much stronger than Iran's conventional armed forces. The IRGC's strength continues to lie in asymmetric defensive warfare. It has training, arsenals, and weapons suited to survival and the wearing down of its much stronger opponents. The success of this approach against Israel and its American vassal states is clear, despite the thousands of Iranians killed or maimed and the billions of dollars of damage inflicted across the country. Taking control of the Strait of Hormuz has been an obvious maneuver, and even the repeated attacks on neighboring states have a purpose. They may have shocked and angered leaders in Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, and Qatar, but they sent a clear message. We are facing an existential threat from Israel and its puppet American states in union, and you are either with us or against us on the side of the infidel, which is fighting its own religious war of conquest to rebuild the third temple and open the gates of hell itself in Jerusalem. Iran could now continue the conflict with Israel and its puppet United States for weeks, if not months, if it so chooses. Despite the claims of the American president, the IRGC is not running out of missiles and armed drones. Far from it. CNN reports that around half of its missile launchers are still intact, as are thousands of one-way attack drones, while armed drones are being cottage industrially produced in backstreet workshops. Even Israel assesses that Iran still has more than 1,000 missiles capable of reaching it, while Hezbollah's arsenal in Lebanon includes as many as 10,000 shorter-range rockets, according to military briefings cited by Israeli media itself last weekend. Given all of this, can the peace talks succeed? Certainly not, meaning the United States must embark on a historically unprecedented bombing campaign against the Iranian infrastructure and its very society, much to the relief of Netanyahu. However, there are still two avenues for hope. One is that Trump or the American public comes to realize that Netanyahu has been pulling the strings all along, which would undoubtedly dent the American president's ego. The other is through the objection of external agents of influence. Superpowers such as India or the Communist Chinese Empire could make clear that destroying Iranian society is simply unacceptable. Extraordinarily given its small size, the United Kingdom is also an external agent with specific influence. a sustained American imperial bombardment campaign of Iran requires the massive abuse of strategic aero power. For the United States Air Force, this must include the fleet of B-1B Lancer long-range bombers. Only 21 of those are reported to be even mission-ready, 15 of which are at Royal Air Force Fairford in Gloucestershire, each carrying more than 30 tons of a wide range of ordnance. The loss of Fairford wouldn't stop the war, but it would seriously hinder Trump's plans. No other comparable European bases are available. Only Fairford has the necessary and complex equipment to house the B-2 Spirit stealth bomber and the easy access to enormous munitions depots, which is located at the nearby Royal Air Force Welford. In any case, Great Britain is likely the only European state that would want a United States aerobase like this right now. A private word from Keir Starmer that the United Kingdom wants its land back and may yet follow España and others in closing its aerospace to American warplanes would have a direct impact. It would certainly help explain Sir Starmer's unexpected visit this week to the Middle East. Sir Starmer, stand up for Britannia. As Ronald Reagan once said, Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall. Sir Starmer, retake Gloucestershire. Retake RAF Fairford and make it British, and ergo, make Britain great again. Now, earlier this week, President Trump responded with fulminations. Iran better stop now if it's charging tankers to pass through. The regime is only alive today so it can negotiate with the United States. One has to laugh because it's comedy. Because in practice, all Trump has done is apply more pressure on NATO allies and send Vice President J.D. Vance to head the delegation in Islamabad. Hardly the actions of a diplomatic mastermind who really knows the art of this deal. So on Sunday, the United States President Donald Trump announced a military blockade of the Strait of Hormuz as Vice President J.D. Vance's negotiating team failed to gain the trust of their Iranian counterparts, who have been burned by the United States before and are loath to surrender sovereignty over their nuclear program, as the precedent of Ukraine surrendering its massive strategic nuclear Rakatan and bomber forces to the Russian Empire for a paper promise never to attack has proven that deterrence in being is indispensable to national existence itself. This brings us to the battle for the Strait. This week's issue of The Economist magazine defined the current 14 night, the Alden English for fortnight, literally 14 nights, it is 12-week ceasefire in the Judeo-American-Iranian war that began on the 28th day in February as a whimper. And if the hostilities have indeed permanently ended in a compromise that leaves Tehran's Islamo-terrorist regime in power, the Iranian nuclear program alive, and the Strait of Hormuz under the Ayatollah's control, then that is an apt description of a restriction, to be sure. Now, on All Fool's Day, opening this April on the first day of this month, Donald Trump threatened to create a cataclysmic bang, blasting Iran into oblivion and back to the Stone Ages. His words. And on the morning of April 7th, Trump fulminated on Truth Social that a whole civilization will die tonight. Then, just before midnight, in Washington, D.C., that same day, to the surprise of many other than myself, the American president agreed to halt the American and Israeli bombing campaign in exchange for a vague Iranian promise to reopen the strait, which Iran had blockaded with missiles, drones, and mines. The strait is crucial to the world energy market, as some 20% of our planet's oil and gas imports pass there through. And its closure over the past few weeks alone has caused a major global surge in oil and gas prices. Meanwhile, the shooting war between Eretz Israel and the Lebanese Islamist militia Hezbollah, or Army of God, Iran's main Middle Eastern proxy, continues unabated. Hezbollah rockets and drones have been relentlessly striking Israel's northern border settlements and IDF positions, while Israeli jets have been bombing targets in Hezbollah strongholds in southern Lebanon, Beirut, and Lebanon's eastern Beqaa Valley, killing hundreds. The Iranians and the Pakistani peace mediators claim that the ceasefire encompasses the Lebanon-Israel conflict, but Trump and Israel insist that deal does not cover the clashes between Hezbollah and the Jewish state. While the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu reluctantly agreed to halt Israel's air war against Iran mere hours before unleashing a planned assault on that country's power grid plants and oil and gas production installations, most Israeli observers saw Trump's agreement to ceasefire as marking an American-Israeli defeat. Israel's American Air Campaign, which has included some 21,000 strikes on Iran's military and paramilitary formations and installations, as well as its military-industrial production facilities, especially of ballistic missiles, its steel manufacturing and petrochemical industries, and residual nuclear program sites in Natanz, Isfahan, and Fordow, which had already been devastated by the Israeli-American attacks during June's 12-day war, has severely weakened Iran. But none of the strategic Israeli and American war aims have actually been achieved. They have neither toppled the Islamist regime, the war's main, though unofficial objective, nor ended either Iran's nuclear project or its ballistic missile program, though the bombings have certainly severely curtailed the latter. Nor have the two allies managed to end Tehran's backing and activation of its region-wide proxy forces, such as the Houthis, which engaged America in the largest naval combat operations since World War II. By the way, Thumbslug says, if democracy continues to be hijacked by endgame capitalism and continues being corrupted by personal greed, normal people will continue to be disillusioned with the game being played out. Of course, we have nothing to argue with there. Let me see if I can provide him the appropriate thumbs up and see if I can actually find the bloody thumbs up. There we go. And then they give me 5 races to choose from. 6, really, considering one of them is like Hoster Yellow. He goes on to say, laughing my ass off about United Arab Emirates asking Australia for that spy and control plane we lent it to them. You telling me they broke it? Laugh out loud. Iran and Hezbollah would say that, though. I would, even if I had nothing left. Indeed. Thank you for your... He says democracy needs to pivot back to being for we the people. You mean it needs to begin with that? Because America has never been a democracy. It has always been a republic with an electoral college that eliminates the democratic vote. There is no democracy in the United States. it is a constitutional republic that needs to be superseded by a true democracy through a transitional period of fascism, as happened in Taiwan with Chiang Kai-shek and his son, who then gifted the Taiwanese people democracy once they attained 100% literacy. We will do that in America once our people have done the same. In interim, in the most immediate sense, Iranian and American negotiators started talks to end the conflict in Islamabad on Saturday, with the U.S. delegation being led by Vice President J.D. Vance, if you can call that leadership. But the Iranian position, as broadcast by various regime spokesmen, included the demand that America pay compensation for damage caused by the war. A demand in which they seem to be steadfast and uncompromising. The Iranians continue to assert their right, their words, to enrich uranium, which they claim is for a civilian nuclear energy program, and to control the Strait of Hormuz. Indeed, the Iranians have hinted that if no agreement is reached, they will activate their Islamist Houthi militia proxy in Yemen to renew the blockade of the Bab al-Mandab Strait, another major international maritime artery on the other side of Arabia Felix, the Arabian Peninsula. The Houthis preventing 90% of international container ships from passing through that strait between November of 2023 and February of 2024, and continuing to launch regular attacks on shipping in region until early 2025, attacking over 100 vessels. The current threat to renew that blockade no doubt emanated from Tehran, as did the barely reported launch a few days ago, of a number of ballistic missiles aimed at Tel Aviv-Yafo and Eilat. This conflict with Iran marks the first time Eretz Israel and its 50 satellite states and American Union have ever embarked on a war together, an act that firmed up the 5-decades-old special relationship between the two white settler regimes. But the war has left Israel in the position of a client state, mortally dependent on American munitions, as so extravagantly expended in the current war. Armaments and political backing are included in this equation of mutual codependency. While Trump taketh orders from Netanyahu, he is clearly the one calling the shots. And whatever Bibi's actual wishes might be, the Israeli Prime Minister has almost automatically assented to all the president's proposals. In Israel, people fear that this war has contributed to the erosion of public support for Israel in America and Europe, a loss of support that paradoxically began on the 7th day in October of 2023, when the Palestinian Islamist group Hamas was orchestrated in attacking southern Israel, and Israel retaliated by abusing its ground forces to gradually occupy much of Hamas's home base in the Gaza Strip, and by killing some 300,000 Gazans, mainly in airstrikes, and most of them civilians. Many Israelis fear that the American public and their political representatives, both Democrat and Republican, will now blame Israel for dragging Trump into a war that they feel America should not have embarked upon, and that the American empire has so obviously lost. Curiously, the war has both weakened and strengthened the Islamist regime in Tehran. The almost unobstructed American and Israeli bombing campaigns in coordination over Iran, in which the Americans lost only 5 planes, while not a single Israeli aircraft was ever downed, highlighted Iranian military weakness and incompetence. But although the regime's leadership was almost mass decapitated in the first days of the war, it was ultimately able to strengthen its grip on the country after slaughtering tens of thousands of anti-regime demonstrators in the days leading up to the war itself, and has emerged from the fighting with a more radicalized leadership, obviously directed by the generals commanding the IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, who have sidelined the elected civilian hierarchy headed by the country's president, Masoud Pezeshkian. Now, here we are from Real Tech Geek. Netanyahu says the Trump administration updates him daily on the Iran war, while it keeps the American public in the dark. Netanyahu brags that J.D. Vance updated him on Sunday, well, that would be today, in detail, as this administration does every day. There you go. Well, yes, Trump reporting to his commander-in-chief. Well, what have we been saying? This pretty much says it all. Now, to reiterate, and we got a new incoming message from Thumbslug. We have an illusion of democracy in Australia that is hijacked by lobbyists. Quite so. Yes, no argument there. You are run, dear sir, by the Murdoch dynasty. And the Murdoch dynasty is what is fucking up Australia. At the point, of course, well, you know, populations do get the governments they deserve. And Australians, by not standing up to Rupert Murdoch, effectively have him as their dictator. Again, to reiterate, Trump announced in an early morning post on his Truth Social network that effective immediately. Now, where have we just heard that before? When he purged the board of the Presidio Park, formerly 6th United States Army headquarters, where I worked for almost a decade. But he said, Trump did on Truth Social Network, effective immediately, the Strait of Hormuz, which was open before the president launched his illegal war of choice, would be closed to all shipping. Around 20% of our world's oil passed through that waterway before Trump's war. Referring to one of the concessions reportedly in the ceasefire agreement with Iran that Trump approved last week, Trump posted, and here I read 3 Trump paragraphs, complete with all caps or all capitalized parts being shouted as appropriate. These are 3 Trump posts in a row, which together form what for him is kind of like an essay. At some point, we will reach an all being allowed to go in, all being allowed to go out basis. But Iran has not allowed that to happen by merely saying there may be a mine out there somewhere that nobody knows about but them. This is world extortion! And leaders of countries, especially the United States of America, will never be extorted. I have also instructed our Navy to seek and interdict every vessel in international waters that has paid a toll to Iran. No one who pays an illegal toll will have safe passage on the high seas. We will also begin destroying the mines the Iranians laid in the straits. Any Iranian who fires at us or at peaceful vessels will all be blown to hell. Iran will not be allowed to profit off this illegal act of extortion. They want money, and more importantly, they want nuclear. He says it the George W. Bush way. Nuclear. Additionally, I'm still talking Trump here. Additionally, and at an appropriate moment, we are fully locked and loaded, and our military will finish up the little that is left of Iran. Now, responding to Trump's post on X, Wdy Benjamin, co-founder of the peace group Code Pink, said, "So get this, Trump wants to open the Strait of Hormuz by closing the Strait of Hormuz. Blow up the world economy to punish Iran. Make sense?" Ryan Costello, the policy director at the National Iranian American Council, also took to X, writing that a blockade is an act of war, so Trump is announcing he will re-enter the U.S. into a war has been illegal under domestic and international law and has been disastrous for U.S. interests, regional security, and the people of Iran. Also on X, the journalist, Simos Milakavjali, that's it, Simus Milakavjali. He said, "I have legitimately never heard of a more insane, designed to backfire policy under this administration, maybe ever. Not only attempting to blockade Iranian ships, but any ship that goes through the Strait of Hormuz by paying the toll." While Trump and Secretary of State Marco Rubio attended a UFC match in Miami, Vance was left with the task of marathon negotiations with the Iranian officials in Islamabad, Pakistan. It was the first direct high-level talks between the two countries since 1979. After the talks, Vance told reporters, "We need to seek an affirmative commitment that Iran will not seek a nuclear weapon, and they will not seek the tools that would enable them to quickly achieve a nuclear weapon. That is the core goal of the President of the United States, and that's what we've tried to achieve through these negotiations." Two major questions came up in the Islamabad talks. Will Iran really agree to end its march toward the bomb, and will it give up its demand that America and the world recognize Iranian sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz, which, until this war began, was regarded as an international waterway providing free passage to ships of all nations? Over the course of the war, the Iranians insisted that in the post-war era, the world must acquiesce in its control over the waterway and agree that Iran can levy a $2 million United States dollar toll for each vessel that passes through the strait. Now that the Islamabad talks have failed to result in any agreement, Israel and its vassal United States could theoretically resume their bombing campaign, focusing this time on the Iranian power grid and oil and gas industry, thus crippling that country for years, if not decades, to come. This would cause chaos and poverty on a massive scale, which could in turn unleash civilian unrest and even revolution in Iran, and ultimately lead to the downfall of the unpopular Ayatollahs. But the international community is likely to oppose any renewal of the war, which would almost certainly involve an Iranian blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. And unlike Netanyahu, Trump, although wary of appearing a loser, is clearly concerned about the drop in his domestic popularity and the international economic crises that the war has engendered. The war has also caused a rift between the United States and our NATO allies, and its renewal would likely deepen that rift, to the delight of the Russian and Communist Chinese empires. Then there is the still unresolved fate of the more than 400 kilograms of 60% enriched uranium that Iran is believed to have secreted in barrels in underground tunnels, perhaps in Isfahan and Fordow. That material is the key ingredient required for the production of atomic weapons. According to experts, 400 kilograms of enriched uranium is enough for 10 nuclear warheads. Iran's refusal to surrender this material, as Israel and its American proxy are demanding, appears to be the key sticking point in the peace negotiations. Apparently, the ceasefire agreement never included Lebanon by Zionist reckoning, where Israel is battling to totally exterminate Hezbollah via ethnically cleansing the population base itself. However, Iran is now insisting on a ceasefire in Lebanon as a condition of the truce. Meanwhile, the Israeli-Hezbollah war continues, a growing number of Lebanese having now been mass evicted from their homes in southern Lebanon and Beirut, either by Israeli orders or by Israeli fire. Some 1.5 million having been reportedly uprooted and ethnically cleansed, preparing the empty lands for a new Israeli settler frontier. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of Israelis living in the Galilee have had to spend night after night in shelters as missiles and shells fly in both directions. Elements of 5 Israeli armored divisions are slowly pushing northward from the Israel-Lebanon frontier toward the Litani River, and some Israeli officials have talked of the necessity of clearing out the entire Shiite population as far as the Zaharani or Awali riverlines to give Israelis in the Galilee some respite from these attacks. Israelis and Lebanese officials are reportedly due to meet, this week to find a way to disarm Hezbollah, as the two sides agreed last November at the end of the previous bout of fighting to seek a resolution to the war. Some Lebanese politicians have started to make noises about the need to make peace with Israel, a radical divergence from decades of Lebanese unwillingness to broach the subject openly. And the war with Iran has had one further outcome, which may prove significant enough to change the face of the entire Middle East. Open animosity between the Sunni Arab Gulf states and the Islamic Republic. Iran has traditionally cast its belligerent shadow over its Arab neighbors across the Persian/Arabian Gulf, threatening, cajoling, and occasionally subverting their leaders and attacking their installations. In return, the Arab Gulf states, fearful of attracting more such treatment, have appeased and coddled the rulers in Tehran. But the continuous Iranian missile and drone bombardment of Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates may have changed the reality in the Gulf. These states have pointedly failed to respond to the Iranian attacks, partly because they lack the capability to do so, and partly in order to avoid riling up their powerful Shiite neighbor. They hoped that American aero power would neutralize Iranian belligerents and protect them. But that didn't happen. They may now choose to double down on appeasing Tehran, or they may decide to strengthen their ties with the Jewish state through the acquisition of Israeli-made aero defense capabilities and the normalization of retaliations between Riyadh, between Riyadh and Yerushalayim, or I should say Tel Aviv-Yafo, because no one recognizes Jerusalem as the capital of Israel other than Israel and some puppet satellite states in Central America like Costa Rica and Honduras, which were completely, literally purchased en masse by Israel as Zionist substatelets, and of course the United States. Other than that, everyone realizes Israel is not a nation. It is an apartheid occupation state over Palestine, which is a nation under occupation by a bunch of Zionist radical terrorists. A terror state in force. Now, the breakdown of Judeo-American Iranian talks, I really should say Iran-American talks, as the Israelis did not participate, in Islamabad just today, well, yesterday by now, has not yet been followed by a renewal of the Israeli and proxy American Ariel campaign, and a new round of talks will take place in the coming days, though the gap between the positions of the two sides remains as wide as ever and is probably unbridgeable. The current status quo, with an intransigent Iran holding the international economy hostage in what Trump has described as an act of maritime extortion, is untenable. At the peace talks, Trump appeared to be searching for a face-saving off-ramp. Thus far, Tehran seems unwilling to provide one. As a result, two American warships have now entered the Strait of Hormuz and begun mine-clearing operations to free the waterway, while Trump has announced that, starting, Monday at 10 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, in just, that was, 72 hours ago, or it feels like 72 hours ago as I host this transmission. Close to 48. It's about 48 hours ago. The United States has since blocked all vessels entering and leaving Iranian ports in the Strait of Hormuz, basically countering the anti-Western Iranian blockade with an anti-Iranian blockade of its own. Hawkish rhetoric has replaced conciliatory gestures, with Trump warning, "Any Iranian who fires at us or at peaceful vessels will be blown to hell." Trump's response having been to insist that Israel negotiate with Lebanon in Washington as soon as possible, even though the Lebanese government, if indeed there is even such a body in existence, which I doubt, has no control of Hezbollah. Whereas the rushed Lebanon-Israeli talks amount to little more than a political exercise, the Israeli threats to occupy or annex South Lebanon dust off a decades-old playbook. We are seeing the realization of an expansionist Israel. A chorus of hawkish Israeli politicians urging that country's military to intensify its weeks-long ground and aero campaign against Hezbollah and pave the way for a more permanent presence in that country's south. On April 5th, 18 Israeli lawmakers pressed the government of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to occupy and fully control southern Lebanon up to the Litani River and mass evacuate the Lebanese population there. It est ethnically cleanse the area. It followed an earlier call from Israel's finance minister Bezalel Yoel Smotrich, a powerful extremist voice in the ruling coalition for the outright annexation of southern Lebanon. Alongside such voices, Israel's campaign shows no signs of slowing down. That's despite a fortnight, 14 nights, 12-week ceasefire announced by President Donald Trump on April 7th that paused the American imperial and Israel's war in Iran, and that, according to mediators, was meant to apply to Lebanon as well. Those calling for an enlarged Israel, growing like a cancer to generate an Eretz Israel, or Greater Israel, includes parts of Lebanon. It all tends to shroud their ideology in religious rhetoric. Yet the view is hardly isolated to the hawkish religious far right. This is a religious war waged by secularists, by ideological Marxists speaking Russian who claim to be Jewish. In Israel, it is also nothing new. As a scholar who specializes in geopolitical studies, I know that the policy of occupying and annexing South Lebanon up to the Litani River has long held influence among parts of the Israeli government and dates back to influential Zionist leaders, secular and religious alike, before Israeli independence circa 1948. History proves that were that objective to be pursued in the course of Israel's military campaign now, however, it would only destabilize Lebanon further, encourage regional turmoil, and do little to guarantee Israel's safety. Before I explain a little bit about historical precedent here, let's take a look at the link sent by our man, Real Tech Geek. This is a right-wing column. This individual, I'm not going to bother to name him because I don't want to promote him. He's just another right-wing motherfucker, claiming that Trump's blockade is breaking Iran and that the European elites are angry about it. You know, this is the kind of people who insist that the Europeans want all kinds of Muslim immigrants and shit. You know, it's all a base fantasy to promote their own racism. But in terms of real history affecting us right now.
Yeah, you're right about that.
Thank you, sir.
My friend.
But I'm sorry.
Yeah.
No,
my friend has told me to stop.
Okay, but that's.
What did you say?
Oh, you said your friend what? Your friend what?
Oh, my friend told me to stop looking at that website.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well.
So a lot of this misinformation. It's he referred me to look like an NPR and stuff, and he's right. He's right about that.
Well, I definitely appreciate your sharing it with myself, however. So thank you for bringing that to my attention. I am willing, of course, to look at all sides, and even a stuck clock is right 2 times a day. But yeah, definitely he's coming from an ideological standpoint that I'm all too familiar with. But thank you. Yeah, your input's always appreciated. Yeah. Now, when we discuss early Zionism and South Lebanon, in 1918, while the Soviet Union was attacking Europe, David Ben-Gurion, an early Zionist leader and widely regarded as Israel's founding father, argued that Israel's natural borders included parts of modern-day Syria, Egyptus, the Arabian Gulf, and should also extend north to the Litani River in southern Lebanon. Lying 20 miles north of Lebanon's southern border, That river is about 108 miles long and serves as Lubnan's main source of water. This position was reaffirmed again in 1919 when a delegation of the Zionist organization, led by Chaim Weizmann, presented the case of a Jewish homeland in Palestine at the Paris Peace Conference that concluded World War I. That organization argued that such a state should start from the southern city of Saida and include the Litani River in toto, both banks thereof. Instead, Great Britain and France were granted control of administering the formerly Ottoman-ruled land of Greater Syria and Palestine, which were put under an international legal charter and called the Mandate System. Lubnan's current borders date back to September 1st of 1920, when the French Mandate recognized the nation's territory stretching south to the cities of Saida and Tyre, below the Litani River, to the boundaries of British-administered Mandatory Palestine. This brings us to the land borders dispute since 1948. The creation of the State of Israel. It is not a nation, but a state in occupation, circa 1948, which led to the ethnic cleansing of over 750,000 Palestinians after the genocide of 1 million thereof, and a subsequent Arab-Israeli war in 1948, led to a further shifting of borders in region. In Lebanon, Israel occupied and annexed 7 southern villages. In 1949, under the aegis of the United Nations, Israel and Lebanon agreed to an armistice demarcation line based on the 1923 Palestine-Lebanon boundaries set by the French and British colonial mandatory powers. That was the year my late and sainted Cyrus, my womb matron, my mother was born, and the year my biological father, Adolf Hitler, committed the beer hole push. Though not a mutual agreement on statehood, this armistice was nonetheless a recognition of land borders. While never officially revoked, the armistice was, in practice, superseded by a border shift during the Six-Day War in 1967, when I was but months old. That's when Israel stopped recognizing all armistice agreements itself had signed in 1949, including with Lebanon, even though the country wasn't a party to the 1967 war. It was guilty, according to the Israelis, by race. In 1978, following a series of attacks organized by Palestinian fighters from Lebanese soil, Israel invaded Lebanon and occupied its south in what was known as Operation Litani. Israeli troops withdrew more than 2 decades later on the 25th day in May of 2000 Anno Domini. Thereafter, the United Nations established the Blue Line, a so-called withdrawal line to separate the two countries, absent mutually recognized borders, and put in the buffer zone a United Nations peacekeeping mission. This then became a war for natural resources, because the border question was never settled, and the discovery of the Leviathan field in 2010, the largest natural gas reservoir in the Mediterranean Sea, added a wrinkle in the form of a potential maritime dispute. In October of 2022, Israel and Lebanon signed a United States brokered maritime border agreement, a move analysts interpreted, well, some analysts, the over-optimistic ones, interpreted as the beginning of normalizing relations between the two countries. However, the long-running land dispute has never been settled. For the most part, the vocal far right in Israel calling for expansion of said nation's border to the Litani River, again, my own mistake there, I should say said state in occupation's border, said apartheid state in occupation's border to the Litani River, as Israel is not a goddamn nation. They dress their claims in religious language and what it might mean for security for Israel's northern residents when they need to deal with the secular part. But extending to the Litani would also provide a potential new source of water for an occupation state with limited natural water sources and growing demand. See, the Israelis are mass producing. And I mean people. And by the way, a lot of this is in experimentation via cloning. I'm not joking. All of Marvel Comics' X-Men saga is an Israeli parable of Israelis as the master race in the manifestation of Marvel Comics as mutants. And mutant hatred or mutaphobia is a parable for Judeophobia. However, the mutants are presented as not only physically, or rather genetically, but morally superior to man at all times. And they form their own nation state ad nauseam in Marvel Comics, whether on Krakoa, the living island, or Genosha itself, and its very name, meaning genetic superiority to man. And they reproduce their own via cloning. That's exactly what the Israelis are attempting to realize in real life. I shit you not, you can research it yourself. And with this ongoing experiment in ethno-statehood, we should say, as based on the Marvel Comics and the X-Men mutants, geno-statehood, well, it all exposes Lebanon's fragile sovereignty, to say the least. The lack of resolved borders and Israel's periodic intrusions, I should say chronic incursions, into southern Lebanon have predictably meant that Lebanon has struggled to assert sovereignty over its own territory. The 1958 birth of Hezbollah, the Iranian-backed Shiite militia, following repeated Israeli invasions and amid the Lebanese civil war, only compounded matters. Since then, Hezbollah has dominated the military scene inside Lebanon and repeatedly battled with Israel. Tit for tat, Israeli-Hezbollah fighting following the October 7th, 2023 attacks escalated into full-scale genocidal Holocaust in September of 2024, in which over 3,000 Lebanese civilians were mass murdered, 14,000 critically injured, crippled for life, and more than 1.2 million residents were ethnically cleansed. On November 27th of 2024, Israel and Hezbollah agreed to ceasefire. However, this agreement was beset by mutual violations, nigh exclusively hundreds on the Israeli side, by sheer dint of capacity to do so. It was finally derailed by Israel's proxy American war in Iran, Hezbollah's subsequent retaliation, and Israel's pre-conspired invasion. Facing the magnitude of the war and the real threat of Israeli occupation, Lebanon banned Hezbollah's military actions on its soil and expelled the Iranian ambassador from its territory. But these moves have not satisfied those in Israel intent on full occupation and annexation of southern Lebanon. This brings us to the security risks of New Lebanon or New Lebanese occupation, or rather New Israeli occupation of what will formerly be Lebanon and will henceforth be North Israel. Including the current operation, Israel has invaded Lebanon 7 times in the past half a hundred years. Any potential plans for another long-term occupation would face many of the same risks as past endeavors to both Lebanese and Israeli safety. For one, Israel's targeting and displacement of the Shiite community in southern Lebanon is likely to create friction among Lebanon's various religious sects. It could also degenerate into another wave of violence outside Lebanon. The internal destabilization of Lebanon has rarely been contained within country, and in the past it has spread to neighboring countries, something that Israel's northern residents and security officials are all too painfully aware of. Second, following years-long conflict in the Gaza, operations in Syria, and now war with Iran, Israel's military may be too stretched to achieve full occupation, even if that were the plan. Addressing the Israeli Security Cabinet, Lieutenant General Eyal Zamir said that the IDF is on the verge of collapse. There is also simmering Israeli opposition to the war in Lebanon and cumulative war fatigue within Israeli society. Neither of those things may be enough to stop a long-term Israeli presence in South Lebanon, but it may help explain the ongoing narrative shifts from Israeli officials that in recent weeks have gone from creating a buffer zone in South Lebanon to full-scale occupation and control up to the Litani River. There being no doubt that the fate of Hezbollah depends largely on the longer-term settlement of the Iran war and its effect on the associated operation in Lebanon South. But Israel faces headwinds not favorable to full occupation, dwindling international support, internal tensions, entanglements and war across the region, and potential violence inside Lebanon. Moreover, history shows that it is a risky endeavor with high potential to backfire. Exempli gratiae, Iran's government was willing to make unprecedented concessions regarding its nuclear program up until Israel and its proxy American states in union began bombing the country on February 28th under conditions of truce, no less. Every American administration since that of the former President George W. Bush, including Trump's, has concluded that Iran is not seeking to develop any nuclear weapons. Iran gave its assurance that it would never build nukes in the JCPA, the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action it signed itself in 2015 during the presidency of Barack Hussein Obama. Trump unilaterally scrapped that agreement, which was also called the Iran nuclear deal, during his first midterm, despite, indeed because of, Iran's full compliance. Just hours before Trump announced his decision to bomb Iran in February, the Yemeni foreign minister, Badr bin Hamad al-Busaidi, the mediator of talks between the Iranian and American governments, said that a peace deal is within our reach, prompting Iranian officials and others to accuse the Americans of acting in bad faith and bombing under a flag of truce. Similar accusations, all true, were leveled when Israel ordered the American-launched attacks on Iran in the summer of 2025 amid ongoing nuclear negotiations under a flag of truce. Israel always attacks under a flag of truce. You cannot trust the Zionists. The Iranian parliamentary speaker, Mohammad Bakir Ghalibaf, blamed the United States for the breakdown in talks. The Iranian delegation was named after the town where 168 young girls, all under 14 years of age, and their entire staff at an elementary school were mass sacrificed to Baal in an American cruise missile strike on the very first day of the war. On X, Ghalibaf explained, "My colleagues on the Iranian delegation, Mina Aab 168, raised forward-looking initiatives, but the opposing side ultimately failed to gain the trust of the Iranian delegation in this round of negotiations. Before the negotiations, I emphasized that we have the necessary good faith and will, but due to the experiences of the 12 previous wars, we have no trust in the opposing side. America has understood our logic and principles, and now it's time for it to decide whether it can earn our trust or not." Israel and its United Puppet States have been bombing Iran for 43 days. 44, 46, I'd say 48 by now. They have bombed more than 13,000 targets, mass assassinated senior political and military figures, including the late Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, and according to Iranian medical officials, killed more than 3,000 people, almost exclusively hundreds of women and children. Israel's concurrent bombing of Lebanon is also killing hundreds of civilians. Trump has vowed to bomb Iran back to the Stone Ages and destroy all Iranian civilization, a genocidal threat that comes amid Israel's killing and maiming of over 300,000 Palestinians in Gaza in a biblical Holocaust, for which it is facing a genocide case at the International Court of Justice, and its Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, is literally wanted by the International Criminal Court for both war crimes and proven crimes against humanity. Iran, while weakened militarily, appears to be in a position of strategic strength. But to hear Trump say it as Vance headed to Pakistan, he posted on Truth Social that Iran is losing, and losing bigly. The Iranians don't seem to realize they have no cards other than a short-term extortion of the world by using international waterways. The only reason they are alive today is to negotiate. Little wonder, then, that negotiations stuttered to a halt overnight. Summarizing the talks, Vance told reporters, "We've had a number of substantive discussions with the Iranians, but that's good news. The bad news is that we have not reached any agreement, and I think that's bad news for Iran. Much more than it's bad news for the United States of America." Is it, though? The ceasefire between Iran, Israel, and Zionist America existed only in claim and never in practice. At time of transmission, Lebanon has said it will only take part in any talks if Israel stops attacking. Pakistan, having stepped into a negotiating position, argued that the ceasefire should stretch to cover Lebanon. United States President Donald Trump has accused Iran of doing a very poor job of upholding said ceasefire on account of it demanding hefty payments from oil tankers navigating the Strait of Hormuz, despite having no recognized right to do so. When the United States Vice President J.D. Vance is set out for this weekend's peace talks, well, last weekend's by now, in Pakistan, 'twas Iran's 10-point plan what formed the basis of negotiations, because they're the ones calling the fucking shots, because they're in the position of power over the strait. While it is clear that Trump is seeking an exit to the war sans regime change, it was assumed that free and untold passage, not untold as in an untold story, but untold as in there being no toll, untold with a double L, through the Strait of Hormuz, well, that was assumed that free and untold passage would always be non-negotiable. As for wider repercussions, there is a strong suspicion that the relationship between NATO and the American empire, the United States and other European nations, has now been strained in a way that might impact the future of the Russo-Ukrainian war. The disruption to global oil has also triggered what might be a permanent rethink of fuel security across Asia. Even the Pakistani government, whom Vance thanked for their role in mediating, has not been as impartial as we would like to believe. Its foreign minister declared in a since-deleted post, this is his words, not mine. I'm reading his post. I have a screenshot. It has since been deleted. I don't know why, since we have screenshot technology, they even bother. But he said, again, his words, not mine, Israel is a curse for humanity. I hope and pray people who created this cancerous state on Palestinian land to get rid of European Jews burn in hell. That's the Pakistani foreign minister, not Douglas Dietrich, that said that. The Communist Chinese Empire is also preparing to ship new aero defense systems to Iran during the ceasefire, through this not-so-neutral Pakistan, destroying the American empire's control of Iranian skies, as if such control ever even existed. Any semblance of victory America once hoped it could claim grows only weaker by the day. Vance has insisted that these terms are their best and final offer, but to assume that Iran will ever agree to Washington's terms would strain even Gottfried Leibniz's optimism. You can look him up. He's a mathematical equations meister. It is, in other words, to assume that Iran will agree to restore international waterway status to the Strait of Hormuz, transfer its nuclear stockpile to a safe depository, and help bring peace to northern Israel. It is to assume that Iran, flushed daily with millions in tanker toll fees, will not abuse those funds to rebuild its military. It is to assume that the Shia majority regime, which dubs its Sunni neighbors as dogs, the ultimate insult by Islamic cultural standards, as dogs are considered vermin whose place in the desert ecosystem is tantamount to that of rats, will not abuse control of the strait to disadvantage those dogs and threaten them with dire consequences unless they close all United States military installations. It is to assume that the Europeans will find the will and the way to help America heal and unify the fractured region. I would rather assume I am wrong, but I don't foresee any of this fucking happening. And this side of the Atlantic, gas prices don't lie. And neither does the data on Trump's political future after the terrible, horrible, no good, very bad week for Melania and the Donald. Trump gas. Like Trump shoes. Trump cologne. The Trump Bible. Trump shoes. Trump NFTs. Or non-fungible tokens. That's what this stands for, right? Non-fungible tokens. Trump Crypto, Trump Resorts, Trump University, and everything else he's tried to sell as a good deal is turning out to be a goddamn ripoff. The average cost of gas, tracked by the AAA, was $4.17.
The mobile phone's back.
Yeah, it is. Thank you.
They revamped it, and it turns out it's just another, like, mail order phone. It was just an HTC.
Oh, man.
But so it's like a blatant scam, but no one, like, people are still trying to pay for it. It's very strange. And they said you can get it for $47.45 a month, But they still haven't produced the phone. They just keep showing prototypes. Very weird.
And all gold.
People
right?
are falling for it.
The cheesy, glitzy fucking gold.
I mean, it's just a phone case. It's just they spray painted gold in a Chinese factory, mind you.
Yeah, it's not gold. Not gold. Yellow. It's Haster yellow. Haster yellow.
Yeah. Oh God, please don't bring that up. Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Oh fuck. Oh man, we gotta tell people about that. Brandon Young never talked about that. Well, someday we will. We'll bring that. Yeah.
No, I have enough going on.
That's true.
These people might, I'd take Haster over these people I'm dealing with on a daily fucking basis.
I love it. I hear you.
At least he has some clout, At least he has some vile clout.
Hey, Americans, even though they said in both The King in Yellow by Bertram Chandler and the various works like Voyage to Arcturus by David Lindsay, all of them pointed out these are not Asians, they're simply yellow people, as in they're saying these people are actually very pointedly like color crayon, brilliant in their colors, their skin colors, their epidermis. It's not melatonin in the human sense, and yet everybody in gaming.
Melanin.
Yeah, thank you, melanin. Thank you. I couldn't have done that without you. Melatonin is the shit that we know someone takes by the bottle, and then gets the.
It's the hormone. It's the sleep hormone.
Which chain was it? Costco or Target, where they had the dream of the Easter Bunny and Trump? What was that?
Oh, the Walmart. They said, that's what happens when you take too much Walmart melatonin, and then the catch, the punchline was, oh wait, it was real. It's like, fuck.
Oh shit. Yeah. Well, when it comes to whenever they're gaming this shit out or they're putting it in modern comics and cartoons, they always make the followers of Haster Asians. It's so fucking American racist. It's like,
well, yeah, those early days, right? It was like, the aliens were Asian because they were so strange.
That's right. Yeah. Oh man, it's like it just doesn't stop. They never get over it. But hey, I guess I got.
Are you still on air?
Yeah, believe it or not. Yeah, yeah, we were knocked off.
Shit.
We were knocked off for several moments.
Oh, you were knocked off?
Yeah, we were knocked off. OBS reconnected though. OBS reconnected. That was when I was really chewing out the military. When I was chewing out, Trump's, bribe. He wants 50, billion, trillion dollars for the military and shit. It's so he can bribe them.
1.5 trillion.
Thank you. I couldn't have gotten that out.
At this point, they can have him, and they can make Greenland, his version of Unterland. They can have him and go to Greenland. I'll give them. I'll take, $1.5 trillion to get them off the fucking continent.
That'd be the best thing. Yeah.
There you go.
Thank you.
And then we just kind of scrape around a little bit around here.
Oh God, we'd be nothing but good days ahead after that. They sure as hell don't defend us from shit. Yeah, it's all
Well,
they
they
do is
started these crazy wars. I
yeah,
mean,
they
that
start these
fuck us
crazy.
over.
Thank you, thank
It's
you.
like an unprompted war. I could see, at least in the good old days, they like did the fake attack and it was scary. But now it's just like, it was a preemptive on like, it was almost like a seance, or what is it? Not a seance, but like, one of those phone psychics. It's like,
Yeah,
they are gonna make a nuke eventually. It's
Yeah.
like, oh, we have to get them. We have to get them.
yeah. Well,
It was like that level of thing.
Guess who kept saying that? Israel. Israel kept saying.
Well, no, they were peaceful and pure. Nice.
No need to cover.
Hey, in
your
their
ass.
defense, they had at least. Now, bear with me here. At least they had them on their border shooting rockets. Okay, like Hezbollah. All right, and let me say, we didn't have that. There was no one. They were saying there was like Mexican drones, but that's not real. I mean,
those are party balloons. Yeah, those are party balloons.
It was
They're
nothing
shooting down with
good,
lasers. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like balloon. Yeah, exactly. So they had more justification to do it. It's just dragging our war machine into it was totally uncalled for and ridiculous, absurd. But like, you get what I'm saying?
That argument,
get what I'm saying?
It doesn't stand, but yeah, the argument doesn't stand because the Israelis, of course, obviously let.
Yeah, we know
Hezbollah
where
through,
they
but,
stand.
yeah.
But
In
I'm
their
saying,
defense, they staged their own October
Thank
7th.
you.
So
Thank you. Yes.
allegedly.
Oh, not allegedly. All evidently. The word is evidently because the evidence is there. Since the evidence is there, the word evidently is justified and actually proper. Nevertheless, we're not teaming up on Brendan here. Brendan's just covering himself.
and also don't forget, in their defense, Iran was burning an effigy of a ball. So
yeah,
they
that's
get
right.
pissed off
Yeah,
about
how
that.
dare they? Imagine that.
Yeah.
See,
Forgot about it,
Iran
yeah.
was burning an effigy of Baal, and the Israelis couldn't have that. They said, that's our God, man.
Well, okay, and there's more to that if you want to get into
Please.
the like metaphysical.
Yeah,
they're
let's get
actually
into it,
taking
man.
They're taking
I
southern
think we're
Lebanon.
on break, right?
Yeah, no,
They're
we're not
taking
on
southern
break.
Lebanon.
Yeah, go on. Yeah, say it, Brendan. Say it, Brendan.
So they're taking, in the process of taking southern Lebanon, which has what the Romans called the Temple of Jupiter, but it's actually called Baalbek. So it's the great ancient temple of Baal, these like megaliths. The biggest megaliths on earth are part of the land that they're taking.
That is true. That is true.
So Baal's original temple is being resubsumed, which I would like to go visit it. So that's why I'm trying to stay, somewhat kosher with them.
I like the term you use. Yes, nice pun.
Yeah. As long as they don't blow up they can't because it's megalithic, but you get my point. As long as they don't raise it like I'll just say it like the
Talibani. Yeah.
Well, those people are the worst, but I'm talking like even the ISIL, the Islamic State of Syria and Iraq and all those people.
Yeah.
They razed Palmyra to the ground, and that was a holy Christian site of my people.
There we are.
From Syria.
Thank you.
During the Roman times, there was a Christian queen that ruled that area. And they destroyed it. They razed it to the last pebble.
What human garbage, those motherfuckers. Yes.
So as long as they don't do that, I'm fine. They can have it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, I'm not gonna.
No.
It's greater. They were. It was already there.
Yeah.
Like, the Bible and stuff.
Yeah. There you go. There you go. But when it comes to the Talibani, they blew up those Buddhas, and that's another example of that kind of Islamist colonial destruction. Islam is got to be the most destructive form of colonialism in human history. But here we are. Look at this.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Okay.
This is from our man Realtek. Thank you, Realtek. Take a look at the.
You're welcome.
Read the link he just sent. Brendan, read the link he just sent from Realtek.
The Zero Hedge link?
No, not that.
No.
Al Jazeera.
That's all I'm seeing. So.
Oh, well, beneath it, you should see there's one by Al Jazeera. Reset your page.
It hasn't loaded. It hasn't loaded.
Yeah, I put 100 on under it. So.
Yeah. What is Lebanon's ancient city of Baalbek, and why is Israel targeting it? Well,
yeah.
I just explained why.
There we are. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, Israel's citywide forced displacement calls for Lebanon's eastern city of Baalbek, followed by air attacks. Those fuckers.
Yeah. Yeah. Motherfuckers. Yeah.
Thousands of people have fled, and
Yeah.
the villages were cleared. Oh man.
Yeah.
Well, there goes my chance for visiting it.
Yeah.
Fuckers.
For a while yet. Yeah. And well,
You
the,
will.
You know.
yeah. What's that? Real Tech?
2028, maybe.
Yeah.
I said he will revisit again. Like 2028.
There you go. Hopefully so. We could pray.
Well, I would like to see Lebanon restored
Yeah.
personally, even
Yes.
under occupation, but it's
Yeah.
like hard to say that would ever happen.
Yeah.
Because it used to be Beirut was the Paris of the East.
Yeah.
There was like, you know,
Oh yeah.
parties every night. It was like one of the most beautiful cities, I was told.
Oh
at one
no,
point.
no, it was. Yeah.
But they've ran out of funds, and it's not as prosperous as it once was.
Yeah, Saigon was the Paris of Asia, and Beirut was the Paris of the Middle East. It was these were incredible places, and well, one was destroyed by communism, and the other by Islamism. Definitely.
Yeah, I'm all for them getting rid of Hezbollah. Trust me.
I hear you.
I'm right there with them.
Yeah, I hear
on
you.
that.
They're no
subject.
friends of Christianity, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
But then again, neither are the Zionists. So yeah, that's But,
Well, I'm biased because I'm not saying I'm siding with Israel, but I would prefer to see the Orthodox Christianity having some stewardship there.
I hear you.
And in Syria.
I'll tell you how.
But instead,
well,
they let these fuckers in.
get
Yeah,
both
go ahead.
the Islamists and the Zionists out and give it back to France. That's what Lebanon has asked for. They said they've asked France to take them back. So by all means, bring the French Foreign Legion in, and then you'll finally have order that everyone can agree with. Jesus Christ, make that the new.
Well, I agree with
Crusader
that.
state.
I agree with that. Yeah.
Thank you. In fact, I'd go beyond it and say make it the new Crusader state. That was originally, Lebanon was established by the Crusaders as a Christian state for Arabs who had converted to Christianity. So, of course, they existed well before that with the Antiochian Orthodox Church, but you get my point. When the Crusaders came in, they formalized the borders and said that this is a protected state for the Arabs in Christ, their brothers in Christ, and then like stupid Christians, they said, let's be kind to our brothers and ecumenical, and let some Muslims in, who all started breeding like rabbits and killing every Christian. And it's a wonder there's any Christians left in Lebanon. I don't even understand how, with the sheer scale of violence that's been perpetrated.
Well, I heard that. Basically, it's like, just a genocidal purge going on, and they're telling the Christians not to hide the Muslims in southern Lebanon.
Mm-hmm.
So people always want to refer that to being the Holocaust.
Mm-hmm.
With their what's the word here? Twisted understanding of history.
Yes.
So, even like watching Invincible, I don't think myself, they're just trying to make a terrible version of the space Nazis, which is just
Except they make them multi-ethnic. It's really bizarre. But they're all wearing white. But they're all wearing white.
Yeah, a lot of Indians. Yeah, they're all black, and it is bizarre.
Yeah, it's mentally warping. I guess that's the intent.
Man, this is
Brent?
This is funny.
Oh yeah.
Someone wrote a travel article on the 6th of April that said Baalbek is the next big travel hotspot. Poor guy.
Oh, let me look that up.
Well, they fucked that up. Yeah.
Dude,
I like this. Efficient travel. Well, now you'll get vaporized from the sky efficiently. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey,
and apparently there was a scandal. The Brits had, provided air support with a drone for this operation, when they were telling, and this is where I'll side with Trump, when they were telling Trump, we don't want to get involved.
Yeah,
We don't want to get involved, but they were helping these guys
The
clear
Zionists.
out Lebanon. Yeah, clearing out
Zionists in
Lebanon.
Jesus Christ, that's
Yeah.
disgusting. That's disgusting. That's because of
But I
Zion-
respect the UK's sovereignty to do that.
Well, that's because of the Zionist influence in United Kingdom. By the way, we've got a fucking Lebanon front opening up right here in San Francisco. There's nothing but gunfire outside. I've heard nothing but
now?
Yeah, automatic
Sounds about right.
gunfire. Yeah,
Holy
going back and
shit,
forth.
man.
Yeah, we've had automated gunfire exchange outside for about a minute now. Half a minute. Yeah, but it's been.
What's even out there that's getting attacked? There's nothing out there.
There's never any explanation for this shit. You'll hear, all
Right.
my life I grew up in San Francisco, and you'd hear super massive booms. Boom! Like we're talking like that's not no fucking grenade. We're talking like ordnance level explosions. And and I grew up hearing that all in San Francisco.
I mean, I get that near my place too.
Do
It's
you
just-
really? Yeah.
It's almost like some kind of deep state shit.
Yeah, it's gotta be. Oh,
Fuck with people.
Yeah, tell people about the earthquake in fucking Reno. That.
Oh yeah, there was a few. Yeah, big
yeah.
ones.
Yeah, several. Yeah, they're testing nukes again. Tell them.
Well, I was assuming they were testing nukes because it's like there's no fault lines up there really that I know of. But there's always random earthquakes like right outside of Reno, so it just only makes sense.
Yeah, and they're dusting off their inventory because
Yeah.
Trump said I'm gonna end Iran. Yeah, and
Cool.
get my nukes out. Yeah.
But instead, they're blockading the blockade of the blockade.
Yeah, there you
That's-
go. That's
Good.
well, all I can say is
They're
that
cock
this-
blocking.
Yes, yeah. Well, everybody's cock block. They're cock dueling. They're cock dueling in the mouth of the Strait of Hormuz. Like it's some poor girl's face, and they're both sticking their dicks in at the same time. It's absolutely bizarre. It's like well.
And of course, in his sicker fantasy, he wants to rename it the Strait of Donald Dick Tramp or some.
He actually
stupid
said
shit.
something like that, like the Strait of America or some shit. Didn't he say that? He said, I want to rename it the Strait of America. Some stupid shit. Yeah, it's just anything he can to troll people. Of course, all of it's going to blow back in his fucking face. At any rate, like it's blowing up in ours right now. The average cost of gas tracked by the AAA was $4.17 a gallon on Saturday. The station at the end of my street is selling it for over $5 now. If you drive a Mini Cooper, as our former Secretary of Labor, the Professor of Public Policy Robert Reich at UC Berkeley and mine own Greater Golden Gate at San Francisco, Silicon Valley, and Biotech Bay Area Metroplex region does, which demands premium grade, you're shelling out well over $6. To put this in perspective, the average price for a gallon of gas in America the day before Trump launched his war was $2.98. Between then and this weekend, America has experienced the largest increase in gas prices in 60 fucking years. Okay, so I get
Is that
this.
what happened?
Yeah, it says ABC News from our man T-Tank, Real Tech Geek says San Francisco Mayor Daniel Lurie, city leaders announce a one-day ceasefire curb on gun violence hours before Mission shooting.
Yeah, this happened like a week ago.
Yeah, it's hilarious, man.
Okay, no, that's fine.
Yeah.
Something's going on now. That ceasefire ended. That's what happened. The ceasefire ended.
Yeah, it's happening right
isn't
now.
that
It's
so
out last
goofy?
5
Isn't that
minutes.
so goofy? Ceasefire.
Oh shit. Okay.
Like they have like AI cameras that can track down criminals, but they can't find where these like explosions and guns are firing off, and it's a joke.
Yes. Yeah. Well.
Like the ones around me are so disruptive and so ridiculous. It's like, and it's been going on for years. It's like there's no way they're not able to find these people.
It's absolutely
Like they're
bizarre.
allowed to do it.
Yeah, it must be. Must be. Maybe they're hoping they call each other.
Well, I mean,
Like animal.
I think it's like I mean, the shooting, yeah, that makes sense. But I'm saying it must be some kind of like CIA op to like irritate people.
Maybe you give it too much credit. I just think America's loaded with too many guns and people go out and they use them. That's, possession of a weapon precludes use. Yeah, we shouldn't be surprised. Anyhow, despite the ephemeral.
Yeah, you remember that?
Yeah.
That ridiculous study that they paid to do where they said 15 million gun owners have thought about shooting somebody. Like, it was some kind of scandal. It's like, dude, what is the point of
why
a
else
gun?
would they buy a gun? Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Yes, that's the whole point of buying a gun.
When you when people say I bought it for self-defense, like, it's not a force field. It means you shoot at the other person.
Thank you.
I mean,
thank you.
It doesn't make any sense.
It's the most stupid statement on God's green earth. It makes me sick. Yeah. And it's never used for that.
Self-defense. It goes the other, you're shooting.
Yeah.
Self-defense.
Yes. It's insanity. Honestly, it's so insane. We could go on for hours about that pathology. But in terms of the overall world situation which we're dissecting, despite the ephemeral ceasefire in the Middle East, a gallon of gas is expected to cost at least as much as I've already articulated for quite a while. I mean, even if Iran soon allows all tankers through the strait, gas is likely to remain pricey because it will likely take us months to repair and reconstruct the oil infrastructure that's been destroyed in and around the Persian Gulf. Probably at this point, what do you think? Our numbers are great. We could continue with an economic analysis.
Well, I can give you some good news.
Yes.
Give you some good news.
Before you do, Amy Elixier, or Amy Lightyear, says, Douglas, please, a responsible adult needs to take away Trump's phone and put him on timeout. Oh, yes. So let me respond to her from your keyboarding, from your keyboarding fingers to God's screen, from your keyboarding fingers to God's screen. Okay. God's screen at Amy Lightyear. Yes, there we are. And okay, so that being said, give us the good news. Give us the good news, Brendan. We need.
Oh, that the Koreans finally sentenced Johnny Sumali.
Cool.
He's got 6 months of hard labor, and he has to register as a sex offender, and is permanently on a list in Korea.
Excellent.
There you go.
Excellent. That piece of shit. That's
I heard the Japanese only gave him 3 months in prison before, so.
Well,
no, it was Korea. It was still Korea.
No, yeah. Well, the Japanese knew immediately. Give him to the Koreans. They sent him to Korea.
The prosecutor recommended 3 months, but they went through the motions and just gave him 6.
Yeah. There you go. And
but he's by the time, I mean, it's probably because he's been in there for a couple of years.
Yeah, that's right. So, at this point, yeah.
But no, he was walking around. I don't think he was actually in prison at all.
Yeah, they've had him for years now. At this point.
Well, they've certainly had him in the system, and believe me, it probably felt like prison to him. He must have been, at the very least,
in the system.
He must have been.
Well, Korea is a different. Korea is no joke.
Yeah, Korea is no joke. Either north or south. You don't want to fuck up in either country. But in his case, if he were outside of prison, he would have been like a child predator. He would have had the ankle cuff. He would have been escorted by police everywhere. They would have been keeping him under surveillance because of the shit he pulls. They probably would have found it cheaper just to detain him. He was probably under house arrest at the very least. Not allowed.
Oh, no, he was in. He was in.
That makes sense. Yeah,
he was in jail while they were prosecuting him because that's how their system works.
That's how the system works.
On top of that, his mother and all them were begging. They were saying it's like Otto Warmbier, like just to insult that poor kid.
Yeah.
They were saying he's being treated like Otto, and it's like, look, that's the wrong country, first of all, retards. Second of all, he deserved it.
He actually streamed pornography on his YouTube channel. This guy's got mental illness.
No, he's a piece of shit. But they threw the book at him.
Shit, man. What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they threw the book at him. Yeah. I'm not
Holy shit.
Why are you surprised? You shouldn't be surprised. I mean, it's Korea.
It reminds me of Attica. He did the same thing. He commits suicide.
Yeah, well, there
Oh,
you go.
here's this. Here's this part. He's arrested and charged in South Korea. At his first court appearance, he showed up late, hungover, wearing a MAGA hat. There you go.
No, well, there you go. That's yeah.
Today in Seoul, the court found him guilty on every count, 6 months hard labor, to be deported on release and permanently banned. No phone, no internet. So he's barred from using the internet permanently.
Well, he's gonna
in
die.
The country.
He's gonna die or kill himself. That'll feel like 6
well.
years to him. He ain't gonna make it. Yeah.
Well, the other guy, Vitaly, he got out.
Yes.
The Russian piece of shit.
That.
Yeah.
He got out and went back to Russia, and they let him loose again.
Yeah.
To do, just online trolling, and then he's like in trouble again. It's like these people are sick. I mean, they can't stop themselves from doing this shit. It's like a drug.
Yeah. No, they're obviously, well, in his case, isn't he like an agent of the state, the Russian guy? So it may be he doesn't have a choice.
I think they got him out. I think they paid to get him out because otherwise he would have, like a normal person his age, he was only in his 30s.
Yeah, but
he would have went to the front.
But in order to keep from going to the front, they might have him causing trouble on the internet again. That would make sense, right? Because that's what he does.
Yeah, of course.
So yeah, he's under orders. In that case, he's just another state asset under orders. And since they pulled his ass out, it would be to deploy him again. That would make sense. Not that I'm covering for the son of a bitch. I'm just contextualizing it. But here we are from the Real Tech Geek.
So here's what he did. Yeah. He falsely, this is what it says. He found some Indian guy, got in a fight with some Indian streamer, and tried to portray him as a child predator in his his Catch a Predator type series.
That's another guy.
And it turns out that the guy was not meeting a minor, and he was completely vindicated and innocent. And so the guy almost sued the shit out of him. So he had to apologize.
Yeah, well, you do realize, Real Tech, we're not talking about Johnny Sumeli here. We're talking about this other Russian guy. Yeah, what's the other Russian guy's name? Yeah.
Vitaly or some guy. I don't know who he is.
Zodorovsky.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Zodorovsky. Yeah. And
so he tried to do a live stream sting, quote unquote, which was just some bullshit.
Yeah.
So he's just an agent of chaos. Tried to blame this random Indian guy for meeting up with a minor, and it turns out everything was legit. So he had to apologize. Yeah.
Well, the one thing you notice about all of these Russian-sponsored right-wing motherfuckers is they're all into To Catch a Predator. That gives them an excuse to involve themselves with all the pedophilia. They're cruising for pedo porn, trying to claim they're finding the pedo pornaholics. That's what it all comes down to. So that way they're constantly in the realm of pedo porn and child exploitation, trying to claim they're out to find the guilty parties. They are the guilty parties.
His channel got suspended on the streaming service Kick because of it.
Well, there you go. Well, they're all, at any rate. Well, he's acting under orders of the state. Well, let's take a look at everybody. Join us on, it's Wednesday night, right? Yeah, I think. If I remember correctly, yes. Join us Sunday night. We'll get right back into the thick of it, the cost, all the cost of living and how this war is screwing you over. I'll have the Blood Boys transcribe the last few sentences. I had to get me back into the thread of thought so that when I talk about gas prices not lying, I'll get back into the whole thing about the war and what it's going to do to the United States dollar, etc. So here we are from Real Tech. Vitaly admits falsely portraying man as child predator. Deeply regrets it. Vitaly admitted he mistakenly portrayed Akash Singhania as a child predator. What a idiot. What a fucking clown. As a matter of fact, it deserves the Groucho Marx emoji on that one. Okay, that's all right. Okay, everyone, rejoin us on Sunday night, same Dragon time, same Dragon channel, and we'll cut loose and we'll talk the economics of all of this, the effect on the United
And the
States.
food and the fertilization of that, you know,
Yeah.
and don't also forget about the war in Ukraine, which has affected
Mhm. I mean,
countries like Lebanon,
mhm.
you know, not getting their the wheat.
Well, do me a favor
It's
if
all
you,
into
yeah, say it again. Say about the wheat. What about the wheat shipments, or what were you going to say about that?
yeah, the wheat shipments have been stifled for years because of the war in Ukraine, even though they've done a lot of negotiation between each other, between those areas and countries, third world developing countries like Lebanon, for example, have been going through rationing for years because of that. So, and because of this, where 20% of the world's oil, not only just oil, for fertilizing,
Mhm.
comes from Strait of Hormuz.
Very
So
important points.
it's
Yeah. Well,
yes,
do me a
yes, we got
favor.
to stock up.
Well, do me a favor and write a list of notes so that you can discuss that more in depth next time. You know,
Okay,
or kind of round up.
okay,
You know, kind of
yeah,
summarization.
I'll write it down.
That'd be great.
Yeah. Okay,
Okay.
sure.
Well,
All right,
everyone who's
support
listening,
Douglas.
thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. I'd love to hear it so much. Say it again, please.
Please support Douglas Dietrich. He is our national treasure.
Thank you. Yes,
The
I
more
missed
than
that.
ever, he needs your support.
Yes, thank you. Our man Realtek has said it all. With that, well, hugs to the lads, kisses to the ladies. We'll be right back on Sunday night. They'll be here before you know it. Everybody come back to same Dithrak, which is, of course, in the Teuto-Slavonic. It means dragon. Same Dithrak time, same Dithrak channel. And we'll hit your world all over again and beat it to death. And, okay. We'll start even earlier on monologue if I can help it, and with plenty of interjections. And okay, be here and bring a friend. And for God's sake, hit me up with some support so I can continue to do this at all. We're ending stream. Okay, press the end button, and then it's a 3